with Richard.
Pick up the new album, Carrie Diamond.
Come on. This is low. T. With the BBC.
I am dumbass.
What the fuck? Peanut butter complexion stallion. This dude's going straight.
Big old country boy.
I'll be that.
Oh my God. How are you, fat man in my phone? You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. I'm in you more. Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night.
Hello everyone. We might start a little bit earlier. But anyways, gather around everyone. Today's gonna be a lot of chill.
And stroked by BBC. Play the fucking set.
Get that ass banned.
Visualize me in a bed, nigga. Visualize me in a bed. Mouth wide open.
And I'm gonna try and mix the songs better today.
I'm a working motherfucker. I represent new age blacks. Can't believe that you just asked.
Please go jack off.
How are you, fat man in my phone? You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. I'm in you more. I agree with you. Cause you shine so bright. That was my depression. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night. I should be doing this. I gotta play all day slay. All day slay.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about DSP dick riding GTA for some reason.
Kiwi Farms.
And some other clips. I'm gonna watch some clips of him, and then we're gonna watch the KO gaming videos, the most lit videos in the world, the top 10 videos, because I love top 10s and I love his reviews. So we're gonna go and watch a bunch of them. Strap in. Hello, welcome, and safe travel. Never mind. Please go jack off.
How are you, fat man in my phone? You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Oh my God! And you more. Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night. I'm in you more. I agree with you.
Check this out.
Alright, I'm not dead, but I swear to God, I wish I fucking was. One day I almost ripped my teacher's head off. I actually made him cry in class because I yelled at him. One day I
sounds like a week ago. Whole system broken like it's Cully go. Vision, I stick pussies with precision. Vision, I stick pussies within a hot kitchen. I hit it from the back. 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 Listen to this track. Your mom gives me double stack. Hop on the BBC. Gets to her knee. Fucking worthless niggas. Go green. Ejaculation machine. Notification go green. Get that ass big. Get that ass big. Ejaculation machine. Notification go green. Get that ass big. Get that ass big. Everybody come pull out your cocks.
Yeah, big ups to the veterans. Thank you for your service. Enjoy the song.
That flow is out of style like a week ago. Whole system broken like it's Cully go. Vision, I stick pussies with precision. Vision, I stick pussies within a hot kitchen. I hit it from the back. 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 I hit it from the back.
Get pussy when you're fat. That's what she like to do. Get money when you're fat. That's what she like to do. Shout out to Chris Chan. I've drunk my own piss, man. Really? And everybody, people cheat on the wife. I need that money. This ain't what I'm saying. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money.
Hello, everybody. It's Dark Side Film. I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill.
Yeah, we can start after this song. I'm still actually early.
I rock back and forth.
But yeah.
Why axis hit me. So
We can just be watching videos instead of music.
Funding chargebacks at my lap sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. I want to have chill streams. No detractor memes, bathroom breaks, playing WWE, relaxing chill session, Street Fighter 3. It's like I'm getting my vibe back from 2017. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. I'm the one who just
I love the I'm the one sample. My favorite shit.
I'm the one. Me. I'm the one.
Oh yeah, I played it at the same time. Nice.
I'm the one who got 4th place at Evo. I'm the one with a 10-year legacy. I'm the one. Me. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill, the condo fees, my mortgage, my taxes, my back taxes, my current taxes, my state taxes, my federal taxes, my tax attorney, my tax guy, my tax accountant, my bankruptcy lawyer, all of my credit cards, my new setup, and a new laptop, PS5.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Okay, why is the camera on? Okay, just a second. And we're gonna get started. First, we're gonna talk about likes and dislikes. Because YouTube announced that they're changing the site. And now there's not gonna be any dislikes being shown. So it's just gonna be likes. It's just gonna be the pure positivity. Now let's transition to this space. Nice. Here we are. With this first video we're gonna watch today is by Hate Army Watch. DSP believes likes are ruining the viewer's experience. And let's see his terrible take on this. Apparently he talked about this for 25 minutes. But before we get started, welcome everyone. Hello, welcome to the stream. And like I said in the pre-stream, in the music segment, we're gonna be watching some reviews, the Hateful Truth reviews from KO Gaming, this classic channel, the gold standard for YouTube's so for reviews on YouTube. Phenomenal channel. It blows your mind. The production value incredible. The guy that runs it, Phil, great guy, phenomenal entertainer, not a children's entertainer, is never masturbated on stream. Great. So let's get into this. And first, if you like the video, you can drop a like, drop a follow on social media. You can subscribe, you can become a member, you can send me money if you want, if you love me that much. I appreciate everything. Well, let's get right into it. And then we're gonna get to some GTA discussions, because something I have a couple of clips, but we're gonna see which ones are gonna be the most fun and interactive, of course.
Okay, now, the other half of this is that if you are watching this on demand on YouTube right now, this video, this very video, you can help as well. You can click like.
Hey, we go right into a begging segment. Great opening. Right into a begging segment. This is how I like it.
I got distracted. You can leave a I'm having a brain fart because I started reading a tip. You can leave a comment on this video. Yes, the comments are on all of my videos on YouTube again. You can
Breaking news. A renowned YouTuber, 194,000 subscriber channel, Darkside Phil from DSP Gaming, has finally turned on his comments, which are super filtered and basically whatever. There's no point using them. Nothing interesting is gonna happen. It's just as usual an echo chamber, and from time to time people manage to break through. But yeah, generally that's it. That's about it with the comments. Comments are trash. They don't help him at all. He might try conceal the fact that people generally just don't like his shit by removing the dislikes, removing the comments, removing his replies on Twitter, but in the end of the day is, yeah, the shit that he produces is just not very good.
comment on my videos, and this is great. We can rebuild that social aspect of DSP gaming from the ground
It's
up.
like, even, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna comment in a DSP video? What would you even say? Good job, Phil. Phil, I enjoy this game. Phil, I don't enjoy this game, but I enjoy you. Otherwise, if you just say I don't enjoy this game, this is not gonna filter through. The bot's gonna catch it.
Because you can leave comments again.
Hey, I also had a pretty cool suggestion going over the banned words in his chat, because a while ago there was some not Reddit, but Discord leaks, and the list of banned words leaked, and they're very funny. But I don't know if I'll manage to find it today, or I might completely forget about it.
Have discussions on videos again. That's awesome. Please do. In addition to all of that, there's actually supposedly a change.
Yeah, pretty much he manually approves comments, and a lot of them get, even I get some of those, even though I turned it off. Now I just allow everything, because I would get some people shitting on DSP, and the bot would catch it as them shitting on me and blocking it. So I would get like 20 comments that were blocked of someone just mildly criticizing DSP. It wasn't even hating on him. So these bots are very trigger happy.
To YouTube today, where I mean, we can talk about this at length later. Dislikes are no longer visible on YouTube.
Oh no.
That means all of those.
Think about it. Dislikes are so great. Not because of bombing people and just going over rating them with dislikes and the shit that DSP gets, where all his videos are instantly disliked. It helps you a lot of times to just assess if something is useful or productive or important or meaningful in any way, just on a first glance. You open the page, you see it, and if it's a massive big hey, big ups,
Do is big.
big ups Hood Hustler for the 1651. That's an epic number. And let's see what the Italian lady is gonna say. Great. that was great. But yeah, what was I was saying is that it's great to have dislikes in general, so you can know if something is generally trash.
Mentally
yeah.
challenged morons who've been on my channel for the last 5 to 10 years, literally thumbing down every piece of content, have now been erased. No one will give 2 fucks if they thumb down a video.
He is so fucking arrogant. Bro, calm the fuck down. You have almost 200,000 subscribers, and you can't even break like 2,000 views a video. Come on. This is not gonna help you in the slightest. It's not gonna help you. It's not really gonna do anything for you, but it's gonna contribute to DSP's delusion that, oh, it's the dislikes' fault. It's the trolls' fault for fucking bombing me with dislikes. The trolls' fault for shitting on everything. And now when these are gone and his comments are back and he doesn't see any fucking difference, what's gonna be the next thing? In the end, it's gonna be the fans, because it can't be him. The problem can't be in him. It's not possible. It's not how it works.
Video, because no one will ever see it ever again. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, because I do feel that's a double-edged sword, but we'll talk about that in a little bit anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the one actual major news story I want to talk about, and then we're basically going to do shout-outs and adjourn this pre-stream. YouTube. I don't know, I can't even confirm if this has happened yet or not, but YouTube, okay?
can't even confirm anything. He just like, what is this misinformation segment, man? And when it's not misinformation, it's him reading somebody else on Twitter. He jumps on his stream, talks a bunch of shit, and then if somebody calls him out in chat, he's just gonna say, well, I'm just saying somebody else's opinion, man. Well, you have a public fucking forum. You're the fucking voice that's talking. Nobody else can talk on this stream. So you better not be full of shit all the time. At least all the time.
Has essentially disabled dislikes on videos. Kind of. All right? I can't... I'm sure you guys can confirm more than me. Can you...
The thing is that there is extensions for your browser that make it easier for you to see what you should do, so your videos can come up in the algorithm. It's like a checklist. The extension is called vidIQ. It's the most basic thing. If you're a YouTuber or an aspiring YouTuber, you probably know about it. And then it helps you see this, for example. See some stats about the video, a score general, like dislikes, upvotes, and all that kind of stuff. When you reply to a comment, that is also a benefit. When you pin a comment, that's a benefit. So yeah, there's a lot of shit that he doesn't do. And he hopes that turning on the likes, turning off the dislikes, I mean, and turning on the comments is gonna do something. No, not really.
I still see dislikes on videos right now. I'm just curious. I'm going to see what people in the stream chat say. Can you guys see dislikes on videos anymore? Or is the dislikes completely gone on videos on YouTube now?
Hello, Mr. Burnell? Oh, he's waiting for people to tell him something in chat.
Some people are saying no, and some people are saying yes.
Yes, because the internet. Some people are saying the earth is flat. Some people are saying that they are a helicopter or something. What the fuck? It's also another problem I have with his whole Twitter nonsense when he goes on Twitter and talks a bunch of shit and attacks invisible groups of people. He never, not never, but most of the time he doesn't respond to somebody as a reply or as a quote retweet. He just makes up like a group of people and then goes on his Twitter so he's safer, so nobody can call him out, and talks and imagine this group. That's what happened yesterday with the GTA shit. He was talking, well, people are hating on it because of this and not this. Like, bro, everybody's hating on stuff for a bunch of reasons. There is no spokespeople for a community that's hating on stuff. Just like there's no spokespeople for the detractors.
Others are saying,
it's fucking
no,
nonsense.
I don't see them anymore. I think what it is, it depends on what version of YouTube you're using. If you're using desktop version, if you're using the mobile version, if you're using one of the apps, because there's a billion apps. There's app for TV, app for this device, app for that device, right? So what's hilarious about this thing, to me, is that YouTube made a big announcement, a big to-do they made about this yesterday. They had a giant blog post. They publicly announced it on their Twitter. And they said, as of today, and this was yesterday, as of today, dislikes will no longer be visible on videos on YouTube. Now, here's what they said. They said the reason they're doing this is because they have done research for years, and they have found through their research that, sadly, dislikes today...
Oh my god, what the fuck? You don't have to burp into the microphone. You just don't have to. And it would be preferred if you don't, because it's just not a... Never mind, he's been doing it for 13 years, you guys. He knows how to do it.
Get to the point, because I'm so gaseous.
Yeah, so fucking gaseous.
Let's try this again.
Go to the bathroom. What the fuck?
YouTube today has done research and found that dislikes are a major source of online targeted harassment and or a way to hurt people on the site. Okay? Okay. Let's actually talk about likes and dislikes on YouTube and what they do and what they don't do. When you see a video with a ton of likes, you assume it's good. You assume the content in that video is good, right?
Yes.
It might not be true.
Yeah.
But you assume when you see a video...
But now what is going to mean a lot of likes? When the dislikes are gone, you don't have something to compare it to. What do you mean a lot of likes? Plus, I tend to believe that people drop a dislike when they actually mean to do it, and not just as a general thing. Because I've never happened to watch a video and I was kind of indifferent to it, and then I would just drop a dislike. I would dislike if I genuinely think something is not good.
That video is great.
And I tend to like more stuff. I'm gonna like this video. just to
When you
show
see a
I'm
video
right.
with a ton of dislikes, you're probably, whoa, that's kind of skeptical. Like, this was supposed to be
Yeah,
video
it's shit.
about a game.
That's why all your videos have a ton of dislikes, because it's just a guy being bored asking for money and waiting for money. That's all that it is. Is this good?
Or it was supposed to be
Compared to other people who, they can be bad at games and they can have a 30 FPS stream instead of 60 FPS, they don't fucking burp into the microphone and they don't ask for money and they don't complain to people. At least that. So I would say they would have more likes, dislikes than DSP.
video about how to do something. Maybe it's a tutorial video or something. Why does it have so many dislikes? It makes you skeptical to think if the quality.
What time do I usually start the stream? Well, 15 minutes ago. That's like 6 o'clock my time in the afternoon. And this is the usual time. I don't know, try and convert it to your time zone.
Video is any good or not, right? It makes you wonder. When you see a video that has
Yes,
more
DSP.
likes than dislikes,
Yes.
you think, okay, maybe it's a polarized audience if there's dislikes, but hey, there's more likes, it's a good video.
No, usually when it's about 50%, just because of what I said earlier of like people having to go out of their way to dislike something because it's a negative interaction. People generally don't like doing those. It means that probably it's a mixed bag, but towards the bad. Okay, let's give some foreshadowing for later.
If you see a video that has way more dislikes than likes, you kind of think the opposite. Okay, this is a video that maybe is not so good. The thing is,
Yeah, I'm in Europe. I'm in the Netherlands, so it's Central Eastern Standard Time, CEST, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes at 5, sometimes at different times. I don't know. I'm weird.
it's not necessarily true,
Hey, big ups, Tyler.
okay? At all. Like, there's no way to tell why someone clicked a like or a dislike on a video. There's people who very well may be well-intentioned. I liked it, I click it. I don't like it, I click it, right? But then there's people who are just assholes, and they're there to fuck with people. And they're there to, oh, wow, this garbage trash video of Logan Paul taking a squid and slapping a Japanese guy across the face with it is so funny. Thumb up. Wait, what? You think that's good content?
DSP, you don't watch YouTube videos. Who are you to tell people what is good content? Like, what? What the fuck is this? Ooh. Huh?
Thumb up
don't
that
even know,
video,
man.
man. Oh, that's great, right? Oh, yeah. That's the kind of stuff that I want to see prominent on YouTube, right? Because it's just so meaningful and it just adds so much to society. Let's thumb up that.
Why would I be from
On the flip side of
Afghanistan?
that,
I'm not very known to be from
I
there.
really don't like them, so thumb it down. Wait, what? Did you watch the video?
You don't have to. It's just something. But the thing is,
Subscriptions. You gotta subscribe.
hey, thanks for the sub, Steven Callan. Big ups.
Subscribe.
You don't have custom emotes. It's a scam. Only the members have custom emotes. I'm joking. I mean, I'm not joking. That's actually how it is. Anyways, what was he saying? Oh yeah, individually, a person can like or dislike for any reason. But if you see a lot of something, then it's towards good or bad. He's trying to explain to you the most basic concepts, and he gets tangled in how it works. This is fucking lame. Oh, and later we can talk about how he got mad at Keemstar. Then he blocked Keemstar. Then Keemstar is tweeting at DSP, "Why did you block me? You're a loser." And then DSP takes a screenshot of that tweet and replies to a blocked Keemstar and calls him a human piece of shit. Actually, since I'm talking about it, I might just pull it up. Net? Okay, let's go. Might be deleted, it might be lost in time, it might explode, I don't know. Let's see here. It should be here somewhere. This motherfucker tweets so much, and it's just garbage tweets. All of his tweets are bad. You should feel bad about it. Especially these. Especially this. You have in this low effort ass nonsense schedule, you have the audacity to beg with capital letters, please. Please with capital letters. All caps. Wow. You have the balls. Now let's see, I don't know where he called fucking Keemstar a human piece of shit. Because that was funny. Oh, here it is. Here it is, let's see. But this is the second one. He of course, he left 2 tweets. Important note. Oh, here it is. Now, let me just zoom this properly, maybe? Never mind. It is what it is. Now, Keemstar first says, for the meme of it, I was going to hire DSP to do drama alert game reviews. Parentheses, no troll. I was just about to reach out to him and noticed he blocked me. What a loser. And then DSP responds with, I have multiple ways to contact me for business purposes outside of Twitter. So if he were serious, yeah, why am I even wasting my time? He's obviously not. I want nothing to do with this human turd, which is why I blocked him in the first place. Pressing flush, all caps. Beautiful. And then we go to the second tweet. Also, important to note, this is from DSP. You don't just hire people. You speak to them, interview them, offer them positions, and then they make the decision to accept or decline. Saying it like this means he thinks he can just hire me and can't contemplate otherwise. Egotistical nut job. Wow.
I agree with you.
This is insane. From the guy that has all caps, please contribute. All fucking caps. Yeah, I think this was a little bit too loud.
Do you see the content of the video?
Sorry.
Do you even know what's
Sorry,
no,
headphone
I just don't
people.
Like that person. Thumbs down. You know?
Yeah, that's how it works. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you're pissed off and you watch some video and you're like, damn, that's a stupid video. I don't like it. And maybe it's not a stupid video. Maybe it's chill, but that's what you do. But that's like an isolated case. The majority is people just not liking your shit.
It's just like, that's the problem with human society, is that when you give them a voice, there's going to be people who are going to be responsible with that voice. They're going to realize, oh, wow, my thumbing up or down in this video could actually affect so many different things. Not only the person who made the video and their business and stuff, it could also affect the site and how the site runs, how the algorithms aggregate views and things and everything, because maybe this video will now be pushed up into priority to be seen or hidden down into the bowels of the site because it has so many dislikes. People don't realize that at all. They just say whatever and they click with no responsibility whatsoever. Okay? Now, according to YouTube, the reason that they're getting rid of the ability to see dislikes on the site. By the way, they're not getting rid of dislikes.
Hey, hello, Ragnarok. Welcome back.
They're not getting rid of dislikes. They're just hiding dislikes.
Yeah, you're still gonna get shit on. But
still...
this is some outlandish concept of new people going to DSP streams and sticking around. New people going to DSP streams. Just let that sink in. New viewers that don't know who he is in the year of 2021, soon it's gonna be 2022, going to DSP stream, enjoying it and sticking around. This is a concept for him. What? This is not happening. This is not happening. It's just not. There's too many detractors. Their shit is way more fun than DSP. DSP is boring. DSP takes an hour and a half to start playing games. He has 2 breaks before he's even started playing game. Not 2 breaks. He has one break. And the other one is just him starting the stream. Talks a bunch for like an hour. Now has a post-stream segment. A vlog segment, quote unquote. That's some fucking nonsense. What the fuck, DSP? You expect people to come and stick around and waste 3 hours of their time. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this delusion? And this is kind of the funniest shit about this, because this guy is heading to a nosedive. He's going all the way down, and he still thinks of improving his fucking channel. Like how it's gonna get much better. It's not gonna get much better. This is about as good as it gets. Him standing there with the PS5 box in the background, the Xbox box, and that shitty play button. This is as good as it gets, Phil. Get ready.
Dislike a video or a stream, but no one will ever see it except for the actual content creator who uploaded that piece of work.
Yeah, you're still gonna get the same amount. It's still gonna be the same shit, because you are still DSP. You are still the guy.
Okay. What is the difference if you can see a dislike or not? All right. Could be.
This is it's a nice chat comment. The Grippo says the dislike button is a responsibility, but a credit card isn't, according to DSP. That's a good point.
Huge difference.
It's a huge
Because there's
difference.
some people-
It's not a huge difference. The first impression of you is still gonna be the same. The first impression of his content is gonna be different because the comments are gonna be all nice and everything's gonna be amazing, and the dislikes are gonna be hidden. That's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna love it, and then they're gonna watch 10 minutes and will get bored out of their minds. Cause like, dude, we're not watching this for the gameplay. I never restreamed gameplay. The only time I did it was when he played YouTuber's Life, and I didn't even last an hour. This shit was cringe as fuck.
Maybe are very hard workers who put out content, and for whatever reason, people thumbs down their work. And now instead, you'll be able to see the amount of people who actually like that piece of work, rather than the amount of people who just for some reason have a bug up their ass about that person and thumb everything down. It could change your attitude toward
Look at the way he phrased it. Oh, some people for some reason have a bug up their ass. It immediately makes it everybody else's issue.
someone's content. Maybe not towards the person, but at least towards their content, okay? But on the flip side of that, people have used likes and dislikes as a way to vocalize their opinions on things for many, many years. I'll give you a perfect example here. When it was announced that Ubisoft was going to release a brand new Battle Royale game.
Oh no, talking about Battle Royale again.
Tom Clancy. All right?
Yeah.
And no one asked for it. No one was expecting it. Ubisoft announces it, and that trailer...
No one asked for an hour and a half pre-stream.
got so many thumbs down on YouTube within like 24 hours that Ubisoft actually made a public announcement 2 days later stating they're delaying the game and not working or changing it because public opinion was so bad about it. If there were no dislikes on YouTube, maybe Ubisoft wouldn't have known that because they didn't have an opportunity to see so many people up in arms about...
Dude, are you fucking like a caveman or something? What the fuck, man? Are you out of your mind? Seriously. If they didn't get dislikes on a YouTube video, this massive corporation wouldn't know what their customer base wants. Are you fucking kidding me? No, they always know what you want. People want a new Splinter Cell. They want a great Assassin's Creed game that is something at least nearing a Ghost of Tsushima. And what? They just choose to not do it to make some more money. Of course, live service shit makes a lot of money. The fuck?
They didn't want this game or it didn't look good.
But yeah, in this case, if you like dislike bomb some YouTube video, of course the company is gonna do something about it, or there's gonna be articles written about it. But this is a terrible example. Whoa, Ubisoft, they would have done a completely different game and pleased their customers. They know what their customers want. They just want to make as much money as possible. That's why they do multiplayer shit and reboot franchises. Not even reboot, but just like milk them.
Good,
That's why Far Cry 6 is a thing.
right?
I was thinking of buying New Dawn today. It was like 11 euros, man. That shit was nice. But not really.
Let's be honest here. This is a way for people to freely and openly express their opinions on things to maybe companies that don't have another means of really getting that kind of feedback.
Are you out of your mind? This is a mature adult with a business degree. Companies run all kinds of efforts for feedback. They run surveys, they run in-game stuff, they run reporting bugs, reporting glitches, they run their social medias. They know. They constantly know what the market wants. It's their decision 90% of the time to do something else that pisses people off. For maybe sometimes political reason, maybe sometimes inter-company relationship reasons and stuff like that. And sometimes it's the publisher that's being an asshole.
Right? What are you going to do? Read a bunch of Twitter posts? I mean, you try...
What? Yeah. There are people that it's their job to read Twitter posts and make Twitter posts and make surveys and stuff. They have whole marketing departments. They constantly know. And they have, how was it called? Like, when a bunch of people just play the game ahead of launch to test stuff. Like focus groups.
Try, but it's not necessarily going to work, I don't feel.
he's just trying to rationalize his terrible analogy. Just give up on it.
So for me, like, it's a double-edged sword, and here's why I say that, okay? As you guys know, if you're a fan of mine, maybe you're not a hardcore fan of mine, you're just coming by today to see GTA.
Yeah, if they were coming by to see GTA, they would have closed the tab already. There's no GTA. They're a new person. They don't know that you have this talk show of like 45 minutes of talking about nonsense and meandering. They don't know that shit. You would have left already. It's just the trolls and the DSP dick riders that are in his chat. That's all that's left.
Of online harassment for many years. It's been pretty commonplace since the early days of This Is How You Don't Play, which started around 2012, okay, that people have made me like
yeah, if you
boy of YouTube.
The whipping boy of YouTube, wow. Gets whipped by a guy in a gimp suit.
They take things I say out of context, they make up ridiculous conspiracy theories about me, and they just basically put out slanderous, defamatory videos about me constantly on YouTube. Because of this, there is now a hate mob that literally does everything they possibly can to ruin myself and my business. And one of the active things that they've absolutely done over the years is
But why does this hate mob exist, DSP? I don't know. A lot of times with people that are genuinely being hated on, you kind of have to think about it. Why? Why? What is the reason?
They've come to DSP Gaming and
voted
down every single
scamming activities. Scammer.
For the last like 7-8 years.
He's a pedophile. He's a scammer.
It doesn't matter.
It's not an exaggeration.
It's as long as it's on DSP Gaming, it will receive an insane amount of dislikes. Right now,
it's not an insane amount. They're like 50 per video. It's just not a lot of people like his videos. It's not an insane amount.
Upload a video on DSP Gaming where I just go thumbs up, everyone. That's it. And
look here. Look, listen.
Amount of dislikes.
Turning off the dislikes does not fucking stop it. So stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
My playthroughs.
Shout out to Sean Ranklin.
Yes, my playthroughs may not be the most high quality, edited, polished, but they're really entertaining in some regards, depending on what game I play and the like.
What regards?
It doesn't matter if it's the most entertaining thing you've ever seen. It will have more dislikes than likes on YouTube because of this hate mob. Okay? And it's just funny because there's nothing you can do once you have the ire of the internet like that.
Yeah, okay? that's how it is. It's like a it's like a boss in Dark Souls that doesn't leave you alone once you trigger him. You piss him off. It's like the witch in Left 4 Dead. You piss her off and she's on your ass.
There's not much
until he dies. She's gonna dislike all your videos.
You can do about it. The only times that I've, in the last, no exaggeration, in the last 8 to 9 years, the only times that I've seen more likes than dislikes was on KO Gaming. Over on KO Gaming, that was a channel where I did highly edited content, okay? And the edited content sometimes would hit YouTube's aggregate search results, and if it got in there and got enough traction, it would get enough viewers from common viewers on YouTube. Not people who hate me, but people who don't even know who I am. And they would watch the videos for what they are and say, wow, this video is good content. It's good quality. It's got editing to it. It's actually I like it.
What? We're about to dive into these later. These videos that people love, by the way.
And they would
We're gonna check them out.
Those videos on KO Gaming, at least for the year when they were new.
KO fucking Gaming. Hearing the name of this channel brings a tear to my eyes. I love this channel. It's the best thing ever. Hello everyone, it's Phil here from KO Gaming.
Content. Those videos had way more likes than dislikes. Over time, what happened? People went to the channel and
sounded like a telemarketer or some shit.
More dislikes than likes.
Wants to sell you pants.
When you're part of a hate movement, is that you can't
Wants
ever
to
get
sell
out
you
of it.
Bibles.
It doesn't matter if you change as a person. It doesn't matter if the content you make dramatically improves quality. It doesn't matter. If you are the ire of a focused hate group, you're basically always going to have that stigma. And
hate group.
There's nothing you can do about it at all. Okay?
It's the hate army. It's not a hate group. It's the hate army. And you made it. You created the monster.
In regards to DSP Gaming, all right?
DSP
Personally,
Gaming.
I don't really care.
Hey, by the way, I have one new emote slot. You can drop in chat what ideas you have for it if you have any ideas. You can think of something. For custom emote.
That much about likes and dislikes and stuff like that. Because DSP Gaming has been so destroyed over the years by copyright issues and everything. I don't ever feel that this channel ever.
He's talking about it like it's an old warship. It's like been through all kinds of battles. It's a YouTube channel. It's a page on the internet. It's been through Vietnam and World War II.
Be back in the eyes of mainstream viewers on YouTube. I think it would be like it would be lucky if a single video I ever put out on DSP Gaming actually hits proper search results, people can find it.
Yeah, because they're all spammy as fuck. Your thumbnails aren't clickable, which is in the days of people using touchscreen touchscreen fucking devices. It's very important that you have pretty thumbnails, or at least clickable. But you know, he has the game with 1 on the screen, or 2 if it's episode 2, and so on. Very, very creative, very interesting.
My content who don't know who I am watch my videos. Oh, that's a good video.
Yeah, maybe I can
really
do a oh my god emote.
Seriously. But if you're talking about trying to at least rebuild the channel to a level where people feel like if they like the content already, they can feel safe and at home, and oh, this could be a place where I can actually socially interact with other people again, then yeah, hiding the actions of a fucking hate-fueled mob is a huge step in the
It's a hate crime. Disliking DSP's videos is a hate crime from now on.
Right? Already, I've turned the comments back on my videos, and already people are feeling more open to leave comments. And, oh, this is nice. When a new playthrough starts, I can leave a comment. I can have a discussion with people again.
What discussion? What is the discussion going to be about? Wow, man, Phil is really good at these games. Yeah, I love Phil's playthroughs. He's such an awesome guy, and he's honest and transparent, and I can't wait for him to be live next time so I can send him a big tip. Maybe I can even buy one of his games. I'll send him iTunes credit for questionable reasons.
A really nice thing.
Oof, wait, this got deleted. The Pignosis broke.
To have, because it's something that's been lost for years and years that other content creators have had, and I haven't been able to have. But now that YouTube has these protections in place, I can actually start doing it.
He's acting like he was an orphan on the street, man. Oh, I wasn't able to have this. I wasn't able to have a family when I was a child. What the fuck is this bullshit? I wasn't able to have this. Just the same as the sponsorships. Unlike other people, I'm not able to have them. What are you? Do you have some situation going on? What? It's just he's a victim of a hate mob, like in the witch hunt. He's getting burned alive by a crowd of trolls with pitchforks.
Okay?
Every day.
The recent change I did over the past couple of weeks is having the comments on and having people be able to talk on the videos again. So now, oh, I can go to Phil's videos.
Whoa.
And we can just see people who've liked
No one
videos.
ever
We don't
said
have to
this.
see a stupid hate bomb.
No one ever said this.
Who literally don't watch Phil's content.
If anything, people would see a troll comment and be like, hey, that's funny. I mean, I don't agree with it, but hey, that's funny.
They just come to his channel, click dislike.
Hey, hello,
on every
Renee.
video and leave.
Welcome to the stream.
Yes, that will be gone. Literally, anyone who does that will be wasting their time now. It will not affect anything.
Oh no.
If you don't
Takes so much time to write, Phil, you're gay and you're fat.
like videos, it actually counts as an engagement towards that video.
We can even do it with
That
a
video is
voice.
actually seen more
Voice to
prominently
text.
in YouTube's eyes if it gets likes or dislikes. The only thing that happens when you dislike a video on YouTube is personally the person who disliked it basically kicks it out of their own search algorithm. So I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, I wanted to search for
Oh no, is this gonna be another terrible analogy? Let's see.
news about, I don't know, a content creator. All right.
Okay, who? I don't know. You don't want to name drop him.
And I
Okay.
search for news for a content creator, and a bunch of videos pop up.
Okay.
The top video is Keemstar. So you click on his video, and
Okay.
you're watching it, and literally your
Sure.
brain melts out of your fucking ears because you're
Why? That's totally subjective. My brain melts out of my ears looking at DSP. Look at this. With the two front teeth looking like fucking Bugs Bunny. More like Big Chungus, if you ask me.
watching the worst content on YouTube. And then you say, oh, I hate that video. And you click dislike.
Yeah, that's how I feel about
What's
this.
supposed to happen is YouTube is supposed to remove that content creator from its algorithms for you.
No, what? Who fucking told you this? This is just straight up misinformation. And I don't know what's the right thing, but I'm pretty sure that's not for real.
So now when you search again, that video will not show up anymore.
Yeah.
Okay? Basically, it will have completely removed it from the aggregate search results.
Depends how long you
It was
watched,
the gravy
probably.
train, baby.
Hey, it's the gravy train.
Insane amounts of money, like dirty rock.
Big ups for the insane amounts of money from Hood Hustler.
Kind of money.
Thanks for the $5.
Detractors going to go to be a prison we are all criminals.
I agree with you.
I agree with you. I'll see you there. Just don't drop the
Watch
soap.
everyone else's content without having to worry about the content you don't like. Okay, that's what's supposed to happen. Doesn't mean it necessarily means it really works, but that's how
Now,
it's supposed
look, I'll derail myself a little bit about the Stream Deck. Now, it's not that his computer doesn't support Windows 10. He just probably has Windows 7. And, of course, Windows 7 not supported anymore, not relevant. and he's way too scared. He's too scared to even restart the PC, so it's been just sitting there running for years. It's terrible. The way he treats his equipment is terrible. A guy who can't afford to upgrade. Very nice.
Supposed to happen. So
Ragnarok, I could do an Adolf Pigler emote, but we already have two. That's a pig with a military hat on. Let me see what they are. Oh yeah, maybe he definitely refuses to update. But these are the two with the military hat on. Anyways, back to the Phil.
by disliking my video, essentially all you're doing is saying I don't like that video and I don't want to see Phil's content anymore when I search. Or in related videos as well. Like, my content shouldn't show up in related videos and stuff like that. Okay? So that being said, that's the deal. All right? That is the deal. And
just meandering, just
really
saying nothing.
Dislikes or likes
talking a bunch, saying nothing.
Because I don't expect DSP Gaming to ever get thrown back into the mix of, oh, someone can find it again. Someone who doesn't know about me. But at this very same time, man, it's going to be nice to have people come by my channel and be like, wow, Phil, today I watched all your new videos. I liked a bunch
this
of
this is a fantasy. This is a fantasy segment. Okay, let's call this from now on the fantasy segment. When he puts words in somebody's mouth that don't even exist. Like, I would like this to happen. Fantasy segment.
I didn't have to see a single piece of negativity on
Whoa,
your video.
it made my day.
Disgusting, hateful,
disgusting
comment on your video. There wasn't a million thumbs down.
It makes it seem like you have to, I don't know, play Dark Souls in his comment section or something. It's disgusting. It's terrible.
I just came, enjoyed the positivity, and left. And in a way, that's exactly the way that it works on streams.
Something that's gonna help him actually with the views is if he publishes his whole stream at once. When it ends, so the views that were accumulated during the duration of the stream, they stay with the video. So he can start a video at a couple of thousand views, which is pretty good to like boost him ahead or something. I don't really know. But it's an idea he can explore, but he doesn't like to explore ideas or implement any feedback or anything. Just just watch me play games, and I just want to chill.
You're on my stream right now. Do you care about people who don't like my content?
Yes.
You're here to enjoy the content. Why do you care about people who don't like it? You don't.
I stalk Devin all day.
That's just a bunch of fucking dumb fuck children screaming, Mommy, I don't like it, I don't like it. Who cares? I don't care about you. I'm here to enjoy the content that I enjoy. I don't want to hear the white noise from a bunch of fucking brainless twits. So, what this is going to allow people to enjoy what they like and not be overcome with negativity from people who don't like it and think that their voice matters, because it fucking doesn't.
He doesn't need to edit out the breaks. Just put in timestamps when the break starts, and people are gonna skip it automatically. That's just how it works. It shows up as a chapter, and it works on every device, and it's great. I love timestamps. I write mine immediately when my stream goes off. It's a completely different experience knowing what is in the video. Through like a table of content or something. It's great. But he's gonna admit to you something. It's full of shit.
Could stifle opinions on things that otherwise, like I said, for example,
yeah, no shit.
may not have known that people did not want a battle royale game.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
If people didn't massively dislike that video on YouTube.
No, they wanted Splinter Cell and good Assassin's Creed.
And how are they going to get that kind of feedback now?
How? Many ways. Multiple ways. Social media, surveys, a bunch of stuff. A bajillion stuff. They have departments for this type of stuff. They have people with, like, actual degrees to do that stuff, doing that stuff.
Funny because YouTube...
And they get harassed because it's Ubisoft.
...is saying...
They'll get farted on. Was it there that they farted on some employees? Was it you? No, Blizzard was the Cosby suite where they were, they were sexually harassing a bunch of people.
The reason we're doing this, we're hiding dislikes, is because we're trying to protect.
I just wanted to have fun and play games and develop games. Instead, I'm being harassed.
Content creators who are the target of mass online hate and harassment. So me, like literally, YouTube is saying, people like me.
People like me. This is about me, you guys. YouTube love me in my streams. They changed the entire system so the dislikes aren't shown anymore. How great.
Benefit from
they love me.
I could say, yeah,
I'm sure they love me.
Not necessarily me, but my viewers will. My viewers will be able to come and watch my videos again and not feel like they're being attacked or bombarded with negativity anymore.
Yeah, but bro, that's the thing is, I haven't even checked the comments for this video because they're not relevant to like my experience of this. If I wanted to go see the comments, I would go read them. But consuming the video and the content of the video that is completely and solely just the video, it's completely doable without the like or dislike or anything or comments. You just watch the video. But he hides behind so much nonsense that in the end, when you get to, well, bro, your video kind of sucks, there's been like 50 excuses already.
See a good thing, right? At the very same time, I do feel something is lost.
Can't control it, middle-aged man.
Cannot say how they feel about something that maybe that is an organization or a company or an insanely huge-scale content creator who needs to know people's actual opinions, and you can't.
Oh, maybe it was Riot Games where they were farting on people.
People answer me on stream, and I'll be able to see your answers. A lot of companies, a lot of people can't do that. They're too big. And so they rely on things like likes, dislikes to get public opinion.
No.
And this is going to be...
They don't fucking... Are you a fucking moron, DSP? They're going to make a whole trailer for it, a game that is in development, and they're going to post it. And then it's going to get disliked a lot, and then they're going to change their mind. What? No. They knew in advance what moves they were making. They don't give a shit. Unless it's like a Fallout 76 scenario where the game literally breaks your fucking console and burns out your graphics card. And your merchandise that you sent out with the special edition is actually toxic. But then they literally didn't give a shit. It was hilarious.
We lost.
I love Fallout 76.
Really, because here's the other thing. Dislikes aren't going away. They're just not visible to the public. So let's say, for example, Ubisoft announces another game no one wants. People can still dislike it. Ubisoft can still see those dislikes. The public just cannot. So what will actually happen? Bandwagoning will end.
He said it with such fucking he was so convinced in what he's saying is true. He's predicting it, pre-ordering it, already paid for the special edition of bandwagoning ending. No, that's full of shit. There's gonna be other sites. This is just YouTube, DSP. It's gonna be on Twitter, it's gonna be on Facebook, it's gonna be on Reddit, it's gonna be on fucking Tumblr or whatever, and media outlets are still gonna make publications about it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what YouTube fucking does. As he looks at you arrogantly, thinking he solved fucking world peace on the internet. Look at this. Just look at this. The arrogance on this guy, who knows actually nothing.
Bandwagoning will end.
So fucking dramatic. Phantom of the fucking Opera level of drama.
Okay?
This fucking asshole.
Bandwagoning. Meaning, a lot of
it's
people
gonna end 100%.
Bandwagon, let me join that wave of shit. Right?
Why does it have to be always completely shit? Why can't it be the product is bad, so a lot of people don't like it, and a lot of people gravitate towards protesting that they don't like it because they already paid for it? Same thing that's happening with GTA games right now. Come on. Come on. Bandwagoning will fucking end. What is this nonsense? No, it will literally not ever gonna happen. Because hating on stuff is much easier than liking on stuff. And it kind of comes more naturally, I guess. On the internet, I mean. On the internet.
That's really what's going to happen here. It's not that people won't be able to say I like or I dislike. And it's not that the people who need to see that feedback won't see it. It's that the common people won't know, and therefore they won't jump on a bandwagon.
No, there are also positive bandwagons of everything. I mean... everything. Mostly I can think of sports. Like if you in 2016 wanted to be a Golden State Warriors fan, that's a bandwagon because that team's strong as fuck. So yeah, it happens.
You'll actually see is more people legitimately giving their opinions.
No.
Feel like it's not jumping on a common opinion anymore.
No.
I've said this.
Not really. Common opinion will always exist because it's the internet. There is opinions for stuff that are pretty common. And you can have your own and you can express it, and if it's stupid, somebody's gonna tell you. You don't need a like to dislike ratio for that. They will find a way. They always do.
Times. And I'll say it again.
Yeah, by the way, this is also the guy who never watches other people's content.
To get popular and stay popular regardless of the fact of the content that you put out, whether it's good or not, once you're on top on YouTube, you will likely stay on top on YouTube because that's how it works. Quite frankly, the flip side of that, if for some reason you've been labeled as a pariah on YouTube and a bad person on YouTube, you likely will be stuck there forever. Regardless of the fact of if you change the person, you improve the quality of your content.
You totally
no matter
didn't.
what you do, you're fucked because that's
because you didn't do anything. What is your two examples? You didn't do them. You didn't do them. This is a fucking salty segment. You're known as a salty guy, known as a toxic guy. That's why you get into Twitter slap fights, as we saw. That's why you're gonna stay there, because that's your place.
Bandwagon mentality.
You made it pretty comfortable there.
Mentality of YouTube, it never changes. Okay.
I mean, he's not Onision, who I would genuinely, actually prefer to be not on YouTube and not having the right to be on YouTube, because he's genuinely a toxic guy. But it's kind of a fucking asshole.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. Let's not have a fantasy segment again.
By hiding dislikes, some of that will change for the better.
Yeah, I can see the rainbow already. I can see the sunshine.
By hate mobs.
Like Tevin.
It's a fact. It's a documented fact. I can tell you because I'm the fucking fact. I lived it.
No. You're not a fact. You're not a fact, bro. You're fake as fuck.
All right? DSP Gaming.
You're fake as fuck.
May or may not.
You're a conspiracy of anything.
Increase in viewership.
No.
Or an increase in popularity.
No. Stop. You don't run it like a YouTube channel. You run it like a storage space. Don't complain about it. Don't bother. It doesn't fly. It's nonsense. No, you don't run it properly. You just don't.
By hiding the dislike mob.
Like driving a car with your legs.
Like my content.
Then you wonder why can't I be in fucking Forza Horizon? Well, you can't.
Will feel better. They'll come and say, "Wow, I can see how many people like it. I can
fuck you and your mother. Go fuck yourself. You have no place on my streams."
Going like this, or saying, "Oh, disgusting things about Phil and his family in the video."
Oh, disgusting
Instead,
things.
I can just enjoy
like
Phil's
what?
Content for what
Your wife's face?
Oh, and by the way,
by the way, this is a massive fucking video. Yeah. Never mind. I'm having a nice time. I hope you guys are as well.
In the related search over here, there's
it's almost 1 hour, and I feel pretty chill.
20 drama videos about me. You can go dislike, remove them from your algorithm, and now you don't have to deal with that shit ever again.
Oh yeah, no, you can just press on the 3 dots next to the video, and then press do not recommend channel, and then you get rid of the whole channel. I don't know why you have to go and dislike individual videos. That's kind of lame, DSP. That sounds like something somebody in 2010 would do. Have you actually watched videos on YouTube in the near future? I mean, the last 5 years?
That's how it should have worked. To begin with, take a look at Twitter.
Oh, by the way, I want to tell you something. Behind the scenes thing. Now, DSP had some times ago offer from Raid Shadow Legends. And I, because I'm the hottest streamer alive, I also got that same offer, which is kind of a Streamlabs thing. It's kind of a part of their subscription or something that they give you the possibility of having it, but they give you like a written ad that you have to read and all that other shit. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna do it, but that's probably what he was talking about a while ago for the Raid Shadow Legends ad.
Twitter does not even have a dislike button. Does Twitter fail? Is Twitter terrible? Can you not express an opinion on Twitter? No. In fact, YouTube didn't used to have dislikes when
they offer everybody money
from its original
because it's like I don't even know what it is. They try and promote the Streamlabs kind of a subscription by having the possibility of you getting the Raid Shadow Legends thing. And it depends how many people of the viewers go and download the app, and then you get money based on that. I think the most was like $600.
It only has
for like 5-10 people that signed up and did the tutorial, something like that. It's pretty crazy.
Likes, and I think it actually had there was a share button or something. There was like a star and a thumb up, and then they changed the system to be likes and dislikes, which started this whole toxic fucking movement to begin with. If anyone with a fucking brain even knew how this shit worked, they would have said, we don't need dislikes, we just need to know what people like. We don't need to know what people dislike. I don't want to give a place an opportunity where people can be negative. I want to create a positive atmosphere on my business.
That's not really how it works, especially on Twitter. Twitter tends to show you a tons of things that you dislike because they end up getting shown to you. Either someone who you follow and who you like retweets it as in, I don't like this, let's make fun of it, or you just see it on Twitter as something that is going viral or something. There's no way to actually avoid the things that you don't like. Eventually they're gonna catch up. It's just up to you to not get into like slap fights with people like fucking DSP here. Fucking 40-year-old man getting in Twitter slap fights with people that are way above his league.
And by the way,
just like, because I see a million things a day that I don't like, but just don't get toxified.
I'm not saying that Twitter is some place of rainbows and unicorns and happiness. It's not. There's a lot of toxicity.
No, it's the opposite. The toxicity.
But the point I'm making is you don't even need dislikes to be successful in the world as a business that has a social aspect to it anymore. That's ridiculous. There's other businesses have been very successful not having an opportunity for someone to dislike bomb someone or unload a big toxic duty bomb on someone just because they feel like they don't like that person.
Well, what about why do they have to feel like they don't like that person? Now, this is where he's twisting in a different fucking direction because it's semantics, Phil. Why do they not have to like the person? Maybe it's the video, because it's the video we're talking about. But you want to delete anything, any kind of negative criticism that you can get. Any source of that criticism you want to delete. Great.
I'm saying? So, for me, personally, I feel that having dislikes hidden will actually help this channel. Not so much as for growth. Do I think I'm going to see all of a sudden an increase in positivity and views on here? No, I don't. What I do think we'll see is people coming and being able to enjoy the content again and not feeling like they're being attacked for liking something and not feeling like, oh, look at this. I watch Phil's content. I'm surrounded by negative shitheads.
Now, I also kind of approve this message to a point where you shouldn't feel bad for liking something unless you're liking children. Yeah, generally, if you like DSP's videos for the way that they're meant to be liked, then fucking power to you, man. I don't care. Don't bully the people that like him. Maybe some of them are pretty funny, like Derek, and yeah, they have funny antics. But yeah, I don't think we should attack any of them. That's just me, though.
Because of it, you'll be able to come to DSP Gaming and say, "Oh, I can enjoy Phil's playthroughs again for what they are. I can, comment with some positive people in the comments, leave a like if I like the video, and move on, and not have to worry about all this toxic shit around you because YouTube has perpetrated toxicity for the past decade."
Toxicity. No, that's not YouTube's fault.
But at the very same time, yeah, what I would hope is companies now will still be able to see dislikes. So, for example, again, I know I keep going back to this one, Ubisoft. If they make a game announcement and they've got 5 million thumbs down and 1,000 thumbs up, I hope they take that as feedback and say, you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, well, that's an unrealistic expectation. 5 million and 1,000, that's that's a way too fantasy scenario.
Oh, well, no one can see.
It's really
that,
not
so
realistic.
No one cares. Put out the game anyway.
But yeah, if they get ratioed into oblivion, let's say Fallout 76, that shit happens. Bethesda are in full damage control. They're sending people helmets that are toxic, sending people bags that are made out of trash bags, sending people copies of games that don't run, that blow out your hardware. Then you probably should get disliked quite a bit.
No, they should take that to heart and they should listen to that. People shouldn't have to do bandwagon responses to things for game.
He's talking like he's stoned, man, because he's coming to all these conclusions like, whoa, this big corporation should take feedback from its customers so they can both benefit through the corporation making a bunch of money and the customer getting a nice product. And it should be affordable and it should be good and they should listen to feedback. Well, great, DSP, thanks.
Companies to even understand what is so hard about a game company to put their finger on the pulse of the gamers out there and say, oh, this is what people want. Like, you're a game company. It's your job to fucking make games and you can't figure out what people want. I mean, how dumb can you be? If you are in the business of making games and you can't figure out what people want, then don't make games. Go do something else. If you're that out of touch with your fucking customers, do something else.
No, Phil, no, that applies to you. That's a zero self-awareness segment. If you can't figure out what to do with your business, to the point where you think hiding dislikes are gonna improve your experience massively, you're doing it wrong. You're just doing it wrong.
Because we don't need you. There's more.
We don't need you,
companies out there
DSP.
making games. By the way,
Sometimes I pause it in the best place. I just love myself.
we should have some more indie games
Please
get more
go jack
prominence
off.
rather than having to hear about every Ubisoft game that's pumped out because Ubisoft puts $5 billion into marketing, right? Okay. All right.
Thank you for this clip, Hate Army Watch. Now let's go and see something else that he did recently. Post-stream guilt trip segment. Let's see. This is the new post-stream. So let's go check it out. I've watched maybe a little bit of it, but yeah, let's see it from the beginning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for tonight. Thanks. I'm going to upload this gameplay right now to DSP Gaming. I'm sure we'll all immediately get claimed, and I will make absolutely no revenue on it whatsoever, but that's okay. Great day of streams today, guys. I felt it would be. I felt today was going to be a strong day.
One of his, I made fun of one of his Forza videos on Twitter because it had 70-something views for like 4 hours, which was pretty sad for a 190,000 sub channel.
I felt today was going to be a strong day, and I hope that you guys enjoyed it, and I hope that I will see you all tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow
$87.
Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
actually,
great.
hold on.
So excited. I want to hear him talk about GTA. That's going to be fun. I'm going to go find it in the meantime.
There we go. Let's do this.
There we go.
Looks a little more natural now.
Come on, Mr. Burnell. This is your job.
All right,
Come on,
guys,
be
everyone,
faster.
Please have a good evening. A relaxing evening. I'll see you in the AM for San Andreas. Sound good? And by the way, if there's any problems with the videos overnight, let me know. Tweet me, email me, so I know to check on it. Because after I start uploading, I don't check till the morning.
Oh
So
no,
I
it's a
know to
whole
tell
ass
if there's
fucking
something wrong.
pre-stream.
Right now, the GTA videos are claimed but viewable. I hope it stays that way.
Oh no.
Okay? All right, guys. Have a good evening. I'll see you all in the morning. Sound good? Thank you. See you then. Peace out.
Yeah, so he announced on his Twitter that now he's doing these segments, which are great. Now let's see this video complaining about Call of Duty Vanguard, this game that everybody loved. Angry Joe gave it a shit rating. I just watched his reviews because I trust him, and I don't care about Vanguard. If any of you played it, just say in chat how it was.
Thoughts on uncontrolled hacking and cheating in Call of Duty?
Was it a mixed bag?
Yeah, it should be fixed, but I don't trust Activision to fix it. Activision puts in a ton of money, but minimal creativity and effort when it comes to like...
You don't even put a ton of money. You don't put a ton of money in anything. Or creativity, or effort, or vision, or production value, or marketing, or visual design. What do you do again?
Every year,
Just chill and play
what they do is
games.
they throw a ton of money at the same formula, the same engine, the same fucking netcode, and they make a new game based
DSP is running on the same engine since the fucking PlayStation 2, bro.
they already own. It's very rare when they will design something.
It's like the Elder Scrolls.
But then when they do, it sucks. Like fucking.
Oh no, I'm
Modern
gonna get
Warfare
cancelled
1
for
years ago.
this.
I hate it. I thought it was
All the
terrible.
Bethesda fans.
So
All 3 of them left.
it's a rare, it's a rarity that they have to think outside the box for anything. I'm not surprised to hear that there's hackers, and I really doubt that Activision will stifle them. Eventually, they'll probably just stop mentioning it and act like it's not happening.
Like DSP with the leaks.
But Vanguard, no, I don't know anyone who's playing it outside of the hardcore content creators. Like really, the casual people.
Who do you know? Who do you know? What? I don't know anybody who's playing it. Like, do you have friends? You don't.
Every year.
Is Rambo playing it? Probably not.
Should I play it or not? No one's playing it. Everyone skipped it this year. So they're going to rely solely on sales and attention from their hardcore fan base. There's no way that they won't stay afloat because there's a ton of people who are into that shit. But the rest of us, who cares? Let's hope that they do better next year because that's sad that they were always the top and this year they just fucking flubbed it. Tony Danza, no boy, he's a lot.
So wait, let me see what's the suggestion. Oh, when somebody sent him a suggestion for behind the scenes donations. There was a Tevin video from back in the day when somebody was baiting DSP into selling them his statues. And he was going out in the middle of the night, taking pictures of statues and sending them to trolls. It was hilarious.
A lot of casuals are playing it. What are you talking about? Who? Go look, I dare you, go look at social media. The weekend it came out, which was last weekend, all the posts were about Forza. No one was talking about Vanguard. It was the quietest Call of Duty launch in history. There was no hype for it, nothing. No one cared about the game. They did that media event. Remember they did a media event in the middle of the week with like rappers and shit? No one even talked about that. No one even knew it was happening. All of a sudden you turn on Twitter and it's like a post, oh, what? There's a launch event for Vanguard and fucking rappers are playing the game. Like, huh? No one
Rappers are playing the game.
It really is a dead on arrival game unless you're.
Did Travis Scott play it? No, he was too busy making apology videos for his terrible Travis Scott. Shame.
To that community, no one is following the game or caring about it. Tony Danza, I'm gonna tell you, the reason that you think everyone's playing it is because you're in one of those circles. You're in one of those circles of all your friends are into it, you like it, and you're probably following a ton of.
Oh no, I closed the fucking tab. It was an accident. I was trying to make something so people can send links to suggestions, but I can't make it right now. On the fly. Let's see here.
The rest of us, who cares? Let's hope that they do better next year, because that's sad that they were always the top.
Yeah, remember when Snoop Dogg was smoking weed at E3 playing Battlefield 1? That was peak of humanity. Peak. When we had E3 in person. Remember that? All the great cringe compilations.
Tony Danza, no, boy, a lot of casuals are playing it. What are you talking about? Who? Go look, I dare you, go look at social media. The weekend it came out, which was last weekend. All the posts were about Forza. No one was talking about Vanguard. It was the quietest Call of Duty launch in history. There was no hype for it, nothing. No one cared about the game. They did that media event. Remember they did a media event in the middle of the week?
Okay, I'll do that putting my business at risk video.
No one even knew it was happening. All of a sudden you turn on Twitter and it's like a post, oh, what? There's a launch event for Vanguard and fucking rappers are playing the game. Like, huh?
Rappers,
no
huh?
one knew.
Lil Uzi Vert.
It really is a dead on arrival game. Unless
Did Playboy Cardi play it?
No one is following.
He was he was
an uncontrolled hacking and cheating in Call of Duty.
DSP, shut up. Playboy Cardi, rapper, great rapper. He was having a baby but didn't go to the birth because he was playing Call of Duty. That's the lore.
Tony Danza, I'm gonna tell you, the reason that you think everyone's playing it is because you're in one of those circles. You're in one of those circles of all your friends are into it, you like it, and you're probably
that's a you problem. DSP, I think that this is actually a you problem. It's a video game. It came out. If people are enjoying it, that's cool. If they're not, that's yeah, they can express their non-enjoyment on social media.
It's fucking Call of
that's
Duty.
That's a DSP problem right here.
Outside of your circle, no one cares. Everyone on my streams told me they skipped it this year. I skipped it this year.
What circle is he in? He's the Nightmare Blunt Rotation circle with him and I don't even know who else. Derek and Hitler probably.
First time in 13 fucking years I skipped a Call of Duty game. Oh, let's see here. Kevin says, are you still interested? I got a PSN code to buy Vanguard. It's top 9 on Twitch.
Hey, it's only Ice Kevin.
Why should I play Vanguard? No one wants to see me play.
No one wants.
Seriously.
No one cares. You can just say I don't care. It's a more valid sentence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are an hour into tonight's Forza Horizon 5 stream. I hope you're having a good time. Attendance is actually quite good for a late night stream. Like usually we don't pull almost 300 viewers for a chill late night stream. So welcome and thank you to everyone who's here. But guys, I would really like it if you guys could support the stream some more tonight. And I'll raise $12 in tips. As I'm telling you guys, I've been trying all week. I was trying to raise funds.
So by the way, this begging is not the game this time. It's not the game's fault this time because Forza is a massive success. And everybody who can play it had probably played it on Game Pass or is playing it right now. And yeah, DSP's begging about it.
Wants to pay 2 bills. My internet bill's paid. My condo dues are not. All week I've been trying to raise enough, and I still don't have enough. And I was hoping that we could have. What it is the night streams are slow.
Now he's itemizing his bills. This is where we've came to. Oh, I paid this bill, but this bill I haven't paid. Make sure you pay the internet.
Every night now, and I don't know why. I don't know what to do to make up for that. Simply put, there just aren't enough hype AAA games to play right now to have every stream be a hype AAA game. So I'm hoping that you guys will support these chill late night streams if you like.
But this is a hype AAA game. This is a hyped game. What? There's people are saying it's the game of the year. Just like they said with a lot of games this year, which is nice. They should say that a lot of games are nice. Better than saying they're a piece of shit. and get 1 million views like DSP did with the Homefront video.
I like balancing GTA hype during the day with something chill like Forza at night, but I need your buy-in, especially because, again, I'm not making any money on YouTube videos right now.
Yeah, because you're treating it as a storage space.
So to
It's
have
not a business.
stream revenue right now would be disastrous for me, and likely by the end of this week, if this keeps happening, I would have to stop doing the music and videos and take it out again, which I don't want to do. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please tonight, if you can, if you support this late night stream, please tip me. All right, I do need help with tips. I do appreciate anyone who does.
Are you gonna go tweet it out?
To me so you can get out of here.
Okay, someone you can get out of here. Why did you even have to say it?
I am gonna tweet briefly too.
I'm gonna tweet briefly. Of course he's gonna tweet about it. Fucking asshole. Let's buy into this. We gotta buy into it. It's a fucking scam. It's a literal scam. You have to buy into it. Like it's Scientology. Just make up at least DSP. Do this, and everybody's gonna send you tips. Make up some weird fucking lore about some aliens and how you're the god of the aliens, and as long as you're making YouTube videos, the aliens won't attack us, and the nuclear weapons won't go off, or some shit. Something from like Terminator or whatever, just steal it. It doesn't have to be original. And I don't know, put on a silly costume, come there every day, and they're gonna be giving you money, bro. They're gonna be scared to die.
Chill streams so far tonight of Forza.
He's dictating the stream to himself. Dictating the tweet. Great.
We have unlocked a lot of new cars and are about to
Just make up some cool lore.
type of mission.
Like fucking Christian. If Christian was a streamer, he would be living not in Washington, but in fucking, I don't know, a more expensive place. You Americans will tell me where. Somewhere in Los Angeles. Christian. Because he has all the cool lore. He has Sonichu and like dimensions merging, and he is God and he's Jesus and Sonic at the same time. And then he's possessed by them. It's crazy. It's like stories. It's great, and you can see it all in his comic books. Sonichu is great.
If you can, please swing by and support as we once again have a late night stream where
This is a fucking... Oh, this is pitiful.
slow.
This is pitiful. Please. Capital letters, all caps. That's right.
Okay.
Please.
Crap.
Consider
Okay.
stopping by.
All right,
Please.
so send out a tweet. We'll see what happens.
We are having a great time. Yeah, it's amazing.
There was a point when these late night
Bro,
children.
I'm pretty sure if we're talking about Christian, there's 100% some tribes in the deep Amazon jungle that have found his picture with the Sonichu necklace and that cool sweater and are idolizing him to this day. He is their god. Maybe they've even watched his songs, which are great.
Streams were doing really well, and I was happy about
And
that.
I don't know if there are any rules about e-begging on YouTube. I actually don't know.
I was like, oh, this is great. I can do a variety of content. I could do the
Because this is giving somebody money through tips and stuff. That's a third-party thing. You go to the Streamlabs website and then you give them money. It's not related to YouTube. Maybe if you begged for membership in a super extreme way, or for super chats, especially for super chats, because that's the YouTube system, and memberships as well. But I don't know how it works because he has begged for memberships. He's never begged for super chats.
hype new releases during the day, and then I could do chill stuff at night. And now it just seems like we chill, but like no one supports the late streams, and that's not good. It's just not good. I'm being honest. I really don't want to have to be a guy who just sits here and plays hype AAA releases constantly. That's what
You don't have to be. This is the hype AAA release. You're begging 12 out of 50. What is
to
this?
be back in the day. If you remember,
What is this?
I used to be that guy. I used to be. I only play every hype AAA. You
can play whatever you want,
And
if
that
you're
were the case
fun.
right now, I'd literally only be playing GTA and Guardians, and that's it.
Yeah, play GTA a bunch.
GTA Guardians, and probably Call of Duty Vanguard. Even though I don't want to play it and it sucks, I'd probably be playing that too.
By the way, I played GTA. I played all three of them, the definitive edition, and they have a lot of issues. But GTA 3 will break him. He's gonna be really terrible at that game. Prepare for this is how we don't play to be just his streams unedited, just in a 12-hour video. That he's gonna lose his shit, man.
But I'm different. I've
Because
changed.
when it rains in those games, you can't see anything. You just can't play the game. You gotta drop the controller, go take a glass of water or something, and wait for it to stop raining.
For you guys, so we could do more chill streams, you know. And you
Do
guys
more
tell me
chill
you like it.
streams.
So please, again,
You guys tell me
that
you
is
like
the
it. They're
case.
great.
If you do like it, please support it. Okay. All right, let's continue. I want to talk about a game no one's talking about: Call of Duty Vanguard.
Oh
I want to
no.
talk about it. 'Cause
You
no
should
one's
you should
talking about
floss on it.
Call of
Dab
Duty
on
Vanguard
it.
came out on Friday. Did you guys
Do a
even
different
that?
Fortnite dance.
Right? What happened was Call of Duty Vanguard released on Friday to one of the quietest, most. I heard nothing on social media about this game. All I actually saw was people talking about Forza Horizon 5 and saying, wow, I see everyone is praising Forza Horizon 5 and posting up screenshots of the fun they're having in the game. I have not seen anyone talk about Vanguard. No one. It's just funny to me because, again, as I said all year, I felt Vanguard was going to be the game from Activision that did not get that yearly annual mainstream support like Call of Duty usually does. Usually by now, you'll be seeing...
He is smug about everything. He's so smug and arrogant about something being on the downfall and something not doing well. Because he's constantly not doing well. But he shows like zero empathy, which is weird for a guy who constantly begs when like a massive production turns out to be terrible or people don't like it or whatever. I'm not talking about Vanguard concretely, but some game that is like hyped and it fails completely. Did he even play Cyberpunk? I completely zoned out of that shit.
Trick shot.
I don't even know.
Montages, crazy videos about things people pulled off in fucking Warzone and shit. There's none of that mainstream. Sure, in the little community, they're talking about it.
In the little community, the little Call of Duty community, I'm sure.
None of it. There was it didn't
The
even
little
trend.
community.
I'm serious. Vanguard didn't even trend on social
Not for
media
you, because trends are
over
personalized.
the weekend.
Because I saw it when the game came out.
Wow. So, holy shit. And I told you guys, I felt that this year would be the year to skip Call of Duty.
He asked people that are under 18 to sign up to lie about their age, basically. Not really to give them money, but so they can watch the age restricted stuff. I think it was about being able to watch videos, not really give him money. I think I'm not really sure about that. I think it was the age restricted stuff.
For 13 years. And this year, I said, after playing that beta...
And he was right. This is why he's so smug. Because he was right about a video game. And he has to be fucking flossing and teabagging Call of Duty.
Terrible. And I was like, you know...
What a fucking toxic asshole. Just don't play it.
To spend $1 on
Yeah.
the game.
Why are you talking about it?
I'm actually upset about that.
Oh,
So
some
what if we
people.
donate
Some people, everything. Some people, everything, DSP.
to you, and what if we do this and that? But I stuck to my guns, and I was like, nah, I just don't think... I just don't think that I want to play it. And I skipped it, and I think I made the right choice. Seriously.
Great.
If no one's talking about it...
Should
I'm
brag
gonna
about it a
stop
little bit
anything,
more.
man. So I just find that funny, because all year we were wondering, gee,
He finds
would
it funny.
Battlefield actually take precedence over Call of Duty, or would
Battlefield, by the way, it's people are not loving it as well. People.
Halo? And the answer is no. Fucking Forza did. Forza Horizon 5
Yeah, because it was quote unquote free on Game Pass.
actually destroyed Call of Duty Vanguard. All anyone's talking about this weekend is Forza, which I'm happy about. I love Forza. I can't wait to play it on Tuesday. I'm happy to hear that this game is outstanding and one of, if not the best driving game on modern consoles. I'm very pleased about that. But who the fuck would have thought Forza would have stomped fucking Call of Duty into paste? I never would have thought that.
And that was that video. Let's go what next. I want to hear him talking about GTA, man. Is there any video like that? I don't know if I can find it like this GTA, because there's one pre-stream. Oh, this is it. DSP defends GTA because it makes him money. I don't know why this isn't this isn't in my watch list. Never mind. Now, he left this tweet in calling people dumb. That was the first thing he said. Dumb people are using this pic to say that the GTA Definitive Edition games look bad, but they're the same character model. The pic on the left has a crunched aspect ratio to make it look skinny, and is also higher resolution than the pic on the right. People are just fucking dumb. LOL. This is a tweet by somebody who is fucking middle-aged. This guy is not 16, he's not 14, he's not 12 years old. He's a middle-aged fucking man. Middle-aged fucking man. Who has to do this over this picture. This is what a beautiful fucking work of art. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Let's see the video.
The truth of the matter is, this is a huge commentary on like YouTubers. Just because people watch doesn't mean what you're doing is meaningful.
No, so that way, this is my video better. I did 3 hours of GTA San Andreas, okay? And
GTA Scam Andreas.
I want to give you my initial impressions on it.
Gout Theft Out Auto.
You know what I think versus what it seems the masses out there are saying about it. Okay. First of all, I'm playing on Xbox Series X. I got to make that clear. All right. And the Xbox Series X version, I would say there's some big positives, and there's actually, in my opinion, some big negatives about this.
Whoa, what is it?
Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
The graphics.
The graphics. First of all, the graphics. I can put this on the fucking soundboard. First of all, the graphics. That's the thing you always talk about first. Not the gameplay while you play a game.
I like
right?
what they've done with the graphics.
I really like it.
Are better. They're a little bit cartoony, but
of course they are better. You fucking idiot. These games are 15 years old. What? The graphics are better. Epic fucking take.
I mean, that's really the original design.
Do you know what kind of graphics modders made? People that are not full-time programmers or whatever. They're just fans of the games. Make games that look, not games, but mods that look insanely good. But instead they got taken down in DMC8 by Take-Two Interactive.
Characters in the GTA original trilogy was cartoony. Like, they're not meant to be hyper-realistic characters.
Sure. Doesn't have to be.
The PlayStation...
But still, it's not. It's just not. It's not it. It's not it. Because calling a trilogy of games the definitive edition means that you're finished working on them. And that's it. That's how they're going to be played from now on the modern hardware, and this is how they're going to look, and everything has to be. It has to be as polished as possible. If you're going to take the game off the shelves in any other shape that it existed before. And this is just not it, man. When it rains in the game, you can't even play the game. You can't see anything. In San Andreas, the fog is gone. You can see the mountain from Grove Street.
Two couldn't do that.
It's just not good. But he's dick riding it because money.
Yeah, hell, their hands didn't even have fingers. You know, it was like big nubs and stuff. And not to say that they weren't good for the time, but obviously playing those games today, they leave a lot to be desired. So they went along with...
I don't think he's gonna defend it until the general opinion in Twitter is that it's bad. I think he's gonna defend it the same way as Far Cry 6. Where people said, oh, it's generic, it's boring, it's the same shit over again. And he was like, well, dude, first things first, the graphics are amazing. But yeah, said it's like chill fun or whatever. It's some bullshit. We'll see his reviews later on, and we're going to get a deeper look of how he actually evaluates games.
Modernizing the
We're going to watch, of course, his classic Metal Gear Solid 5 review, which is an instant classic.
Trilogy, almost to look like the box art or game design posters and art for these games. I like that. I think that the style is very good and interesting, and it makes
big ups to the $2 super chat by Paul J. Brazel Jr. I love how Phil can talk without showing teeth. Yeah, that's great. Especially sometimes he shows the two front teeth, two buck teeth. He looks like Big Chungus.
makes the games feel fresh.
Like Bugs Bunny,
Some people
for those who don't
completely
know
criticizing
the
this, saying they should
Chungus.
put more effort in, and all the character models should have looked like GTA 5. That's fine. I mean, that's.
There's people everything, DSP. People everything. There's people that say everything. Yeah. Okay, they say it. Everything they said. I've seen people that say that they should look like GTA 6. Okay, that's it. That's my argument. I've also seen people that say it's the best thing ever. And somehow these people kind of have everything about their profile is just loving GTA for some reason. I don't know.
Totally in your right and your opinion to say that. You have to understand...
everything, DSP.
You have to understand that these definitive editions are not meant to be remakes or even remasters. This is not them saying we were doing the games over from the ground up at all.
That's what a remake is. A remaster is nothing like that.
All they did is they took it and they put it into a different graphical engine that does look better, but they're
Not really. I don't think they put it in a different graphical engine. No, DSP, don't. Because people can call you out. That's why I'm not gonna say if I know it or not. Because I don't know it.
not going to redesign the character
I don't know. I just know they look better. Quote unquote better.
models completely from scratch.
No.
You know?
No.
If you're buying these games in the trilogy, they're $20 each. Do you think you're going to get a fully remastered, remade game for $20? Of course not.
Do you think you're gonna get a fully remastered remake game? What the fuck does that even mean? Is it a remake or it's a remaster? Or you don't know what you're talking about? Mr. Gamer. The fucking middle-aged fucking gamer with all these toy boxes behind him. He doesn't even know if it's a remake or remaster, but he's telling you. He's having a 18-minute lecture about it. These
games were individually being sold for $60. I think people would definitely have a gripe here, a legit gripe. But the fact that these were not marketed or sold to be that, they were meant to be, oh, we're just modernizing the game so they will run a little better on modern consoles. And yes, it'll have a little bit of a cool modern graphical style. By the way, the lighting. This is something that...
Yeah, the lighting is great.
A lot of people
sometimes.
About.
A lot of people, everything, DSP. A lot of people, everything.
And I think people are misunderstanding the lighting aspect of the game. The lighting of the game is good.
The quality hands are not new.
Now that have been added, the street lights actually lighting up the street.
That's from the 360.
The neon signs now actually
neon signs. Like wow, yes, it's different lighting. It's better. It looks good. First of all, the graphics are great, as DSP would say.
Having all this
lighting source fucking neon signs like a casino. Big ups to James for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you for the chill and interactive stream, he says, and thank you for being here.
I was running around and
you are helping to the chill and interactivity. You guys are loving these streams.
They're shining all around. And
shining all around.
At night, it just looks so different and so good.
Yeah, it looks chill.
GTA games that
looks
played,
good.
The original
but you know what looks good? The fan mods that got the MCA. They look great. They actually look amazing. And what they could have done is pay those people who made the mods, those fans, and interact with their community. And pick the best mods to integrate in your game. You get professional fucking programmers to optimize the code and implement it properly because dudes that made it are just modders, but you pay them for the idea and everything. And that's how life works. Then you engage your community, you make a good product that is an assembly of a bunch of stuff that people have already tried and liked, because there are thousands of scripts for all kinds of shit. You're able to sit in some scripts. That's insane. That blows your mind. You can sit in GTA? Yeah. Because I've played a lot of San Andreas roleplay servers back when it was all like text-based. That shit was fun. And it's fun. You have a lot of possibilities. But instead they decided to go the easy way out and hire some people that didn't know exactly what they were doing.
Trilogy or whatever. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the drips are strong today. My post-nasal drip has been bothering me badly for like the last week, and I'm sorry about that. So, I'm enjoying the lighting improvements of the game.
Yeah, so the graphics are good.
What I will tell you is a legitimate gripe, in my opinion, is the light levels of the game, meaning the brightness and contrast seems to be
contrast is pretty messed up, yeah.
I'm playing, I'm like, why is it so goddamn dark?
Yeah, Samp roleplay, that shit was hot. I've had so many different characters that all did amazing variety of stuff. We've had gangs, we've had fucking robberies, and I've been police, I've been newspaper guy, all that shit. It's insane. It's as far as your imagination can go. But nowadays, playing roleplay is a little bit cringy to me, because I have to be on the microphone as a 25-year-old individual and talk to children and pretend that I'm the police. Or in the worst case, they're the police.
Why does it look so dark? And then you up the brightness. Now it's a little off. Then you down the contrast. Now it's a little off. It's like hard. You got to really mess around with it a little bit to get it to look good. Now,
this is what I also, it's about PC gaming as well, that I find, because I've been kind of spoiled by having a console where I don't need to adjust any graphic settings, and when I play something on PC, I have to play around, especially if it's not like a good high-end PC.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. It almost was the same in the original games. Like, I remember playing games, in particular, it was GTA 3, where I told you guys when I was playing it, I thought it was too dark of a game, and I was actually annoyed that the game looked so dark, and I had to up the brightness levels in my original playthrough. I remember that. So maybe it's just a thing about the source games actually have a brightness issue.
Oh, they removed the environment colors of GTA 3. That sucks. And as far as I know that what happened, and that's just me saying it because I read a bunch of Twitter posts. I'm not well informed because I'm not DSP. But they gave the ports, the people that were designing this trilogy were working on mobile ports of these games, of the trilogy before that, and they didn't do a great job.
No.
Or they outsourced some of the stuff to Indians or something. I don't know. It's crazy. Bloodline is great.
You can just adjust it to make it look better on your TV, but it definitely is a weird thing that the brightness is kind of messed up from the get-go. But outside of that, I mean, I haven't seen a single problem with the lighting yet. I don't really understand where people are coming from. Now, so graphically, I actually like the improvements. I feel that the
Oh, the Rockstar launcher. Yes, thanks for reminding me about that. Now, there were data miners who realized that the songs that don't have licenses anymore, that are not used in the game, are actually still in the game files, which happens to be illegal. So that's why the game was offline, so they could take all that shit. That's why Rockstar Game Launcher was offline. That was a big scam.
game is looking nice. However, I've seen this big thing online. Why can't this game run at 60 frames? Huh?
What?
I feel that the game is looking nice. However, I've seen this big thing online. Why can't this game run at 60 frames?
It's a good complaint. That's a good thing. It's a good complaint. If it can run on 60 FPS, then why have it on modern consoles? It's a game from a long time ago. It should run well. That's the definitive edition. That's what definitive means. Means there's not going to be any more. That's it. The final edition of the game. It has to be polished to perfection. Every single criticism they've gathered through the decade that the game's been out should be implemented. But DSP, no. Let's give him the weird squint face. Let's give him the squint face. Huh?
If you guys have watched my playthrough up to now, the game runs at 60 frames in performance mode. You have to actually select that mode. The game has two different modes. It has a, oh my god, over the top quality fidelity mode, and it has a performance mode. Admittedly,
yeah, you're not able to buy the games anymore. Buy the individual previous versions. So if you have it on Steam or somewhere else, then that's all you got. Otherwise, you gotta ask the Russian friends to give you a free one.
When I tried to play the game in fidelity mode, the frame rate was around 30 or lower, and it kind of reminded me of the PlayStation 2 era days. And I was like, well, do I really want every ounce of fidelity out of this, or do I want frames of, animation? So I put it on performance mode. I love it. It's a smooth 60 frames. Maybe every once in a while during combat or whatever, it drops a little bit. But for the most part, it's a smooth 60 frames. So I don't understand where people are coming from saying it doesn't run. Why doesn't it run at 60 frames? It does. Maybe. Okay.
Bro, there's no excuse that a game from 2005 can't run on 60 FPS, regardless of whatever mode you're on. In 2021, on a console that costs a bunch of fucking money, that all you have it for is to play video games in the best way to play video games, which is PC.
I am playing.
Why snort right into the mic? Because it's DSP. You guys love this. You guys love the streams.
If you play this on last gen, it doesn't have that, okay? I don't know. I can only tell you from my experience, it's running very well on my Series X, and I'm actually enjoying the graphics of the game a lot, okay?
Wait until it starts raining.
So that's just me, all right? Now, continuing on. The graphics are good. I don't know where people are coming from complaining about the graphics of this game at all. All right, I really don't.
There's no excuse for this.
What I've seen on
because mods already have this, and I've used ENB back in the day when I was playing San Andreas on a shitty, I don't even remember what the graphics card to the laptop was. It was a GTX 525M or something. It was terrible, but it still ran with ENB on. There's no reason why in today's age you can't have it.
Online or a bunch of...
Hey, big ups to Troy for $2 super chat. Big ups to the most robust and tangy stream. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the super chat.
Completely illegitimate gripes. For example, someone actually took a picture of the woman who's in a bikini.
Oh, this is the tweet we're getting. This is the tweet explanation.
Here from the original
Tweet
game
explanation.
and here from the definitive edition, and they're saying, look how much better the original looks from definitive edition. Oh, the definitive edition sucks. But what they don't tell you is that it's completely
No, it's just as far as I saw, they ran the models through some AI that was upscaling them, making them the better or whatever. And that's what happened. They didn't do any good work. While, at the same time, there are complete mod packs for each one of these games with completely beautiful 3D models of all the pedestrians and the characters that they did not want to use or didn't want to pay people or something. It's pretty fucking crazy.
doctored. The picture that they show you on the left-hand side,
Fucking doctored.
slimmed
Turns
the
into like a QAnon person.
ratio to make the woman look skinnier. And it's also a higher resolution picture that has more definition and detail on the body. The one that's supposed to be from definitive edition is lower resolution and the proper aspect ratio. So you're actually looking at the two and they look different. They're not. It's the same exact character model that looks exactly the same in both games, but they lied. They literally skewed it on purpose to make her look a certain way so that the game, oh, the definitive edition sucks. No, you doctored the image and people are so dumb they believe it.
The image.
Another thing that I've seen is there's this video clip of CJ on the bike.
Yes.
Not a vehicle, but the bike, riding around in the countryside. Okay? Now, if you remember, the countryside of San Andreas is pretty sparsely populated. There's a lot of big open areas with...
There's also invisible walls. There's objects missing and being replaced by invisible walls.
Lighting or
so
anything
yeah.
in it.
DSP, don't make this the hill to die on. A day after the trilogy launched, you haven't played both other games. You haven't seen anything from it. Just give it some time before you have this, and you are being wrong.
And it's very dark when you go out there at night.
But it's a hot take, DSP.
So what he's doing is he's
we love
riding
these
around
streams.
on the bike in the countryside in the middle
DSP
of a
explains it. Yeah, that's what he
These
does.
rain effects.
That's all he
And
does.
The rain effects look weird because you're doing it in the middle of the night with no lighting and you're just seeing rain coming down and you can't really see anything else. You can barely see CJ on the bike puddling. All you can see
this
rain,
is in
and
GTA
then
3 as well.
flashes. All of a sudden you can see everything. You're like, oh, and you're trying to figure out, get your bearings, then you can't see again.
Oh, you're gonna see it?
So this is
say it's not
going
true?
viral on Twitter.
Oh, it's
This
fake.
clip.
Let's
saying,
see how
oh
it's
my God,
fake.
look how bad the game looks. Why did they do this so poorly? But what they don't tell you is that's actually how the original game looks. Did you play original San Andreas? In original San Andreas, if you go out into the countryside without a vehicle with headlights, you can't see anything.
No,
you
that's
literally
a scam.
can't see
No, DSP, no, please, no. Don't. Just don't.
anything.
Just
remember specifically this happening to me at one of my playthroughs. I went out there, I can't see shit. It's too dark out there. You need a vehicle with headlights or you will get fucking lost. You can't see anything. Now, admittedly, the rain looks a little weird in pitch blackness. That I will say, yes, that this clip kind of highlights how the rain
Look at
is
this.
basically not transparent in
this.
the game. It's like white, which is kind of weird.
Look at this.
I don't know if they tried transparent.
And I can verify this happened on GTA 3 for
I
me.
don't know.
Same shit.
So I'll definitely argue that, yes, that's correct.
What are we talking about, DSP?
That's a valid criticism.
It is a valid
Say,
criticism,
bro,
okay,
you look,
thanks.
You can't see because the game's so dark.
No, you actually
It's
can't.
like the original game. But it's hilarious for me because I see the criticisms online. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, everyone's bandwagoning on this game saying
Oh yeah,
the same
okay.
parody.
They should remove the ability to leave a negative comment. So then the bandwagoning will be gone forever.
Stuff, you know, this
It's gonna be fucking banned.
And no one has justification for what they're saying. But I don't see anyone actually criticizing the game for the reasons that I would like to criticize it. All right, so allow me to actually give you my opinion after playing the game for one day. I feel that the modernizations that they've added to the game definitely will make this game more accessible to a wider audience of players. But I feel that the modernizations that they've added to the game actually seem to be making it too easy.
Turn off your aim assist.
To the point where the game is almost losing some of its charm for me.
Like what?
So allow me to explain what
Okay.
I mean by this. They now have auto aim that snaps to each enemy, and you can easily go between the enemies. It
Yeah,
highlights the
it's
enemies.
pretty clunky.
Your aim is more accurate now. When you're firing the guns, you go and just easily shoot everything. The enemies seem to take less damage to die now. I don't know why, but it seems like they pretty much go down right away when you shoot them. They're not bullet sponges like they used to be in the original GTA games. They die almost instantly. I noticed this in particular in the mission with Big Smoke, where the two of you are riding away from a bunch of enemies coming after you, and they're like on motorcycles and stuff. All you need to do is barely touch them with a bullet, and they go flying off the motorcycle. You know, I'm like, whoa, like that's definitely very different from the original game. I don't know why that's so easy now. Also, some of the hardest missions in the game have been dumbed down. For example, the mission where you're with Big Smoke on a bike and you have to follow the train and there's gang members on top of the train.
That's the classic mission.
They've improved the drive-by aiming of the computer-controlled character. So whenever the game has a drive-by event where you have to drive a car or a vehicle and they're shooting out to hit the enemies, they actually hit the enemies now, which used to be a big problem. They used to miss a ton, and it made those missions very difficult. Well, in particular, now they're all really good. So here you are driving by the train, and all you need to do is maintain, you know, your level with the train, and within like 25 seconds, Big Smoke killed all the gang members on top of the train, and the mission ends, you won. And it's like, wait, what? That mission was literally one of the most hard or difficult missions of that era of gaming. Everyone knows about the all you had to do was follow the train, CJ line, because so many people failed that mission that it became synonymous with gaming and pop culture at the time. Every gamer talked about that, right? And it became the big mission. I remember my original playthrough.
Yeah, it was pretty much
right. Now the mission is like one of the easiest missions in the game. Like literally one of the easiest missions in the game. Another
man, he's gonna go all the way around with his opinion on this trilogy. It's gonna be terrible. In the end, his opinion, his final take, will be the take that you see now on Twitter. I'm calling it. When he plays all three games, that's gonna be his final opinion. It's gonna be what people are saying on Twitter.
The mission where you're with
he's just gonna be late by a couple months.
OG Loke. And the first mission with him, you're on a motorbike chasing a guy who he met in jail.
Yeah, I couldn't kill that guy.
Hates now or something.
I killed him eventually, but yeah.
And so you're chasing.
No, they had a romantic relationship in jail. There's some fun dialogue about it.
Motorbike chase. You're going throughout the city trying to follow this guy, and all you need to do is follow him. You don't actually need to shoot him or anything, but you need to stay on the bike. Well, in the original version of the game, this bike, oh my god. This bike was like, oh, look, there's a motorbike. And someone would walk up and touch it, and CJ would go flying off the bike into the sky, like into space. It was ridiculous, the physics of the game back then. So they improved the physics to make it so that if you fall off the bike, you can easily just get back on. It's not a big deal, and you don't fail the mission. Well, I beat the mission on the first try, even though I wasn't good at driving it. I was hitting walls. I was flying off, you know. Beat it on the first try. And that's infamously one of the hardest missions in the game, especially if you don't save your game. Because the way the game works is, back then, there was no full auto-save features. There was no resume the mission features. It was, oh, you failed? Go back to where this mission begins and do the whole mission over from the start again. And now, because of the checkpoints, because of all that, there's really no risk in just playing a huge string of missions, because you will just auto-resume if you fail. And there's no risk at all. You don't have to save or nothing, really. You only have to save at the end of your gameplay session for the day, and that's about it.
Yeah, but that's just like a quality of life change, of course. So more people can play it. They don't get to rage quit after some weird shit happens in this game from 15 years ago. Yeah, it's I liked it. I liked it when I failed a bunch of stuff.
So the game, in my opinion, the graphics are better. I actually like the graphics now and the lighting. I think it looks really, really good. I'm enjoying.
Oh, I love the graphics.
The updated draw distance, the graphics, everything looks good to me when it comes graphically to the game. All right.
Wow. What a great opinion.
All right. Admittedly,
DSP, fans have done better than this. Don't kiss their ass. Fans have done better than this. In every aspect of this remastered version, it's been done better by people that don't even work for the company and didn't get paid in any way.
The brightness and contrast are off. You have to tweak them a bit. But what you do, the game looks really good, in my opinion.
Danginess was off.
For me, where the game falls flat, the gameplay elements aren't as good anymore. They're not as fun. You had a unique charm to these games when you played them back in the day because of the
robust graphics like that Baba Ganoush.
Completely destroyed.
The Baba Ganoush.
There's no real challenge to completing the hard missions anymore.
Or
They're not hard.
The Llama Kun.
Improved aiming of the AI, you know, better driving physics. They're just kind of easy now. Okay?
Yeah, wait till you get to GTA 3. It's gonna be very easy. Very robust.
The modern gamer, all right? The gamer who sits around playing Fortnite all day,
Oh yeah,
Who has
okay,
played
the
GTA
modern
Online
fucking.
for
Aren't you the fucking modern gamer? You fucking
the past
asshole.
7 years and keeps buying GTA.
You are when you wanna be. When you wanna make it a point for yourself, you are anything that you can say you are. But then you shit on those groups immediately when it goes against you.
GTA 5
You fucking
17
asshole.
times so that they keep reselling it. You know, the common gamer who has checkpoints, infinite lives, auto restarts in every game for the last decade is going to play the GTA trilogy the way that it originally was designed. I don't think so. I think a modern gamer would be better convinced to try out classic games if they were told, hey, it plays like a modern game. You will coast through it and have a ton of fun, enjoying the missions, enjoying the plot and everything. But to me, like, I understand people who are purists who like the original games are going to be very off-put about this collection because they're going to say, man, all those experiences from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, playing these games, suffering through the tough missions are gone and destroyed because they made it so easy.
What?
And I totally 100% agree.
What? This is the fantasy segment again. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's gonna be quote unquote people that say this. Like people everything DSP. What the fuck? He's not proving anything about anything. He's talking about some groups of people that exist. It's so fucking
Agree with
weird.
that changing.
There's also groups of people that are gonna say, oh my god, now this is the best edition of the game. I've never played it before, I love it now. There's gonna be groups of people that say that.
Is gonna maybe
So is this how the discussion is on his stream? And I know it is, it's just a rhetorical question. That he just imagines an argument and you can't counter him because he's the only guy talking, and he imagines how he's gonna approach the argument and he makes up a bunch of stuff and then he's right in the end. And it's nothing he could do if something goes wrong.
away.
That's
from what
fucking
the original
great.
Experience was going to be of this trilogy. Okay. Now, at the very same time, maybe this wouldn't be a big deal if Rockstar didn't remove the previous versions of the games from online, but they did. You
Fucking arrogance yet
can't
again.
buy the original GTAs anymore. They took them off of all the marketplaces. They delisted them so that people would go and buy this edition. They realized they could make a lot more money selling the modern edition for $20 a pop than having people go back and buy the cheaper versions. You know what I'm saying? So I understand why they did that. At the same time, it's kind of an underhanded, dirty tactic because these are not representative of what these
Toxicity.
games were on the PlayStation 2 at
It is
all.
the United
It
States
is
of Phil,
not.
I'm
You
sure.
critically change gameplay elements that were a core part of the gameplay experience of the original game, and then you only make that the only sellable version of the game. You have.
I think people are excited to watch him play GTA because he's genuinely terrible and he raged a lot. Like it's simply hilarious. Hilarious. And it's gonna get much worse when he gets to the older games and he's gonna be like, oh my god, the game fucked me up. What? There's no checkpoint here? I'm gonna start from the beginning? Yeah, he's gonna go crazy.
He changed and destroyed the game. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to criticize the definitive edition trilogy and say, oh, these just aren't as good as the originals because of the, you know.
Now the big question is, are they gonna get patched? Are they gonna get worked on in the future? I would say yes, but I don't know. I don't know. Anything happens, but it is the definitive edition, so they need to do something about it.
They changed everything. That actually I 100% agree with. But the funny thing about that is I'm not seeing anyone criticize that online. What I'm seeing is, oh, the graphics. They're too.
I ain't seen anybody criticize that online. Where have you been? Just went on Twitter and clicked it and read a bunch of tweets, man, that people wrote when they were on the fucking bathroom or something. And now he's having a fucking man-baby segment about it. Look at this, the mocking. Look at the mocking.
Cartoony.
Yeah.
The lighting's wrong.
Yeah.
Look at the model looks wrong. It's
Yeah.
like, dude, you are
Dude.
such a baby.
What? What?
People who are criticizing that shit, you are criticizing the wrong fucking thing. I'm critical of the thing that actually changes the core gameplay experience. And
DSP. DSP.
That's retarded.
What the fuck?
not the thing that's a little nitpicky thing because you're a little whiny baby and you wanted GTA 5 graphics.
Whiny
that
baby?
never promised them. And
You were whining about not being able to buy the games. And you're playing San Andreas only because it's on Game Pass.
didn't charge
What?
you enough to even warrant that level of an upgrade. You know what I'm saying?
Such a fucking
and it's not
whiny
just
baby.
It's big gamers and big people on social media are saying this.
Oh yeah, okay. Now he's just having a jealousy segment. This is what it all comes down to: jealousy of other people having a bigger voice than him.
Fuck
Great.
you, man. You people
That's
are such bitches. In the modern era, everyone wants to fucking jump on a negative bandwagon and complain about everything. Be legit for once and fucking actually make a case for what you're saying instead of just reposting edited pictures and bullshit
no.
all over the internet that fucking isn't even true. I can't believe how many people reposted the picture.
But bro, that was opening day. That was release day. That was the first day. Now it's gonna go a week by and people are gonna start in figuring out what is exactly right with the trilogy and what is exactly wrong. And there's gonna be long videos and long posts and petitions and articles by Polygon that's gonna say it's racist or transphobic in some way. Because they didn't cut off some part of the game, some vague animation. By the way, the hot coffee mod is still in the game. It's just been it's been commented out in the code, so it doesn't work as a piece of code. But yeah, the hot coffee mod was the ability to have sex with your in-game waifu.
The girl in a bikini that's fucking falsified.
But why are you getting so fucking salty? Yeah, that was their first impressions. Well, we're like, wow, this is not good.
Like, it's blatantly edited.
But he's having this massive man-baby segment for 18 minutes. Dick riding a fucking thing that just came out, and he's playing for free. Just for a couple of extra bucks. The possibility that somebody's gonna give him money, if he likes it so much.
To try to make a point that doesn't...
No, the dating is still in, but the actual mini game, that was a sexual mini game, that's not in the game. It's in the code, but it's not functional as a piece of code. Take a massive fucking sip. Drink all of that water. Drink all of that water, please do. Now let's see if there's any other latest and greatest stuff. Let's see, he claims to have 2 jobs. Let's see this, and then we're gonna get into the actual content that you are here today. I stalled massive amounts of stalling. Almost 2 hours of stalling, actually.
And look at the description in the video to see how.
Oh, this is drunk site Phil.
This is the other
comments.
half of what I like to talk about.
Oh, I love comments.
The schedule and shout outs and all.
His comments are all so great.
So, for those of you who are not aware, my comments are on my videos again for the first time in many, many years. I turned them on actually last month and didn't say anything. I was curious to see what would happen. And it was a very slow build because most people didn't know the comments were on. They've been off, I'm not even kidding, for about 3 to 4 years.
Elden Ring, DSP playing in Elden Ring is going to be pretty much a run-of-the-mill DSP thing. He's going to pick it up on day 1, but already a bunch of people in his chat are going to tell him what to do because they've watched somebody else do it or they've done it themselves. And trolls are going to be fuming and he's going to beat the trolls by being average at the game. And that's how it's going to be probably.
Years. I believe I turned them off in late 2017 because at that time there was such a viral hate movement against me on YouTube that people really were just...
He has 0 jobs, that's true. He has 0 jobs.
Literally using
he's not employed by anybody. They can just cut off his contract, his quote-unquote contract or partnership from anywhere in a split second.
As a place to dump this...
And he's gonna be making these weird videos somewhere else.
Disgusting, toxic insults about myself, my family members, and all kinds of unrelated shit. Like, it was really fucked up, the stuff that people were putting there, because basically it was a competition. The nastier the comment, the higher chance one of these shitheads would put it into a "this is how you don't play" video, so people would just compete for saying the actual nastiest stuff in the video comments, okay? So, excuse me. So, I turned them off by the request of my actual viewers and fans. They said, "Phil, the comments are so disgusting and uncontrollable at this point. We'd rather not see them."
Wow.
Than see them like this.
Great.
Can you turn them off? So I
still
did.
talking about comments. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Years.
No, we're skipping through this. Executive decision.
Leave a comment on the video.
The fucking comment.
I don't see
tips.
Any blips on my side. It must have been a YouTube side thing. Okay, but anyway,
happening.
Yeah, if you guys could leave comments, that would help a ton. Now, speaking of comments, I'm having a lot of fun now going through the comments again. All right, and what I mean by that is it's actually fun because I could get to see your opinions of a new audience. This is an audience that I've basically had a disconnect with for 4.5 years.
No, DSP. No,
audience.
DSP.
And by the way,
no, DSP. You didn't have a disconnect. You cut them off. Plus, it's the same people that are watching your streams. That's just how it is, man. That's just how it is. And you cut them off. It's not you had a disconnect. It wasn't a fucking you broke up and you went on vacation and fucked a bunch of chicks. That didn't happen. You decided to just stop focusing on YouTube and not pay any attention to anything there and just upload shit and collect money. And then that didn't work out, and you went back.
Monstrously.
Some fucking trash.
There was nothing I could do when YouTube forced my...
The two separate audiences meme is something incredible that only DSP can do. Only DSP can be this much of a boomer. Two fucking audiences.
And made it so that I couldn't make a living just being a YouTuber anymore.
Because this is how little he thinks of his fans, that they can't follow him on a literally different site. Just open a new tab. Download the app on your phone. You have DSP on it, if you care enough about DSP. Or anybody.
I'm a full-time streamer.
But he doesn't really see them as actual people, as he said in the past. As long as they watch the ad on the video, he doesn't care if you watch it, if you like it. If you want to express those feelings, that doesn't matter to him. Just watch the ad, click on it if possible,
had to shift
and that's
my
it.
focus to survive. You understand? It was either adapt or die.
Adapt or die. Did he fucking adapt to anything?
I did.
Oh, he did. He died.
But I know that I have people who've been watching me on YouTube on demand adamantly, and they feel kind of like they've been left in the dust.
Yeah, and he's trying to qualify for the super thanks, which is like tipping a video. It's incredible. Yeah, I have no idea how it works because I haven't used it and I don't have it. But he's chasing that shit now. You can tip the video. He's gonna be shilling for that too. It's gonna be included in the promotion segment, in the plug segment. Guys, this new thing, it's amazing. You can express your gratitude. My YouTube viewers, you love this content. You've been saying it, and since you're not here on the stream to tip me in real time, you know, maybe you have limited bandwidth to watch if you're watching this in Turkmenistan or some shit. But yeah, you can come to the video and you can tip in the video. That's great. I get all the money. Actually, I don't get all the money. You can tip me directly while I'm offline. Or something like that. You guys love my streams.
I only talk live with my viewing audience here on streams. And I get that.
Yeah, Snort Brunel has it. Ironically.
Okay. I feel bad about that.
Snort Brunel is Shawn Michaels.
That now that I'm kind
Because Snort Brunel knows how to run the channel.
focusing my efforts.
He knows how to run it like a YouTube channel, not like a storage space.
Readjust and start to connect again with the on-demand video viewers.
Fucking connect again. What is this? This fucking Death Stranding. Get the fuck out of here. What is this delusional fucking business plan? You couldn't pitch this fucking business plan in a retirement home. Of this internet business where I'm gonna go to one side, then I'm gonna disconnect, then I'm gonna beg, and I'm gonna hope, and I'm gonna wish. Good luck.
I'm reading through the comments. I'm having a really good time. I am. I'm seeing people are enjoying the games. They're reminiscing about the original playthroughs for games like GTA. They're actually giving me some good advice and things in Forza. I'm seeing some good stuff. That's what people used to do. Keep in mind, back in the day, there was no interaction on a stream. People would leave a comment on my video, and overnight, I would read all those comments and be like, oh, I can apply all this to when I play the game tomorrow, because people gave me advice and things in the video comments.
Great.
So that was really cool. And I'm looking forward to having that back again. Although it's funny because it's very odd to me. I don't know exactly how it works, but YouTube is so weird that basically, I guess what happened was there were periods of time when my comments were off, but then they were put back on and then off again. It's very, very odd. Because as I'm going,
maybe you're just stupid and did something dumb. Like all the times you did something dumb, like revealing your KO gaming channel early because you wanted the stupid custom link that means nothing, because there are link shorteners on the internet that can actually make you money. Anyways, like at the time he deleted a bunch of videos because Machinima told him, and it destroyed his Social Blade fucking stats, his stats generally. Yeah, I mean, great. Maybe he did something wrong.
All the new comments that are coming in so that they can show on the videos. But then once you get through all the new comments, it shows old comments. And I'm like, why would there be old comments that were held or flagged? I didn't have anything up to hold or flag comments back in the day. Why is this there? So come to find out, I guess YouTube initially had a flagging system in place that didn't work very well, but it was still there nonetheless. So I'm seeing comments on videos from 2 years ago.
I don't know anything about this, but I kind of instinctively don't trust him on this, because he learned this somehow and put it through his vision of how he sees the world, and this is somehow what turned out. It's ridiculous. It's actually fucking silly. And I don't trust him for anything. He could tell me the sun is up and I would still look out the window.
How? I don't know, because my
in a completely bright room.
Comments were disabled 2 years ago. but it's still showing comments from videos 2 years ago, and then it shows comments from videos 4+ years ago. I'm seeing comments from like early 2017 in this comments queue on YouTube, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, why? Why are they there waiting for approval? The other funny thing about this is it actually says in this queue, okay, that YouTube has, all comments here will be deleted after 60 days if not approved by the content creator. I'm staring at comments from 4.5 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
It says that they claim that things are doing a certain thing or ways. It actually doesn't. It just sits there. It just literally just sits there. And you have to either approve or deny the comment, or it just sits there in a queue.
So he had to read all the comments calling him fat and a scammer and a pedophile.
Forever. So it's hilarious. I'm reading comments.
It's hilarious.
Yeah,
from Crack Bandicoot.
Tekken 7. I'm reading some pretty old comments, and they're fun to read. They really are. Although, admittedly, it's also I turned off comments 4.5 years ago, and when I turned them off, it was really bad on YouTube. Like, it was very toxic, the atmosphere around me and my content, because these people were constantly doing negative, nasty stuff. And it's funny because people will reference detractor memes and shit in some of these comments, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, damn, that was 5 years ago people were actually saying that. I thought it just started in the past few years, but nah, people have been saying fucking nasty shit about me for like 10 years. The thing is that for me, it just kind of has been going on for so long that I've been kind of desensitized to it, and I don't realize how long it's been going on.
To be honest, if you're gonna leave him comments, don't leave him nice comments that you're gonna change later. Leave him asshole comments, because he has to read them anyways. You're opening more work for him to do and to read troll comments, and he has to manually reject them, I guess. So yeah. If you're gonna do that, I'm not telling you to go do that. I don't care about that. You can write whatever you want.
Really don't. I don't realize that, man, it's been going on for so damn long. That this is a situation that I actively shut off almost 5 years ago because people were so upset about how toxic it had gotten in my content, you see?
Big sip.
But anyway, just so you guys know, I am reading all the comments that come in on my videos right now on an active basis, on a daily basis, and I'm trying to approve as many comments as I can. I know some are just going to get auto-flagged no matter what, and there's nothing I can do about that. There's some that get caught and auto-flagged for certain things. If I see one that's still legit, I'll still approve it. And I am actively reading all your feedback and everything in the video. So please know that. If you're someone who's started commenting on my YouTube videos and oh, where's my comment? I didn't see it, or I don't feel like Phil read the comment. No, I did. I swear I did. I'm going through all of them. It's just that I don't have time to sit there and respond.
So you get the confirmation that yes, he goes through all of them, and if you leave a mean comment, then he's gonna read it. So that's the way to get to DSP, I guess.
On the comments, you know what I'm saying?
Why would you leave him a positive comment?
Like, I was a full-time streamer. The time that when I was a full-time YouTuber, what I would do is I would sit all day uploading.
One of his big problems and why he's an asshole is that he puts so much prestige on this shit. Like, man, I get that this is your job, but if you're gonna put this much prestige to say I'm a full-time interactive Let's Player live streamer, you better fucking live up to it. Go get some nice fucking designs for your stream, some transitions, some logos, some good fucking graphics packages, some cool shit, man. Go get a backdrop or something. Get out of here, fucking full-time asshole. There's people that work 2 jobs and stream and still have a infinitely better stream than DSP.
Videos, 8 to 10 hours a day. Then once they were uploaded, the rest...
It doesn't matter if it's 8 to 10 hours a day or 15 hours a day or 25 hours a day, if you can even do that many. DSP can, because he's better than you.
Rest of my day, I would read the comments. Okay? Now, I'm sitting here interacting with you guys live, and that takes a very, very long time. You know, that's time where I have to be sitting here, like, just like a job, 9 to 5 job. You know what I mean? It's not like it used to be where it was on
a job.
I could record and upload whatever I wanted. As long as I had videos on the channel, it didn't matter if I adhered to a schedule or whatever. It's very different. It really is like having a real full-time job, being here at the same times every day so that you guys can be here for the live streams and I interact with you. It's almost like having 2 jobs. It's like the live streaming is one job and the on-demand videos are like kind of another job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to do my best. I can't interact with every comment. I can't. But I let you know I'm reading them all. And I'm very much enjoying that. I feel what's going to happen.
And I was muted, obviously. But anyways.
Now that this has happened, that you guys know there's comments on the videos again, we're going to see a slow build. What's going to happen is every new game, the first few parts, you're going to see more and more people start posting. People are going to realize they can actually have interaction again. It's going to get nice again on DSP Gaming. It's a matter of time.
Gonna get nice again. Well, that's that for that. Now let's get into the most disappointing games of 2016 countdown, part 1. And there isn't best. Oh, there is game of the year. Okay, let's see both. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2016 has
Ladies and gentlemen,
and for a year that for many people they seem to enjoy a consensus was one
shout out to gummy bears. I'm eating them right now.
One of the worst in recent memory. It doesn't seem to have been any different for the realm of video games. Typically, I do
They're not edibles.
list of the most disappointing games of the year, but I found myself so hard pressed to
now. This is the actual content we're here for today. And it starts now.
Narrow down the amount of upsetting, disappointing, shitty video games from this
shitty video games.
I'm actually doing it
with Phil.
Top 20 countdown. That's
top
right,
20
top
countdown.
20 most disappointing games of this past year. Now you might say, well, what
He's the top 1 most disappointing Let's Player.
constitutes a disappointing game? I just want to be upfront and say here, just because a game shows up on this list doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad game. The games in this countdown are going to include games that, yes, absolutely were shitty, overpriced, underwhelming, and disappointing in one way or another, but that doesn't mean that they were terrible. In a lot of ways, some of the games that were released in 2016 were so hyped or had such a long development cycle or had so much anticipation built up over the years for them that when they finally released, it was just so underwhelming and not living up to that amazing amount of expectation that we all felt kind of downed when we finally got our hands on them. But the flip side of that is that there were a ton of games that were shameless cash-ins, rip-offs, crappy performance at launch, and just overall did not deserve our hard-earned dollars, and those are going to be in this countdown as well. So without further ado, it's time for part 1 of my most disappointing games of 2016 countdown.
Oh, this game was bad, yeah. What was this, Umbrella Corps?
20,
oh, WWE.
2K17.
Nice.
Now, I'm a huge fan of pro wrestling, and annually I always purchase the latest WWE release because I like to do various things in the game, including creating my own
I'm a big fan of pro wrestling.
wrestler, playing
And I buy all the
mode,
games.
checking out any kind of story mode that may be in the game, and also simulating some fantasy style matches for holidays and special events. So 2017's edition was no different, except for the fact that 2K Games, the developer, announced that they were not going to be including any kind of a showcase or story mode. Now, this was a big letdown from the get-go because traditionally this showcase mode is a highlight. It's a cool single player mode where you can experience all kinds of stuff from
I might drop into DSP's stream and check out what he's doing, but I just started with this, so I don't know.
Wrestling past. Previous years have included the career of Stone Cold
Otherwise,
Steve
I'm gonna be
Austin,
like clickbaiting you, and that's not the actual content. You're gonna be like, huh? Then you're hating on DSP? You're being an asshole? You're being an asshole. That's people are saying this.
of the Attitude Era of
People
the
are saying
WWE,
everything.
and
I'm
also
overwhelmed. It's like schizophrenia in my head.
the rivalry between Shawn Michaels and Triple H. So to not have that mode in the game seemed like a real step back, and purchasers asked, gee, what are you going to give us in kind of exchange?
Wait. Is this shirt just says shit?
The rivalry between Shawn Michaels and Triple H. So
What?
to not have that mode in the game
This
seemed
shirt
like
just
a real
says
step
shit.
back, and purchasers asked, gee, what are you going to give us in kind of exchange for not having that mode? The game developer said, well, don't worry, because this year, the My Career mode is going to be much better than previous years, including a new promo system and having more opportunities at titles and all kinds of added additions. So we all bought into it. We bought the game.
They all bought into it,
We
like
all found out
DSP's
the hard
fans.
way that all these promises pretty much were not lived up to. First of all, the new promo mode is incredibly silly. All you do is you pick
It is pretty silly, yeah.
Quick time speech choices during a little
Sucks.
promo. Yeah, maybe you have opportunity to build up either your heel character or your face character a tiny bit more.
He's super intense during these reviews. I thought this was supposed to be chill and entertaining.
But ultimately,
Not interactive, but at least a little bit robust.
trying to simulate matches and or a television show or pay-per-view, these promos feel more like something that splits up the actual events that you want to get to, the matches, and holds up the actual fun content rather than anything else. If anything, it was a good attempt at adding something new, but ultimately it fell flat on its face. Now, the rest of the career mode, unfortunately, just pans out to be pretty damned boring. Sure, there's more wrestlers than ever before, there's more created character features than ever before, but the bottom line is you just grind and grind and grind at repetitive, meaningless, one-off matches week after week after week after week. Only upon release, we all found out that it could take upwards of 10 to 15 hours of repetitive grinding gameplay before you even get a title shot at anything interesting. And you all know when you have a created wrestler and you're playing career mode, you want to reach the top of the rung, the upper echelon, win a tournament, get that title, defend it against opposition, and maybe even move up to the next level of championship.
I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming today. Maybe two more hours, I guess. Maybe.
It takes so long in WWE 2K17 that you just give up at some point. And so for a game that took out a featured game mode that we all loved to add in a My Career
Yeah,
mode
this
that
game
was
wasn't. These games weren't very robust. When you remember, like back in the day, what kind of wrestling games they were.
overwhelming, too boring, and so much of a grind to get to anything interesting, it just seemed like the game devs did not live up to their promises, and sadly, 2K17 really does feel like the worst entry in the WWE series for the past several years. Number 19, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. You know, sometimes game developers just follow that classic mantra of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you gotta be careful because when you're creating a sequel to an established franchise, you have to make sure that you have enough innovation and new content to warrant an actual new game release. And sadly, with Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, it seems like the game developers were trying to improve upon the formula of the original game so much, they forgot they were actually making a sequel. The plot line is identical to that of the first game. A lot of the characters, even the major villains, are the same, and yeah, even some of the actual combat scenarios are just ones from the established Dragon Ball Z franchise, so therefore you're redoing a lot of the identical fights from the original game. Now, not to say that there aren't noted improvements, including a very increased frame rate from the original release, a hub city that seems a lot more interesting because now you can move through it more quickly.
I'm not even sure if he's reading
running on foot, which was a major
reading from a script or something.
the first one, and also some pretty improved combat mechanics. But
Hey,
this
it's
game
DSP.
feels
Let's see
more
what
like
he's
Dragon
doing.
Ball Xenoverse 1.5.
Oh no, too much Phil.
We're swapping back over.
Oh no schedule. No schedule.
Then 2.
I don't
and
wanna
it
be
really
swapping
seems like
back
they
over
should have
anything.
Maybe released this as a $20 DLC patch rather than a full $60 release. Even being a massive fan of the Dragon Ball franchise, I found it hard to
Yeah, he probably
justify
uses
the full
bullet
retail
points.
price tag for a game that pretty much uses at least 60 to 70% of the exact same assets and plot line from the original. Boy, was this underwhelming and disappointing. We were looking for a lot more and we didn't get it. Number 18, Attack on Titan.
Wait, what? Did he really plagiarize Skill Up's reviews? Because Skill Up is like pretty chill and he has good reviews. I don't know, I'm interested in this lore.
Sometimes an established and popular pop culture franchise can be adapted to a successful video game, and sometimes it just doesn't translate. With Attack on Titan, sadly, it falls into the latter category because this is a very popular anime and manga established plotline where humanity is on its last legs. They're hidden behind these defensive walls as giant mutants.
Yo, this sentence, if you didn't pay attention and you didn't listen, would make perfect sense to you, but if we go back a little bit, he blends two sentences that have nothing to do with each other. Because he says first, sometimes the adaptation of something is good, and sometimes it's not. And in Attack on Titan's case, it's not, because it's already a big franchise. Wait, let me hear it again, so I'm not, I know I'm not
Established
not full of shit.
popular pop culture franchise can be
Okay,
disappointing. We were looking for a lot more, and we didn't get it.
Yeah, like
Number
DSP.
18, Attack on Titan. Sometimes an established and popular pop culture franchise can be adapted to a successful video game, and sometimes it just doesn't translate. With Attack on Titan, sadly, it falls into the latter category because it's a very popular anime and manga established plotline where humanity is on its
explaining
last
the
legs.
plot
They're
line
behind these defensive walls as giant mutated monsters are attacking them and trying to eat them alive for seemingly no reason, and it's up to an elite class of
Oh, wait. You went through it can't be adapted in this specific case because this is the story of the game. What?
trained assassins to take down these mutated monstrosities. It's a cool premise, but
it's a cool premise.
Into gameplay of a video game, after about an hour of playing Attack on Titan, you've pretty much seen everything the game has to offer, including all of the gameplay mechanics and pretty much every...
but why does that mean that the game can't be translated well? The anime can't be translated well into a game. It's just the game is not very good. Just like with a movie that gets adapted from a video game, like the Assassin's Creed movie or the Hitman movies, you can say why they're not good, but you can't say a game can't be adapted. Or at least in this game. I don't know, man.
Entirety of the game. Now
That's
you may
weird.
say, yeah, but in the actual series itself, there's not a wide variety of enemies as well. That's true, and that's probably one of the reasons why this doesn't translate well into a video game. If you're gonna sell me a full-price retail game, you gotta give me something to hold me over for, 8 to 10 to 12 hours of gameplay. That's not the same repetitive grinding over and over. And sadly, that's what happens with Attack on Titan. Now, to make matters worse, there actually are missions unlocking new kinds of elements and enemies past the main campaign of the game, but you have to do insane amounts of grinding, repetitive, boring side missions that mean absolutely nothing to earn enough credits to actually unlock those missions and get to them, making it an even more of a grind and a time waster game. For a franchise that we all know and love from Japanese culture, it's sad that this game did not translate into an entertaining game at all. It was a real...
What is Japanese culture? Is this the studio? The game we love so much from Japanese culture.
let down. Number 17, The Walking Dead Michonne. Telltale Games has become a game developing studio that is known for taking any kind of a pop culture franchise and being able to adapt it to a narrative, episodic...
Shout out to Japanese culture for making this game. That is
Game
disappointing.
development over the past several years for this style of game. And The Walking Dead is the game franchise that put them on the map. It's incredibly successful. In fact, we just started up with Season 3, and already the game is turning out to be pretty awesome. And so in 2016, Telltale decided, hey, let's have a spin-off franchise with The Walking Dead Michonne. Now, the difference here was that the main protagonist and character in the series, Michonne, is already an established character from the Walking Dead franchise. The problem here being, we know that she's going to be fine because she goes on to do great things both in the comics and the television show, and we know...
Oh, that's his beef with prequels, which I also share to some extent, but not as much as him. He straight up doesn't care when something is a prequel. Because, well, I know what happened in the end. Well, great, DSP. Maybe sometimes the journey is better than the destination. Or maybe it's worth it at least.
No risk involved whatsoever in this plot line because it's kind of a prequel story to a lot of the things we've already seen, and therefore...
Oh, he's explaining the post streams. Let's see.
So it was a good opportunity to experiment, and at the end of every day, I was able to tell you...
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. That was great timing.
Today's videos got blocked, so people needed to know, like, where is Guardians of the Galaxy Part 1? What the hell's going on?
If something fun is happening and you have this stream or DSP stream open in a separate tab and you want me to see it, then just let me know in chat. This was a good opportunity. That being said, he's gonna beg now.
I did all 5 days this... Well, 4 days... 4 days this week, because I wasn't here on Thursday. That was my day off, right? No, I wasn't here Wednesday. Wednesday was my day off. So, it's good. Now, the thing is, I was thinking about this last night, and I was like, will I have something to talk about every single day? Probably not. I don't think that every day I would have something important to talk about at the end of the day. But if people like the video, if they just want to hear from me at the end of the day and have me talk a tiny bit for a few minutes about what I did that day, I'm okay with that if people like that.
It's the loneliness segment. It's the pity party. DSP now has pity parties. Yay, let's celebrate.
Daily rap video every day. I don't have to do it every day. I could just wait and do it whenever
Nice
I feel like
pity
there's
party,
something
DSP.
I want to talk about. But
People seem to
You
like
guys
it
are
right
loving
now.
it.
Every day it's getting decent views on YouTube. So maybe I will do it.
Oh, it's getting decent views. Getting decent views.
Over the weekend, so
Mr. Archive.
the weekend. I might not be back till like Monday to do one, but maybe I will. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking like, gee, should
Go
I
talk to your wife.
I really like this video. If they feel like it's a way to kind of have a wrap up of all my stuff for the
Fucking
day,
wrap up.
maybe I should keep doing it. I don't
You
know.
have a pre-stream, then play a game, then that's it.
Obviously, like your
That's
feedback.
it. What else do you do?
Another major change is that I now have comments on my videos, and it's been pretty good. The comments coming in, I get good opinions on stuff that people tell me. Oh, do you like this? Do you like that? Do you not like this? Do you not like that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he made a bunch of
And I like
fucking
that. I like
begging
that feedback
videos
because
for his
primarily my
Forza
feedback has
stuff.
been from people here on the stream.
Every day an update
Chat,
on whether it got claimed or blocked.
Day. I don't get much feedback directly from the viewers on YouTube anymore because the comments were off for like 4 years.
Oh no, it's the same shit we just watched in a clip.
And this
Same
is excellent.
fucking
This is what I
shit. This
want.
guy
You like
sucks.
Those daily rap videos.
Broken
I think I'm
record,
gonna start
man.
calling them the daily rap now. I think I like that.
The
name.
daily
I think
rap.
With a good one.
Don't
So,
call it like that, you're gonna eat it.
If you like those videos, let me know. Leave a comment on the video and say, hey, I really like this daily rap video. Please keep doing it. It's cool to see you kind of talk at the end of the day and summarize what you did. Or say, nah, it's kind of extra. We don't really need it. Kind of superfluous. If you're here on the streams, you don't need it. Because really the reason I'm doing it is not for people on the streams. People on the streams, I talk to you guys all the time. At the end of my last stream, I usually recap what happened today and let you know what's coming up the next day. But it's cool to have a video on YouTube about that as well, I think, because the YouTube audience doesn't usually get that. Okay? So, let's see. Let's maybe keep doing it and see what you guys think every night. It doesn't not a big deal to turn on the camera for 5 minutes and just let you know what happened that day.
What happened that day? You played a video game and you begged a little bit and you need support right now. In the short term, not the long term, which is
Easy Train says, I'm enjoying
all the stuff you know.
daily rap as
You
well.
know what I mean.
Train says, I think it's great to have a short and sweet video highlighting the state of the stream.
I think it's great to have a short and sweet pre-stream.
Okay, so maybe I'll keep doing it. I think it's a good idea, at least for something different. And like you said, it's a good way for not necessarily for those watching the streams, but for those who couldn't watch the streams to know kind of what happened that day and get a vibe. That way, if you're not watching the live
Yeah,
stream,
we should all comment romance
the
cat
gameplay or
under his
maybe
videos.
you
That's the
didn't,
hottest comment. I still have no idea what it
the
means.
stream to hear me kind of wind down and tell you what happened that day. It's a good opportunity for that. So I think we'll for now we'll maybe keep doing it, and we'll see how it goes. And if you guys like it, we'll keep doing it. All right. So these are good new ideas. I like it. My face on the pre-stream. You get to see me. That's a fresh new idea. You guys like that, right? Leaving the licensed music in the gameplay videos. That's good. As well as of now, doing the daily rap videos. Now, one thing that I really want to test.
You're gonna complain how it's a lot of work in the future, 100%.
Is what's going on with DSP Gaming now that I have all these videos.
Oh, it's the state of the streams. Let's see. Let's see what's happening for real. This time for real.
DSP Gaming,
Honestly.
I get multiple sources of income, and this is my business and my job. I need to make income to make a living. Okay.
Well, you don't need to. You
Memberships. When people join as a membership, I get paid for that.
can also get a job.
Chat super stickers. I get paid for that, and ad revenue. Those are the three ways that I make, money through YouTube itself and content creation. Ad revenue is very hit or miss. There are some months where ad revenue is decent. There are some months when ad revenue is terrible. And it goes up and down like this. It's never great. It used to be great. It was so great at one point. I was made many years just on ad revenue.
Yeah, where did it go?
Other sources of income, but
I
those
didn't
days are
need
long
anything.
gone,
I was
okay?
so rich. I was filthy rich. I still had
Now,
depression though.
This month, November, it's kind of a interesting month of the year. And the reason I say that is in November, all the advertisers come to YouTube to advertise their products for Christmas. You may have noticed watching YouTube.
Oh, I've heard this before. This is pathetic.
All of a sudden, there were way
Just
more
don't.
ads.
Just don't,
Like
DSP.
every video. And I'm not just talking, you watch a popular YouTuber's video who usually has 20 ads on their video and they have it. I'm talking everyone has ads now. Because now there's a ridiculous amount of ads being thrown at YouTube for the holiday season. This is the most profitable month.
If you see ads on my shit, I didn't put them there, so I don't know.
November, and then the first
Probably
half of
Susan's fault.
December.
But it's her right. It's her platform.
So that
Do the
being
shit for
said,
free.
People who monetize their videos get a great increase in
Great
support
snort, swallow,
ads at this time of
increase.
year. For me,
That's a professional
I
for
decided
you.
This week,
You
I'm
should
not
give him
going
money.
to disable any licensed music because I feel the playthroughs I'm doing right now, Guardians of the Galaxy, Forza Horizon 5, and GTA San Andreas Definitive Edition, are all playthroughs that would benefit from having that music in them. Okay?
Oh yeah,
that
sure.
being said,
It's chill music.
you've
It
seen
adds
this last
it adds a
5+
lot
days,
to
every
the
video
vibe.
I'm uploading has licensed music in it, but every video is also getting claimed on YouTube. All right? So it's like the playthrough's much better, I feel. Especially GTA. Let me tell you something. GTA with the music on, you're driving around, you're
best
grooving
thing.
to the music, it's playing during the missions and everything, you're vibing. It feels like you're in the 90s. I love that about Grand Theft Auto, that when you play a GTA game and you hear the music, it puts you in the time period of the game because of the appropriate licensed soundtrack. Okay?
Yeah, that's great. Watch Dogs couldn't do it. They had terrible music, Jesus Christ. Especially the second one. There was one rap about hacking. It was a hacker rap.
How things continue to
Cringiest
go.
shit ever.
But so far, it seems to have worked out well. People
Went
are telling
like,
me overwhelmingly
drink
with
all
their
the booze,
feedback.
hack all the
Man, I really
things.
like,
Yeah, it was.
the licensed music in your videos. Please keep it in. That's great. But, and this is a big but.
Big butt.
Ooh, drunk in the trunk. I have to see how much this negatively affects my channel, because that means no ad revenue for me at all at a time.
Yeah, DSP, goodbye. Bye for now.
It
I'll
takes
see you
away
again.
all of the
Let's go back to
suspense and
DSP.
risk element of the game.
I mean,
You
KO
know
Gaming.
Michelle's
I mean,
never
Phil
been
from
killed, never
KO
gonna get
Gaming.
bitten, and there's pretty much no risk at all. She's kind of a godlike character.
What about the other
Put
characters
any
that you don't
kind of
know?
element of risk,
That you
and therefore the
should
game
like?
ends up being incredibly boring. And ultimately, if you never play The Walking Dead Michonne, you've missed absolutely nothing, because you know nothing's gonna happen to her. Hopefully in the future, Telltale Games learns from this experience, because ultimately, when you have a game where the character you know is going to be protected, especially in the realm of The Walking Dead, where everyone is constantly at risk, and that's part of the success of the suspenseful plotline of that franchise, you need to have that risk element. And this game didn't have it, and it ended up kind of being boring and kind of a throwaway experience, and that's a shame. Number 16, Hitman. I was critical of this game during its course of game development.
No,
because
DSP.
Square Enix,
No.
the game developer,
Don't diss Hitman. Let's see.
couldn't
Let's
seem
see.
to decide what they wanted to do with the game. At first, they said it was going to be an episodic digital release. Then they changed their mind and said it would be a physical retail disc.
Hey, big ups to
Then
the
they
people
kinda
at
changed their
work.
mind again
Go
amidst
get that
development and
money.
Said, no, it will be an episodic
have a
digital
job.
release over the course of
That's
2016,
dope.
and we'll finally release a retail disc at the end of the year. Now, this was an experiment because we were wondering, could you take a franchise that's always been released as full retail games and split it up among these kind of more digestible digital episodes and make it successful? Ultimately,
Yes.
Hitman did decently sales-wise, and I do think that actually the gameplay of the game was quite good. There were a lot of unique locations, some really awesome disguises, some creative and unique and interesting and fun ways to take out your targets. I think the gameplay was actually on par with that of the Hitman franchise. But two critical things really held it back, in my opinion. The first being the fact that the game seemed to have a lot of bugs and issues. For example, sometimes I would reload a game and all of the characters had been moved throughout the map from when I had actually saved the game. You know, I saved with a target in the next room just in case if I screw up, I can redo it from that point. I reload the save, the target's not in that room anymore. What happened? What was the point
nice.
of even saving the game if it was going to completely reset or reshuffle the map? That doesn't seem to make sense. In addition, sometimes these characters are absolutely psychic. They can see you through walls. Everyone magically gets psychically
I haven't
alerted
had this
when
happen to
one
me.
character sees you, which makes absolutely no sense.
I mean, this was his fault.
Everything wrong.
This specific case that he's showing as evidence for what he's talking about, it was his fault.
With this kind of game, if you're trying to be hyper realistic and you're trying to simulate an assassin trying to come through silently, you want to be sure that the targets and the different people, security guards, etc., are going to react realistically, and sadly that doesn't really happen in Hitman a lot of the time.
Look at this, he's getting
Even more
spotted
so than
again.
the bugs and those issues,
He's getting spotted again. What the
the
fuck?
fact
What
that
is
the
this gameplay?
story felt
There are
so
two people there.
disjointed.
Oh, and he cut away because they saw him. Terrible fucking gameplay. What was this? Because this is what I'm talking about. Some types of videos on YouTube are like this, where it seems like a decently enough, well put together video. And then you pay attention to it, and everything just falls apart.
Because the episodes were released so sporadically throughout the course of 2016, then I really didn't get any kind of a story whatsoever out of the game. Yeah, every single episode had a cutscene or two that kind of advanced the storyline, but ultimately by the end,
There's a bunch of dialogue, there's evidence that you collect at the places, there's a lot of stuff that help you piece together the picture. Come on, man. What is this? This is some nonsense.
There's a couple characters that are gone. You don't know where the hell they are or what happened to them. It's a big cliffhanger ending at the end of this game that doesn't really resolve anything. And ultimately, it feels more kind of like, well, this was a way to give you more Hitman gameplay, but it doesn't really feel like a full entry in the Hitman series. More just like, here, you're in the Jelly of the Month Club, where every month I'm going to mail you a new delicious offering of gameplay of Hitman, but ultimately it doesn't add anything to the franchise nor add anything to the gameplay. It's just kind of a subscriber-based system where you're going to get some little bit of snippets of gameplay here and there throughout the course of the year, and I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I actually think
Resolve
Hitman makes more sense. A whole
Resolve
game that's polished and finished, that's digestible, that has a coherent
digestible.
story. I think that they lost a lot of that, cutting it up into
Like
an episodic
DoorDash.
formula, and that's a shame.
Needs to be more robust. But these games are robust as fuck. Oh, and number one is,
Well,
of
that's
course.
it for
Oh
this
no,
part.
that's it for this part. Part 1 of 5. Wow. There were a bunch of disappointing games.
20 mo-
Okay, let's skip this nonsense. Let's get started. Welcome back. It's Phil from
kind
KO
of
Gaming.
shooting from Destiny.
What is
with
this?
Gameplay from online competitive.
Oh, this is fucking Battleborn. Okay, this game died. We know this game is rest in peace to this game. Overwatch completely wiped the floor with it.
In a game like this,
Come on, DSP, move away from it. We know it's dead already. And I'm not gonna argue with it. It was disappointing. Come on. Let's get to something, to more hot takes.
it's a shame because ultimately maybe
It's
the
a
game
shame.
wasn't so bad. But in retrospect, how many of us actually?
Okay,
bought
let's
it
see.
and
Oh,
played
Mafia 3.
14, Mafia 3. Mafia 3 was a really highly hyped and anticipated game release this year. You know, it had been a while since Mafia 2 had come out, and the fact that this time around we were going to be able to control people who were not in the Mafia, but who actually were kind of anti-Mafia, trying to release the Mafia stranglehold on New Bordeaux, which is the in-game equivalent of real-life New Orleans, Louisiana in the United States. The fact that the cast of characters was varied and interesting and different led to the fact that you could have a more modernized sandbox game, and maybe this was the game that we were all looking for.
No.
And sadly, I actually feel that Mafia 3 was in a lot of ways a great game, but didn't live up
What
to any of
ways?
our expectations. First off, the
It was in a lot of ways a great game, but didn't live up to any of our expectations. Mr. Brunel, how does this even make sense?
actual plot line of Mafia
No, there's no script for these videos. Now you can be sure there is no script.
3, if you're following along the story of the main
I actually like Mafia 3. It just the shaders on the graphics look weird, man. It looks all like glitchy and buggy sometimes. And I played the definitive edition. I enjoyed the game. I liked the grind in it a lot. I did everything.
characters and some of the epic style missions whenever you're going up against a big mob boss and trying to take them out in a creative way. Some of these missions and plot elements are great, and if the game only featured them, this game would probably be 8 to 10 hours long and be amazing, but everyone would probably complain, just like they did with Mafia 2, that the game was far too short and there wasn't any side content. So what did they do? They tacked on an insane amount of side content, which is good, but the
You
problem
don't have to... The cool thing with that is you don't have to do all of it. You just have to get it past a certain threshold, and then you can go attack the boss, the district boss.
was they made the side content mandatory. So if you want to progress to the next leg of the story in Mafia 3, you have to go do literally 2 to 3 hours of repetitive gameplay, kill a bunch of generic targets, destroy a bunch of generic property, steal a van and drive it across the map while people are coming after you. All the kind of really grindy, boring style gameplay that we've seen in
liked it.
sandbox games over the past 10 to 15 years. It's all present
And it was cool when you get a headshot. It's nice.
here in Mafia
Feels
3,
nice.
and sadly, it is not optional. You have to
I
do
also played Mafia the remake, and I think it's pretty okay.
all of it in order to properly progress the story and get to the next leg of finally interesting content hidden behind the wall of boring grinding. This was a terrible game development choice, and paired with the fact that the game had some wonky driving
But what interesting content are we talking about getting to? The whole game is this. You take over certain districts by doing the mini missions, and then eventually you take the district boss. What is the interesting, cool stuff that is unlocked later on? That's the whole game. That's how it is. I don't know. I don't get it.
Physics had some really big bugs and glitches, including cloned NPCs. It just didn't feel like a coherent and or polished experience. It felt like they had two different games, an 8 to 10 hour awesome game and a 20 to 30 hour boring game, and they crammed the boring gameplay into the interesting game to make it long.
He actually bothered to show us clips as examples of the duplicated NPCs.
Longer and pad the length, and
so I
ultimately
guess
it comes up as a disappointing mess of a
respect.
game rather than one that feels like a short but sweet experience like Mafia 2 did. So sometimes directly listening to feedback from your gamers and your purchasers doesn't pan out. Adding in all this side content to Mafia 3 made it a worse game than if it didn't have it in it, and it was pretty disappointing. Number 13, Dead Rising 4.
Yeah, okay, that was disappointing as well.
Included in the Dead Rising.
I want to skip to the ones that are more controversial, because here I agree with him. Okay, next one is Quantum Break. That was also Quantum Broken on launch. And yeah, let's go talk about Call of Duty. Okay.
Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Now, hold on. Before you jump on the hate bandwagon.
I like how it buffered while he said, hold on. That was great.
Permeated this game throughout the year of 2016. People seeing the trailers and shitting all over it and basically saying
another bandwagon.
Absolutely have to skip because it looks like basically a cash-in that is not what the fans want anymore. I do agree, and I actually saw those same trailers as you and was kind of the same mentality. But when I finally played it, I ended up finding it disappointing for a completely different reason. Yes, the multiplayer of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare is terrible. It's a bunch of double jump.
In this piece of gameplay that we just saw that introduced the game, he did nothing. He threw a grenade and then walked around, and then it faded out. And now he died. Instantly next clip, he dies.
Drones mutate into a robot fucking dog bullshit.
He's so fucking salty too.
To do with an actual
massive toxicity
shooter. And in fact, if you actually played Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered this year, you played an infinitely better game, and it single-handedly shows why Infinite Warfare is such a watered-down piece of crap for the kiddies, rather than something to be taken seriously. As
so fucking pissed off.
Competitive experience.
Wait, Modern Warfare?
Being said, the reason this game is disappointing is not that. It's actually because the single player
look at this fucking gameplay. It fucking sucks.
Campaign of Infinite Warfare is exceptionally good. It's actually the best single player campaign in some 5 years. It features an interesting cast of characters, great acting, but that's always kind of par for the course when it comes to Call of Duty's campaigns. Where it differs here is that the campaign is robust. It actually has side content missions that you don't have to do, but if you do check them out, it's
the campaign is robust.
There's stealth, there's piloting of ships and awesome aerial dogfights. There's a lot of different kinds of stuff to do in the campaign. That's
this is my favorite Call of Duty, when you're in space and you're shooting at spaceships.
And the fact that they actually put all this added polish and effort into
robust
it.
Fucking Call of Duty.
Some of the best writing this year. You actually come to know and like these characters by the end of the campaign, and you almost want to shed a tear when there's the resolution at the end, because you've suspended
it's been tough.
Some hours with these people who you've come to kind of care for. What the hell? Like, what happened here? How did we get such a great campaign in a game and not know about it? And I have to say, shame on Infinity Ward, because maybe if they would just pull their head out of their ass for 1 year and say, hey, okay, our multiplayer kind of sucks, but we just made
insulting the developers directly. That's amazing, DSP.
Maybe people would actually buy your game. But instead, for them, it's all
on your detox channel, the KO Gaming channel, that's not supposed to be toxic. You're shitting on Infinity Ward. It's all about the duties. What?
On the screen and doing their stupid kill streaks that is so terrible and has ruined the franchise single-handedly that instead most people skipped it.
He's so fucking mad. That was his depression back then.
Experience. So why is Infinite Warfare so disappointing? Because it's a game that foiled itself by catering to all the watered-down bullshit that most mainstream gamers don't want anymore and taking the easy way out for trying to sell a game to the kiddies. They ended up
what a fucking great piece of gameplay. His friend gets killed next to him. He doesn't see the guy who killed his friend. And then he gets killed by the same guy. That's great. Look at this. Look at this. Shooting somewhere into the nothingness, into the void. He saw some guy go there. This guy's gone. His friend is dead.
And taking the
Now
easy
he gets
way
killed.
out for trying to sell a game to the kiddies.
Amazing. Sell a game to the kiddies.
Ruining a campaign that was
Well, that was probably a
groundbreaking and in lot of
12-year-old
ways could be Game
who
of the Year
died to over
style
there.
narrative material, and no one played the damn thing because no one bought the game. They shot themselves in the foot, and I think finally the Call of Duty gravy train is over. Well, that's it for this part. Hope you liked the video, and if you did, please consider
No, I
giving
didn't. This video was fucking trash. Oh, there's chapters on this one. Hold on. What?
Disappointing games of 2016.
What? There's chapters in this one. Who wrote them? Not DSP, but I don't know who. Somebody wrote chapters for this. Blows my mind. Let's go. First of all, is Mutants in Manhattan. This fucking Ninja Turtles, I don't care. Umbrella Corps, that was a terrible game. Mirror's Edge Catalyst, that's no. The Last Guardian. And Ghostbusters. Wow. Let's see The Last Guardian, because that was like an interesting concept for a game.
Yup, another game on this countdown that we can chalk up to being stuck in development hell. The Last Guardian was a Team Ico exclusive game that was supposed to be a system seller for the PS3, but ended up not being released until the fall of 2016 due to massive amounts of production delays and development horror stories. When it finally was released, it was incredibly underwhelming. The platforming and puzzles were basic and simple. The game had absolutely no replayability because there's no collectibles or secrets or hidden anything in the game. The game can be beaten in an underwhelming 10 hours for a full-priced retail release. The graphics performance
10 hours of this looks terrifying.
PlayStation 4 with a frame rate that chugged below 30 frames per second many different times of the game. And ultimately, the game just feels dated. If this game had come out during the PS3 era, before we had played games with better graphics, better puzzles, and
First things first, better graphics.
better platforming, then maybe we all would have been blown away. But the sad fact is the only real thing that this game has going for it is the emotional connection between the protagonist and the creature. And even then, as your trust level grows throughout the game, sometimes the creature won't even listen to you, leading to a massive amount of frustration as you point repeatedly in the direction you want to go, and the damn thing just stands there laughing at you, sometimes even turning around and going.
Yeah, back then he would cut up his videos.
Want to progress.
That was a
it really
nightmare.
is annoying and frustrating. And some people have defended this game saying, but there's emotional connection and that's a really awesome experience. Or, oh, the creature doesn't listen to you all the time because an animal in real life doesn't listen to you all the time, right? Listen, the bottom line is there have been other video games with emotional connections between the development cycle of this game that have done it better, and those games have surpassed.
There's other games that have a better emotional connection between the development cycle of this game.
What this game was trying to do.
Dude, I shouldn't be paying attention to it, but I am.
And sorry, a game with unresponsive controls, whether they're intentional or not, is still a game with unresponsive controls that are incredibly annoying. So The Last Guardian would have probably been an amazing, breathtaking game if it actually had been released during the PS3 era, but been there, done that. We've seen games with better graphics, better controls, better platforming, better puzzles, and pretty much everything in this game done better already.
We've seen all these games, I'm not gonna give any examples.
Too little.
We've seen it all before, but I'm not gonna tell you why.
Too damn late.
Or how.
Number 6, Ghostbusters.
Yeah, nobody cares. But you said nobody cares. I care.
Back to the
I don't care.
disappointing games of 2016 countdown.
Let's see what is
If
next.
you haven't
This
seen the
fucking...
other parts yet, be sure to check
What is this first thing?
the dust saying what happened to the gameplay that I used to know and love.
Final Fantasy
That during
15.
combat, half the time doesn't work, in particular in indoor. Without further ado, let's continue with our countdown.
Let's see what else. There's a shooter. Oh, this is
shooter.
yeah, okay, this is Homefront. Let's see how toxic he's gonna get. Is it gonna be a mixed bag of toxicity? Or it's gonna be a full bag?
Number 3, Homefront: The Revolution. Well, I don't think anyone's going to be surprised to hear this game on my most disappointing games countdown, considering that at the time that I reviewed it, I called it the worst game that I had ever played.
Oh, he... Look at this! Look at this fucking flex. Look at this flex. He could have screenshotted just the thumbnail and the name and the views. But he decided to do the other game as well, that also has over 112,000 views, just to flex on you. Just to flex. Look at my video, it has 112,000 views. He could have cut it off, he could have trimmed it, could have cropped it. He didn't. On purpose.
Is a pathetic mess. Upon launch, the frame rate of this game was so low on
Pathetic
consoles
mess.
that it was impossible to even properly aim and hit enemies, which is pretty bad when the main gameplay component of a first-person shooter is actually shooting things. In addition, it just reeked of being incredibly lazy. The gameplay combat was terrible. The guns were laughable, shooting off fireworks and just silly things. They looked and acted more like toys than anything else. How about the fact that the NPCs in the game are literally identical, and the game developers couldn't put in enough time or effort to even separate the clones from standing next to each other. This game sucks. This is everything bad with modern gaming. Let's have an idea for a game, but instead of actually having the time and effort to put together one that's worth someone's hard-earned dollar, let's just try to rush.
Terrible shooting with a rocket launcher in close quarters. Not even a rocket launcher, it's a
side missions.
fireworks
The length
launcher.
of the game is longer than it actually is. Let's not actually make the game play at a playable frame rate. Let's just sell, and then fix later. And the bottom line is that Homefront: The Revolution apparently was fixed some month later after release with several different patches and updates that made the game a much more enjoyable experience. But for people who bought it at launch, this game was a stinky piece of crap. It's unacceptable to be selling games that are not functional upon launch, and in this day and age, we're just not going to put up with this kind of crap anymore. Homefront: The Revolution, you suck.
Yeah, he was talking about hard-earned dollars.
No Man's Sky.
Okay, No Man's Sky. We've watched this video, the actual video. Oh, Street Fighter 5. Let's see, Street Fighter 5.
Number one, and I say this with a sigh of disappointment and a heavy heart, the most disappointing game of 2016 was Street Fighter 5. Now, I don't know how many of you here know this, but I am a lifelong fan of Street Fighter. My extensive coverage of Street Fighter 4 on YouTube was what got me my initial popularity here and allowed me to do this as a job back in 2010 and 2011. I was a former professional Street Fighter player. I've actually won major tournaments like EVO before. And so to play Street Fighter 5 and see what they did with this
He didn't win EVO. He won at EVO.
franchise this year,
As far as I know.
me. This is a game that I so much wanted to be successful on multiple levels, and sadly it failed on two entirely different levels at the same time. Let's talk a little bit about that. First off, at launch, Street Fighter V was released as one of, if not the most bare bones console video game ever created. This game only had online versus, offline versus, and a very basic kind of story mode, and that was it. It didn't have any kind of formal challenges. It didn't have any kind of an in-depth level tutorial or anything for the characters, which is exactly what you would want from a brand new game in the franchise. Hell, it didn't even
Yeah, his
have
fourth
online
place was very
lobbies
questionable.
for multiplayer. This game was released in
His claim to fame is super shady. Because nobody wanted to play that game, they didn't show up, and he played a bunch of guys, and he was fourth. And that's his claim to fame.
incredibly bare bones. And boy, was there a backlash when in February of 2016, people who had bought Street Fighter IV and had all of that stuff at launch paid the same amount of retail dollars for this one, only to find out all of that content was sorely lacking. Not everyone buys fighting games for the competitive side, and anyone who wanted to play Street Fighter V and not play it at a competitive tournament level found themselves incredibly underwhelmed during the first few months of its release. Now, in addition, the netcode of Street Fighter V at first was non-functional. The game not only didn't have much single-player content, but then when you actually went to play it online for the first couple of weeks, it was impossible to get matches. The connections were absolutely terrible. You would disconnect. It was an absolute laughingstock, and there were even rumors across the internet that Capcom had only hired one person to actually work on the netcode of the game, which is unfathomable for a game that's supposed to be a AAA game release. Now, in Capcom's defense, as the year passed by, they actually did add in a lot of additional content to the game that was missing, including a full-on story mode, challenges for each characters, and the like. And yes, they did actually get the netcode under control, and as of right now, the netcode in online play of Street Fighter V isn't so bad. So that's a good thing. But the problem was that as time went on,
I thought it was terrible.
the competitive aspect of Street Fighter V started to be brought into question, because people started to realize it seemed like in this game, you just simply couldn't couldn't react to things as fast as you could in previous Street Fighter games. For example, if someone's jumping at you, why?
Maybe your reflexes aren't as fast as when you used to play Street Fighter a lot. What? Now you're an alcoholic and you can barely put together a hour and 45-minute rambling session.
Is it harder in Street Fighter 5
every day
with an anti-air move than in any Street Fighter previously before this one? So people sat down and studied the game and found out that Street Fighter 5 actually has 8 frames of input delay. That's more than any other competitive fighting game ever before in the Street Fighter franchise. To give you some perspective, what that means is when you push a button, it takes longer in Street Fighter 5 for that input to actually take effect in the game than any other Street Fighter beforehand.
Yeah, but give us a point of reference so we know by how much more difficult it is. Is in the previous game 7 frames? I don't know, because I actually don't know, and I'm watching this video of a guy saying it's disappointing, and as always with DSPs, you gotta take him by his words. Where's the fucking proof? He showed you like a fucking forum post by some guy saying, hey, it's 8 frames. I don't fucking get it, man. How much worse is it than usual? Tell me.
So if you see someone jumping at you, you push the button to hit them, it might not come out in time to knock them out of the air, and that's ridiculous.
That sounds like a great excuse when you're losing.
Street Fighter...
Man, this game fucking sucks. It's 8 frames. If it was 7 frames, I would have been perfect.
Both a game plan, but also reactions to that game plan. You need to be able to try to counter and counterattack and do things in response to an opponent's attempted attack on you. And if there's more delay in this game than any other game, it basically means it's the worst competitive fighting game ever in modern memory. It's a joke. Now, some people...
Now, if you're gonna claim something is the worst out of a bunch of other things that already exist, then you better give actual evidence, not just say, well, I played it before, and I was good at it a long time ago, and this game I don't like it. And 8 frames, and that's a lot.
Kind of
compared to what? Well, I don't know. The other ones that I was good at.
Defended this and said, oh,
right.
But maybe Capcom intended it. But then later on in the year, Capcom released the input of frame delay to only 6.5 frames. So obviously, if they're reducing it, it means that it wasn't intended to begin with, and people don't want it. It's hilarious because so many people defended this game over the course of the year, and after I played it with all the different DLC characters and such, ultimately, even though I was a longtime Street Fighter fan and someone, like I said, who's been in tournaments and played every major competitive Street Fighter game, I just stopped playing it. I can't stomach it. I know it's the worst made Street Fighter ever. It's an absolute laughing stock that we can try to justify a game that has this much input delay. And I simply put, am not going to play it anymore. I wish more people would listen to me and understand that when you support a practice...
He played it a lot since then. Like, actually many times. Since 2017.
It's like this, a game that was inferiorly designed, and you keep putting money into it, and you keep buying DLC characters, and you keep buying outfits, and you keep going to tournaments, and you keep watching live streams of it, and you support this kind of a half-finished...
But maybe they like it. Maybe they like it, DSP. But he knows, because he's been good at it before. And now he's not good anymore, so the game sucks, right? But you keep supporting it. Yeah, I like it. What the fuck? I mean, I don't play any of these games. Closest I'll get is Mortal Kombat. But I have my combos show up on the screen because I'm a gamer.
Half-assed piece of crap fighting game Capcom will never learn. As consumers and as gamers, whether or not you love Street Fighter or hate it, when you know that a game is worse than anything else ever made, you need to stand up collectively and say, we will not support this practice moving forward.
But if it was worse than anything ever made before, then why weren't there riots about it and people review bombing it and stuff? That's what happens to the worst of anything ever. And not just a guy making a video about it and making 16,000 views. That's not it being the worst ever.
The competitive fighting game community is desperate because they're afraid that if Street Fighter V dies out because it is an inferior game, what's going to happen to their community that got built up from this hardcore fan base?
Let's say, I think DSP is afraid that he can't adapt to the new Street Fighter games, which makes him irrelevant as a fighting game player. I can say this because I'm a person and I'm saying, so I'm a part of people saying, right? People saying everything.
Originating from the resurgence of interest in fighting games back with the release of Street Fighter 4. They're so terrified that their little piece of subculture is going to disappear if Street Fighter 5 fails that they'd be more willing to hide the problems with the game and continuously support it and throw more money at Capcom.
What is this claim? What is this claim? What is this claim? What is it, Mr. Brunel? What? Based on what? These people I saw on Twitter, they're shitheads. I'm gonna put this in my video.
They know we're gonna boycott it because we know it's a piece of shit. That is sad and pathetic. And the bottom line is, what is to stop Capcom from releasing Street Fighter 6 with even more frames of input delay because they realized that people just bought the fucking game anyway and ignored it with Street Fighter 5. It really is a sad state. At least for me,
really is a sad
I'm the kind
state.
of person, I'm more diversified. I'm not so reliant on fighting games and fighting game coverage that I'm forced to play.
Yeah, we're begging about Forza, huh? Forza didn't make the money. GTA is not gonna make the money. Such a diverse guy.
Continuously support a game that I know is subpar like Street Fighter 5. Sadly, not everyone is in the same boat as me, but all I can say is this. Street Fighter 5 by far was the most disappointing game not only of 2016, but of recent memory for me. Not ever have I had such a beloved franchise that used to be the top of the mountain, the king of the crop. Street Fighter was the quintessential top dog of competitive fighting games, and because of an inept game development team that listened to all the wrong people, made all the wrong choices.
He's so fucking
and ended up
angry.
releasing a subpar,
Massive salt.
input delayed, bare bones game. This franchise has effectively been run into the ground outside of the hardcore fans. That's a shame. Hopefully,
But bro, this is such a clown opinion. Such a clown opinion. Because this game can eventually be good when it gets patched or whatever. But he's burning his bridge with this game. Already. It came out, fuck it, I wish it dies, and this franchise is fucking dead to me, it's garbage. DSP, why you gotta act like a kid?
some
What the
point in the
fuck?
future, they'll figure out how they screwed up and turn it around. But for now, Street Fighter 5 is a huge stinking dud. And that is it for my top.
Yeah, get out of here. Now, let's see the best ones, of course. We gotta be fair.
What is going on, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to my annual Game of the Year Awards countdown. Over the course of 2016, we saw a wide variety of great video games, unique first-person shooter experiences, action-adventure titles, RPGs, epic adventures, stories, characters, graphics, and just overall a wide variety of exceptional games. In this series, I'll be doing my best to count down my personal top 10 picks of the best games of 2016, as well as some honorable mentions, which I felt just didn't make the cut for one reason or another, or maybe they were games that I really enjoyed but didn't get to play all the modes and everything of, so it certainly wouldn't be fair to rank it as like one of my best games of the year, but at the same time, I still wanted to give them a shout out. So without further ado, let's get started with the best games of 2016.
I actually want to go and find
honorable mention.
I want to find the
Plants
worst
vs.
ones for
Zombies
next
Garden
time, because the
Warfare
worst
2.
ones are funnier.
The sequel to the original game from a couple years back that was an Xbox.
Looking at plants and zombies, dude. It's not a thing. Gonna happen. Game of the Year Awards 2012. 2015. I think this one is pretty chill. He was doing KO Gaming back then as well, I think. Or might be DSP Gaming, it is. And each one is in a video, because of course it is. That's Game of the Year Awards. They're the worst ones? No, it's not. Okay, let's see the worst ones. Let's see. Most disappointing games. Let's see. 2020 countdown. Wow, we could see this as well. 2014, 2018. Wow, he's done all of these. Yeah, nice. 2015. Let's go. This is this looks like it's KO Gaming. You can tell by the great production quality. Let's go with number 10.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and welcome to the most disappointing games
fuck
of
is this voice?
2015 countdown, where I will take a look
Hello,
at some
everyone.
of the games this year that really just didn't live up to expectations, whether just because it was a sequel that didn't live up to the original.
Is this a fucking music
whether
video?
It was a game that maybe was advertised or hyped
Dude.
one way and ended up not
Dude.
living up to that potential.
Dude, what is this? I can barely hear him from San Andreas knockoff music.
Or maybe it was just a game that sucked. But I want to let everyone understand right up front, not all the games on this list are bad. In fact, many of the games on this listing are quite good. However, they're just disappointing for one reason or another. This is not my personal countdown of the worst games. It's
Dude,
overall
no, we're not gonna be listening to this. There's no chance in hell. What we're gonna be listening to actually is one of the new ones, where it's just, it's raw fill. So, the question is 2020 or 2018? See, 2019 countdown. Oh my god, he wore the Punisher beanie in 2019 or in 2020. January 6, 2020, he wore Punisher. Look at this man. Wow, a legend comes back. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna let this play, and I'll be back in like a minute. So yeah, you're not gonna miss me.
ladies and gentlemen, DSP here.
You can be
and
here with
welcome
Phil.
to my year-end awards for 2019. We're starting off with the most disappointing games of 2019 countdown. Now, before we get to it, I do this every single year, but let me preface this with exactly how I categorize games for this countdown. This is not the worst games of 2019 countdown. A lot of people do that kind of countdown. I don't do that. What I do is I look at all the games that I played over the course of 2019, and I single out the ones that I personally feel I wanted to be better than what they were, or maybe the hype made us believe that these games were going to be much better than they actually turned out to be when we played them. For whatever reason, every single one of the games that I'm about to call out on this list were very disappointing to me, okay? Again, does not mean the games overall were absolutely terrible or bad. It just means that for me, I really wish that these games were better for one reason or another. A lot of people have a misconception that because I have something on this list that it doesn't mean that I thought it was good or I'm talking junk about the game. That's actually not the case. As you're going to hear, I'm going to very specifically tell you each and every entry why I believe that they were disappointing for the year of 2019. Now, another thing I want to say up front, this only includes games that I have played. So by default, you may think, well, wow, one of the biggest stinkers of 2019 was Anthem. I purposely skipped it and didn't play it. It doesn't make my list of disappointing games.
It's terrible. They gave up on the game.
Disappoint me.
This is the worst.
So understand that it's only games that I played. There very much might have been way more games that you found disappointing in 2019 than made my list.
Oh, he has the same list as Angry Joe. Wow.
Feeling that I have to talk
Well,
about
that's
them
Phil
in
for
this
you.
Countdown. Okay.
That's your Phil.
Fair enough.
It's your boy Phil.
16
that
games,
you know and
ladies
love.
and gentlemen, this year. 16 games that I sorted out that I want to talk about in this countdown. So let's get to it. Please bear with me. That is not it. What the hell is that? There we go. All right. So without further ado, the most disappointing games of the year countdown, starting with number 16, which just happens to be...
Oh, he's gonna play him like this, huh?
a little game by the name of Wolfenstein Youngblood. Now, you may be seeing double. That's because, obviously, when I played these games this year, I had a webcam on the screen.
Played
I tried to position
Youngblood
in a way that would block it most of the time. In this case, it doesn't.
This is not
Wolfenstein
true.
Youngblood was a continuation of the Wolfenstein gaming franchise from the last decade. And this follows along the
yeah, he better not have Death Stranding in this list.
Against the Nazis in this what
or
if
I'm
scenario
gonna,
game of what if the Nazis
I'm gonna send in the Taliban.
And actually allowed the world to change in a really weird way, having the Third Reich control everything, all right? The previous games in the series, like Wolfenstein, the Old Blood, the New Blood, and all those games, were actually quite good. But Wolfenstein Youngblood said that it was going to do something different. For the first time ever, there would be two-player co-op in the Wolfenstein franchise, and instead of starring B.J. Blazkowicz, the hero from the previous games, it ended up being his two daughters, who apparently never have been in combat before, but somehow are going to get thrown into the mix of this whole Nazi-controlled world in the 1980s on a rescue mission trying to save their dad. On
I mean, he
paper,
can't really have footage without his face on it because it's all It's all on
could be
his
good.
streams.
And in some respects, the
All
game
it
does
has
excel
face on
because
it.
it does have some of that gameplay.
he's just
retain from the
generally
original
lazy to
Wolfenstein games,
edit something.
But sadly, most of the time, it
Could have
feels
made a
like completely
PowerPoint.
different
That could have
franchise.
worked.
First of all, the girls are completely silly. They have ridiculously bad one-liners, bad dialogue. They're supposed to be angsty.
So he played this co-op game with an AI. That's sad.
The Wolfenstein game where you're supposed to have a hard-ass
The saddest
hero.
stuff.
Instead, you got two teenagers, and it just doesn't really fit the whole mood of the game. In addition to that, sadly, on top of everything else in the game that sounds like it's Wolfenstein, the game ends up being kind of a ripoff of Crysis or another franchise where you're in a first-person suit where you kind of get abilities that you upgrade. Never before in Wolfenstein has this really been a thing. It's been, okay, you find weapons or whatever, and that's it. But in this one, for some reason, you're getting superpowers, right? You can do super-powered punches and kicks, sliding, stealth cloaking abilities, all kinds of stuff. You're like, what does this have to do with Wolfenstein? Wolfenstein never had that stuff in the franchise, and when you add it in, it makes it feel like you're not playing Wolfenstein anymore. Of course, the biggest problem for me in this game was the repetitiveness of it.
Yeah,
Yes,
think
I'd say
Crysis
probably
series
maybe
of games.
5 major story-based missions in the game that are
Think
very
Crysis.
fun, but outside of that, the rest of the game is doing repetitive and boring busy work. It feels like you're grinding and wasting your time for most of the game, and in reality, it just doesn't feel like this should be a major installment in the Wolfenstein franchise.
Like the
at all.
Spider-Man
It feels to
game
me
that
like
makes
instead
you
this
feel
should have
like
been
you're
a
Spider-Man.
A spin-off game that's $30
game.
rather than a full-fledged release that is actually part of the canon of the Wolfenstein franchise. Sadly, I think this is the first game in the
This
actual
wasn't full
Wolfenstein
price, right?
franchise that isn't very good. I liked all the other ones from the last decade. This one was a humongous disappointment for me.
Humongous.
And I think that they really just didn't do a very good job.
Yeah,
Very
that was
disappointing
not
for me.
a.
This was actually a game that I was
wasn't a
originally
very
planning on doing
robust
co-op with my
experience, I
wife.
think.
But when we heard how bad the game was supposedly going to be, and then I played it for myself a little bit, I said, I'm glad we didn't do co-op because I had to tough through it. I couldn't imagine my wife sitting there for how boring and grindy this game was.
Oh
to
yeah.
play it as long as
No,
I
no, no.
So
They would have
Wolfenstein
had a
Youngblood,
domestic
very
dispute.
disappointing. All right.
If
The
you're
number
playing with
15
Phil
most
and you're
disappointing
worse
game
than
this
Phil,
year,
which you shouldn't be better than him because then he's gonna feel bad.
This was a game.
But if you're
that
worse
was
than
supposed to
him,
be
then
survival
he's
horror,
gonna hate you
and when we
because
saw
you're pulling him
the
back.
preview of it at E3 this year, it looked really good on paper. Oh man, they're actually making a survival horror game that's Blair Witch. All the lore of those movies.
Oh
kind of
yeah,
thrown
all
into
that
a
a
survival
million
horror game.
years of lore
Sadly, this
of
game ended up
2
being
movies.
Exactly
That
the
the second
same
one has
as
nothing
all
to
the
do with
other
anything.
First-person horror games that are
Actually,
out
it
there.
does.
You walk around, you look for a clue, you look for something to solve a puzzle. You
Yeah, it's
wander
Blair
around
Witch.
aimlessly for hours on end, not knowing what
The
the hell you're
Blair
supposed
Witch
to
movie
do.
is basically just a
look, an
camera.
audio jump scare or something.
camera
that's
footage.
supposed to scare me.
And in the end,
then
it just
on to the
cuts.
next boring segment, and the game kind of trotted on and on and on like
Yeah,
that.
Kat was
It
supposed
just
to
wasn't
play
scary.
the Wolfenstein
I'm
game,
sorry, a
but
survival
she
horror game
didn't
needs
want
be
to because
scary.
the game
This
sucked.
wasn't scary. In fact, the only thing I would say that was original about this game you're seeing on the screen right now, there was a mechanic where you would use a camcorder to manipulate time, and so you would look back in the past at what had been recorded, and if you fast forwarded or rewound, it would actually change the landscape in front of you so you could solve puzzles. But outside of that, nothing in this game was original, nothing in this game was scary, and as if to say the ultimate kind of fuck you to people who spent money on this game, the Blair Witch is not in the game at all. The only thing this game
She's not a
ties to
character
Blair
in
Witch
anything.
is that you find little Blair Witch insignias hanging in the woods made of wood
What?
sticks or
She
whatever.
wasn't in the
That's
movie.
it. There's nothing
In
else
both
in
of
the game that
them.
has anything to do with Blair Witch. It's literally a franchising deal where they bought the rights to Blair Witch and made a completely unrelated game and tried to jump on the bandwagon, and it fails miserably. In addition, the ending is insanely
Fails
confusing,
miserably.
where maybe a time loop, maybe it's not.
Unlike
It's just a
DSP, who
very
fails
disappointing game. If you're
gracefully
looking for
every
survival
time
horror, this
something
is not the
happens
game
to
you
him.
want. It's just a really boring waste of time, in my opinion.
Miserable failure.
Okay.
Sadly, it's a miserable
Moving on.
failure and a sack
Number
of shit,
14,
and it
Most
sucks and it's
disappointing game
ass.
of the year is
Let's
actually not the footage I'm showing you now, but I couldn't freaking find the right video, and I apologize.
What?
Gears of War 5, but not the campaign. In fact, if anything, showing you what I'm showing you right now kind of highlights that the campaign of Gears of War 5 was actually quite good. It was unique and interesting.
Based
It had
on what?
open
This-
world exploration for
this
the first
footage?
time ever in the Gears world. This plot was good.
This isn't
Yeah,
much
it
to
had
go
some
from.
bugs, but ultimately I really liked the plot of Gears 5. The thing that I hated about Gears of War 5 that made the
Yeah,
game
the
very
iconic
disappointing for
Blair
me
Witch character.
was the
from-
multiplayer. Because
think
when you
the Blair
Gears,
Witch
of course, you think,
cinematic
oh, fun
universe.
campaign, but then you think, oh, multiplayer, that's going to hook you. That's something you're going to be playing for weeks or months on. And
It's gonna hook
something
you
that's
like
fun that you could just
like
jump in and
WWE
have a good time
champions.
playing casually, or it actually has a very competitive nature where if you want to really play it hardcore, you can get good at it and actually play it at a higher level. But sadly,
He couldn't find his own video. Yes,
just
correct.
didn't come to fruition.
He
First
couldn't
of all,
find
the
his own video.
Standard multiplayer gameplay of the game is built around
Because
competitive play.
he's lost.
It's very
Perpetually
difficult to just
lost.
jump in and enjoy. Unlike previous Gears games where I was easily able to just jump in and play for a few months and just have fun casual sessions, this was like day one. People were finding insane ways to abuse and look over ways that you couldn't normally think you could and find these high-level strategies. I mean, I played the game the first week. I couldn't even do anything in the multiplayer by the end of the first week because people had gotten insanely competitive at the game. The other thing is there's no real casual modes to the multiplayer. Both multiplayer modes are kind of hardcore competitive. So there's no easy way to just jump in and mess around. It seemed like the only way to play was to get insanely good, which I wasn't very interested in. Now there was an
Insanely
online survival
good.
mode as well.
When has
which was
DSP
supposed to be one of the
in
new features of the game?
anyways
all the
been
different
interested in
characters you play as,
something
level them
to
up
be
in the
insanely
online
good at?
survival mode. Well, guess what?
It's never happened
it was
before.
Bugged. It wasn't working properly.
bug?
When you first tried to play it during launch week and you tried to play as the robot droid character, half the time his abilities would freeze. This was a common problem with certain characters and things within the first week to 2 weeks of the game's launch. The multiplayer wasn't working properly for certain modes, which basically made it unplayable and very disappointing. So Gears of War 5's campaign, in my opinion, was a major step in the right direction. But how many people bought Gears of War 5 just to play the campaign?
5
I was actually
trillion.
playing this game for
I'm
the
sure.
multiplayer, and it was just too ridiculously serious. Too many people just trying so hard to be competitive. No real modes put in there for casuals, and I just ended up not enjoying it after about a
Mr.
week.
Casual.
I dropped it completely and never played it again. So it was pretty disappointing for me. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
here's a game on your
13th
screen.
The 13th most disappointing game of the year for me. Well, you're about to see it in just a second here. Jump Force. All right, so
Jump
most people don't even
Force.
remember this game, which is pretty.
Yeah,
fun.
most people don't
On
remember it
paper,
because DSP
think
forgot about
this.
it.
A game that takes all of the characters from all of the insanely popular Shonen Jump manga series and puts it together into this big amalgamation of a game. Oh my god, Naruto versus One Piece versus Dragon Ball versus My Hero Academia versus this versus that. You know, Yu Yu Hakusho. They're all thrown together. And the thing is, I'm a fan of a lot of these franchises. I've seen a lot of these series. And I thought it was a pretty interesting premise. And in reality, the idea of making look at this character here, your own anime character to be a fighter in the world with all these other anime fighters was kind of an interesting idea. And in reality, also, the plot of the game isn't so bad. But the problem with Jump Force is sadly, very sadly,
Wait, hold on.
the combat's terrible. The combat is so abysmally bad. The engine is just so pathetically basic and not fun and just really just a joke. It's a lot of button mashing and just activating abilities left and right. It's just not fun to play. If you're going to make an anime game with all these guys mashing up, you got to have some kind of a gameplay engine that ends up
Hey,
being
thanks for
fun in the
becoming a
long
member.
run. The
FIFO
truth of the matter is,
915.
playing through the campaign
Big
of
ups.
this game is an utter chore because the gameplay is so shitty. You just don't want to
What's
play it after
shitty?
halfway through. Like, does this ever end? I'm so bored. So you try to play online and it's like, forget it. It's a laggy mess and the gameplay is just unbalanced and unfun. It's just not a competitive game whatsoever, and it's certainly not a fun fighting game either. It's just not very good at all. So it looks pretty, right? You look at these cutscenes right now, you're like, oh my god, it's possessed Vegeta leading an army of superpowered people against you.
You
and now
get
have to
super
fight them.
excited when you see
Wow,
this.
sounds good on paper until you actually pick up the controller and go to actually do the combat of the game and find out it's incredibly bad and you just don't want to play it anymore. What's funny is they had actually planned that this game was going to be like a huge hit. They had waves of DLC planned for characters, but the game did not sell well at all. It was pretty much critically panned at release. And so most people don't even remember the game exists anymore. When they were actually planning on this being like a franchise, it just flopped miserably. Jump Force was a pretty big disappointment. Okay. Moving on to number 12. Well, disappointing game of the year is... I wonder if any of you even know what game this is. Layers of Fear 2. Yes, this was yet another survival horror game where you were supposed to be going through a ghost ship that was supposedly haunted or had something supernatural going on, and you were being guided through by these kind of ephemeral people telling you to do things and having these morality choices. There were creatures that were after you in certain parts, while in others you were locked in elements of the past, and you were trying to solve complex puzzles, and you had to live in the
robust
puzzles of other
puzzles.
characters to see what happened in the past and how this influenced everything in the game. Ultimately, this game is just as bad as Blair Witch. On paper, it sounds good, and if you see snippets of a few jump scare moments or whatever, the game actually looks pretty scary. But when you
let's go to the
play
next game. Because this fuck Layers of
and I
Fear.
had played previous
Okay,
iterations
let's see
of the
the
series,
next
I
one.
really felt excited about it, and sadly, I just have to say this latest iteration was not as good as the previous ones. The game I'm talking about is Plants vs. Zombies: The
Oh
Battle
my
for
God.
Neighborville. So
Great.
Plants vs. Zombies jumped into a third-person
Great.
action game franchise.
Plants vs.
I'd say
fucking
about
Zombies.
5 or 6 years ago with Garden Warfare, and then a couple years after that with Garden Warfare 2. These were games that took the actual characters from the Plants vs. Zombies mobile games on your phone.
The
and turned
cinematic
them into
universe.
third-person
The mobile
action
game
characters.
universe.
It had class-based warfare, much like Team Fortress 2, and it had competitive modes like Team Deathmatch, but also it had big territory takeover modes. It even had a big story fleshed out where there were single-player campaign story, bosses and the like, and then other kind of content as well. And so I was pretty excited when they announced finally, after years of this franchise being dead for whatever reason, that they was coming back with the Battle for Neighborville. Sadly, the game is not as good as the first 2 games in the franchise. First of all, the single-player campaign is quite good, and I should call that out. I played one side of the single-player campaign, and I actually thought that it was quite fun. But again, much like with Gears, this is not a franchise where you're buying it to only play the single-player campaign. Most people who buy Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville are looking for a robust multiplayer experience.
Robust multiplayer
I
experience.
hate to say this, but the game is just not very good online. The more that I played it, the more apparent it became that the online connections weren't very good. In fact, you can actually see in some of the gameplay I'm showing you right now, I'm shooting directly at the enemies, and the hit detection isn't working. It's because the game actually is completely desynced online and actually has very big problems with
Hey,
hit
he can
detection
show you
for whatever
actual
reason.
fucking
With Garden
footage.
Warfare
Nice.
1 and 2, I never ran into these problems.
That's a
For
first.
some reason, in Battle for Neighborville, this seems to be an
Oh, no, it's
apparent
not at
issue.
first,
You're
actually. It
shooting
happened
straight
today.
at someone and their energy bar isn't depleting. Oh, the game's claiming you're not hitting them. And I'm sorry, but that's just a really big problem. This is supposed to be a game that's based off of fun online multiplayer, and if you can't shoot someone standing in front of you, what's the point of playing? I didn't just play this once or twice. I played this like 3 or 4 times, hoping that every time that I played it online, it would get better, and the experience just stayed the same, meaning it had to have been server issues and or the netcode that they wrote for this game, and not just my internet connection, but just
It can't be DSP's fault, you guys. It can't be.
Bad.
And it probably was.
I wanted to really enjoy this game. I played Garden Warfare 1 and 2 a lot. I only played this game for about a week and a half.
Garden
until I
Warfare
gave
is a
up and
pretty
said,
cool
"This
name.
is not fun
It's like
because
a,
the online play,
it's
I just
an
can't
obvious
kill
play
anyone.
on words on
It's I just
Modern
don't wanna play
Warfare.
it anymore. So Battle for Neighborville ends up being a ginormous disappointment because if the online play don't work, if that's the primary component you buy the game for, what else are you going to do with it, right? So sadly, the game is a dud.
Sadly.
Moving on.
He hates to say it, and sadly, everything fucking
Disappointing
sucks.
2019 Countdown is a game that had a lot of anticipation, but also a lot of people were very tepidatious about if the game would be good. or not. I was
Tepidatious.
one of those people. The reason that I'm talking about this game like this is because I played the original game in the franchise many years ago, had a lot of hype behind it, and then it wasn't very good. So when the
Let's see
sequel was
what this
announced,
is.
like, oh, did they learn from their lessons? Well, yes and no. The game that I'm talking about is Rage 2.
Oh, Rage 2, yeah, that
This
was,
is a franchise that
I don't know, man. It
heavily-
felt a
heavily
little
marketed
bit
and
hollow
heavily
and
hyped earlier
just
this year.
boring and empty.
We've changed everything. Look, you can now drive around in vehicles like in Mad Max, and you can customize stuff, and you could do all kinds of fun stuff you couldn't do in Rage 1, because Rage 1, the major complaint was that the game was too linear and it was too repetitive.
It
with the
was,
first-person
yeah, it was.
shooting. So
And
we're gonna
the
open up
open world
world-
wasn't
open
good enough.
world, formula, unlike the first game. You're going to be able to wander around and do side missions and the like. And the truth of the matter is, Rage 2 is fun for about 3 to 4 hours.
Pretty much. I agree with DSP on this one. I played it for about as much, and then kind of felt empty to
After
me.
I'd say about the first 4 to 5 hours, the game just becomes an endless circular grind that's incredibly boring and incredibly repetitive. Almost every mission ends up being exactly the same.
I mean, if you get all the power-ups you can early on and all the superpowers, basically, it gets pretty chill at some point. It gets pretty fun.
Missions to qualify to do the next mission that's a story-based mission that's actually interesting. So, Rage 2 did actually improve upon the original game, but sadly for a modern game in 2019, just didn't do enough to hang it as a full-fledged retail game, which it was sold as. If this game was sold as like $30, I would have said, okay, I can put up with the fact that there's a ton of repetitive content and there's nothing very original outside of maybe 4 or 5 hours. But the problem is the game was sold as, oh, this is a full-fledged retail game. There's actually entire areas of the map that are empty. There's a town in the game that doesn't do anything. There's no missions. The NPCs don't react to you. It's like this was unfinished. Like the game had more content that they never even bothered finishing for the full retail release of the game. Maybe they eventually sold it as a DLC, who knows? But in reality, the game is incredibly disappointing because it starts off fun, but that fun is so short-lived. And the next thing you know, you end up being so disappointed by the game, you don't ever want to play it again. So Rage 2 starts off good, ends up being insanely disappointing, and what can you say? What can I say? It's
Sadly,
not a very good game.
Sadly, it
The
sucks.
next game in our most disappointing games countdown is a game that
I mean, yeah, I would have liked that game to be a little bit better.
But the premise
When it comes to the world, the combat was good enough.
It's called The Sinking City. Now, for those of you who are
Oh yeah, this game was
HP Lovecraft, and for those of
Lovecraft.
you who like Lovecraftian lore, imagine if there was a video game that took all of the fun gameplay.
It had some cool ideas.
The fun plot lines of all of H.P. Lovecraft's books, all right, and put them into a game that had investigation gameplay, combat, horror, and all of these elements thrown.
Yeah, the investigations, they made you do it yourself. They didn't put any waypoints or anything.
Really good, okay? But when you actually play The Sinking City, you kind of realize there's something major missing here. First of all, the gunplay of The Sinking City is absolutely fucking terrible. It's abysmally bad, okay? It's like they never made a game before. There's no proper targeting system. The controls are incredibly wonky. The frame rate chops up when enemies come at you, and it ends up being insanely disappointing. The enemies do giant chunks of health damage when they hit you, and you constantly just find yourself pumping items to try to heal yourself.
Pump some items,
heal yourself and reload your guns. There's no proper dodge. There's no way to block. You basically just have to tank out every single fight in the game, or chuck a bunch of grenades into a room with enemies in order to kill them so they don't hurt you. It literally feels like the combat engine of this game is about 15 years outdated, and that's an awful thing. But in addition to that,
yeah, pretty much, I haven't heard anything
very interesting.
very
you
good
talk to a bunch of people that look
about
like
this
fish.
game at all.
There's a kind of a weird plot line where something happened to the city, got sucked in by some kind of creatures, and they have creatures breeded with the humans, and that's why you got fish people.
I doubt he read
people that
the
like
Game of
apes
Thrones
as well.
book.
It's never really explained
Very
what the
much
hell's going on
doubt it.
with them. And in reality, after playing the game for I think it was like 12 or more hours, I just couldn't take myself to continue playing it. Like, it seemed like it was going to be great, and it had a creepy atmosphere.
Blood Rain, I remember that. That game was great. That game needs a remake,
boring.
like an actual remake.
When you make a game like this,
It was
wouldn't
dark
you just,
as fuck.
Ask someone playing it if they like it.
It was
Because
blood everywhere.
Once you make a game and you're like, geez, I wonder what we could do to gameplay elements to make our game fun. It seems like they never asked anybody that. They literally just threw elements into a game and said, here, it's a game. Yeah, but is it fun? Like, is the combat fun? No. The open world wandering, is it fun? No. The graphics, man, they're just okay.
They're banned.
The plot line, man, it's kind of boring. There's an investigation aspect you can see here where you're trying to solve a mystery and piece together timelines of what happened in certain areas in a house or whatever, and that's not fun either. Like, nothing about this game is actually fun at all. It's just really freaking boring. All right, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. Sadly, it fucking
I
sucks.
didn't like the game at all. Sadly, and
Sadly.
what you can do about it. It sucks.
I mean, yeah, I would.
right,
It is
moving on.
sadly because I would rather
The next
like
game on my
everything
most
that I
disappointing
play than
games countdown.
than
All right,
not.
I really wanted to
guess.
like this game. In
Or
fact,
like as
I
many
played the
games
full
as I
playthrough of this
can.
game, despite the fact that my viewers consistently during the playthrough asked me to stop playing it.
Oh wow, he played it against his
And
viewers'
in
wishes.
reality,
In reality, was it great?
Feel that this next game
Could have been good.
has a really good plot. One of the best plots recently in games. All right, original, fun concept. But the problem is that's only one aspect of a game. A game has to have good plot and good graphics, but also good gameplay. And that's where I feel this game fell flat on its face. The game I'm talking about is Control by Remedy Games, the same game studio that made
Control.
the same game studio that made
Wow.
Quantum Dream a few years
Okay.
back. And back
I'm
when
very
Quantum
curious.
Dream-
What is he
Quantum
gonna
Dream,
say about Control being
Quantum Break
on the worst
And when
list?
I played Quantum Break, I said, you know, the reason I think Quantum Break failed was not because of the plot, because the plot was interesting.
But it was. I think it was
gameplay
technically
kind of
pretty
mediocre.
broken.
And it's like,
at least
so
on
they had
PC.
many years to come up with a new engine and a new way to implement fun gameplay into a game that had a unique plot. They didn't do it. The gameplay of Control is incredibly mediocre. It's standard third-person shooter gameplay with a few telekinetic powers thrown in. Oh, you can hover. Oh, you can throw an item with your telekinesis or whatever. It never feels
whatever.
like a proper shooter because, as you can see,
No,
here, there's
I thought it was
actual
actually the
cover-based
combat at
system
least
in the
was
game.
pretty nice.
The only way you can ever take cover in the game.
I
is
think
by
what made
holding
it better
debris
is
in front of you, which
the
uses your
mixture
psychic
between the
power, so you
combat
can never
and
have cover and then peek
the
around and
visual
fire, so
effects
you're behind
that are
cover
created
or
from the
you're not.
environment. I think that's
not
what
fun.
enhanced the
And
combat
for
a
me,
lot.
A lot of the
But it is
fights and the
pretty
things
general,
that are in the game
just like
are
throwing
just
stuff
so
at
incredibly
enemies and stuff.
tedious and annoying and lackluster. Like, man, I've had fights like this in other games where the combat was much better, and this game it just kind of sucks. And I wish that they had done better with the combat, because again, the plot line of Control is actually one of the most original and interesting plot lines I've had in a long time in video games. The graphics ain't so bad. Take a look; they're pretty detailed, they're nicely drawn out, and there's a lot of interesting, unique enemies in the game. But when you have a game where most of the gameplay elements of your game is simply this repetitive, boring, uninspired combat with no proper cover-based system, I feel like I'm playing a 15-year-old game. Another problem that seems to be a common theme running through all the disappointing games this
Wait,
year.
there's no cover?
No one made games with
Like,
modernized
what?
game mechanics,
Never
and then they
mind.
expect that people are going to like them. I'm sorry, but you got to give it... You have to deliver
It was a
on all
pretty
cylinders.
modernized
Great
game.
story
Like,
is
I don't
one
know.
thing,
He
but then you
seems
gotta
like
give
he's
me
kind of full
gameplay
of
that
shit
also
with
gonna
this.
hook me, and the gameplay of this game
With
just made me feel
Control,
like, man, I
maybe
just
he
wanna
doesn't
get
like
to
it
the story segment
because everybody
I hate
else
the
loved it.
combat, and that's why Control is one of the most disappointing games for me this year.
I don't
Okay.
really know how you can hate the combat in
Now
that
we're
game.
moving on
How you can
to
hate the
top
combat.
6, ladies and gentlemen.
You
The
can be
sixth
indifferent
most
or maybe
disappointing
just
game
dislike it, but hate the
of
combat.
2019 is a game that I'm going to call upon what I said at the very beginning of this video.
Oh yeah, the enemy variety, that
this
wasn't
is
great.
Not necessarily a game
As
that
far
feel
as I
is
can
actually
remember,
a bad
there's
game, but it's a game that
couple of
disappoints.
different
The game that I'm
types of
talking
enemies.
about, if I could click on it,
Okay, Death Stranding.
Days Gone.
Oh, Days
All right?
Gone. Wow, this
Why
guy sucks.
Is Days Gone on my disappointing game?
Because it takes for half of the
There's a few
game
reasons.
for it to be
First
good.
of all,
That's why.
We heard about this game originally years and years and years ago. This game was supposed to come out something like 2 years ago, but kept getting delay after delay after delay. And when you get a game that's delayed as much as Days Gone was, you're expecting, like, this game's going to be the best game of survival ever with zombies in it, right? Like, you're saying, wow.
Really?
There's seriously, like,
No,
going to
that's
be so
just
much
fucking
good
marketing,
stuff going
DSP.
on
What the fuck?
in this game, because they delayed
Oh,
it so
this is
much,
gonna be
they're
the
gonna have
best thing
robust
ever.
engine ever for a zombie survival game, because not only will it be like The Last of Us or maybe some combined with some Resident Evil, but also you're going to be able to ride vehicles. It's going to be really neat, right? Well, the gameplay of Days Gone, sadly, is kind of mediocre. Basic cover-based gameplay.
It is pretty
third-person
much, yeah.
shooter, sneaking elements when it comes to trying to kill the zombies. It's basically stuff you've kind of done in a lot of other games before. With not much originality at all in the gameplay elements. And that's a sad thing. I'm not saying the gameplay elements aren't fun. I mean, at some point, once you get good enough at the game and you get enough abilities, the gameplay actually becomes really good. The problem for me with Days Gone is that to get to the good gameplay elements, you have to suffer through, I'd say, about 12 to 15 hours of boredom. The
He's
gameplay is
actually
incredibly tedious. You
straight
don't
up
have the
not
good
correct
abilities you need
about
to be able
this.
to do the things that are fun in the game yet.
No, because Days Gone, you do the same thing throughout the whole game in the same way. You don't have to wait, just like a previous game that we already talked about today that he's had the same complaints about. You do the same things in the late game than you do in the early game. It's just later in the game the story becomes different and you get a different map and so on and so forth. It's not No, it's not. You don't have to wait for a completely different mechanic to unlock. It's the same thing. You still scavenge and you shoot zombies, occasional zombie horde, or some other outpost that people are at. You do the same thing throughout the whole game.
You have low level.
You don't have to wait the half of the game for a completely different game to start. There is none of that. Or not even that over exaggerated for like more mechanics. Mechanics are the same.
Weapons, and it's just a grind to get through the first dozen or so hours of the game. Now, once you finally get to the better story elements and better abilities of the game actually gets really good.
It's a nice suit for my Spider-Man.
I had a lot of problems retaining a viewing audience for
Oh,
that
as a
long.
streamer.
How many people want to watch 3 or 4
Yeah, no, that's a you problem,
before a
DSP.
game gets good?
I didn't have
And
a
that's
problem
horrible
playing the game
problem with
like
this
that.
game. The pacing is terrible. Instead of throwing you headfirst into a unique and interesting
You
world,
know, and now I'm gonna have the most obscure and random criticism towards the game ever. My biggest problem with Days Gone is the names of everything. The main guy is called Deke, because his name is Deacon. They call the zombies Freakers, which totally, like, alienates me from the whole thing. They have people, one of them is called Schizo, other guy is called Boozer. They have such bizarre names that it kind of alienates me from the actual what's happening. And I know that's a super outlandish, random criticism, but that's how I feel. And this is my stream.
you just get kind of tedious and boredom stuff for the first 10 or so hours, and then you got to try to find good stuff afterwards. So, I definitely think the game is actually a good game once you get past those first 12 hours or so. But how many people are going to stick in for that? And it's actually funny because if you read reviews for Days Gone, a lot of people never even mention some of the stuff that happens in the second half of the game because I don't think they ever made it that far.
There was also these these complaints from people, not actually people, but the people that worked at Sony Bend, the studio that made the game, that were complaining about people not buying their game full price and waiting for discounts because all the reviews said, well, it's a good game, but wait for a discount. I think. No, it was a bunch of reviews that said that.
Ever beating it, pretended like they did, and they don't even know that the game kind of changes up. And
No,
has a lot of
the game
different
paused
elements
itself.
in the
I didn't
second
pause
half,
it myself.
and that the game's story
The game just
actually
sometimes
gets
it needs
really
to
good
chop
in the
up to
second half,
load.
but you have
That's
to
the
tough
power
it
of
out and
PlayStation.
get to that second half of the game to get to the good stuff. In 2019, I'm sorry, give me a game that's good throughout. Don't give me a game that's bad for the first half and good for the second half. I need a game that's good throughout, and Days Gone fails at that.
But it's
miserably
not
and is
really
not very good in the
because it's a story-based game. So yeah, I guess you can go through the story and then do the side stuff later, which fine, but still the game doesn't get better in the second half. It's just the story picks up much more. But in the first half, it's still the same game. Still do the same stuff.
first half, and that's
I don't
why
get
it's a
this.
disappointing game.
Because the way he's framing it, it's like it's a completely different thing in the second part of the game, which it's not.
Countdown, or one of the games in the disappointing games countdown. Excuse me. All right, continuing on. The next game, the number 5 most disappointing game.
It's
of the
gonna be
year
Death
for me.
Stranding, and I'm gonna turn off the stream.
Shenmue 3.
Oh,
That is
Shenmue
correct.
3, yeah.
A game that I
Nobody
literally
asked.
just finished for fan of mine.
Nobody asked.
Arcade kind of doing this. I thought they were gonna be, because now we're getting down to the player gameplay of.
Oh, what is this?
Right,
Okay,
all right.
All
The fourth most
Number
disappointing
4,
game
let's go.
for me.
let's go. Let's
this
wreck
year,
it.
or last year, 2019, was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the multiplayer.
Oh, that's some
Not
bullshit.
the single player campaign, which I played and I very much enjoyed, but the multiplayer gameplay of Modern Warfare. I hate to say it, I thought the game was
I
gonna be
hate to
good
say
after
it.
playing the beta. The graphics, as you
The
can see,
multiplayer,
got a
'cause he
major
gets destroyed in it,
overhaul,
that's
the way
why
the
it
characters
sucks.
move, certain
Now he's gonna
gameplay
give you a bunch of
elements all
bullshit
got
reasons
refined
why
and
his
changed
reflexes
up,
are slow.
And the game looked like it
In
was
this
gonna be
reflex-heavy
quite interesting
game.
and fun. I like Call of Duty, and I usually get hooked on it and end up wanting to play the multiplayer several sessions throughout months. But sadly, with Modern Warfare, after only playing it for about a month, I give up on it. Why? I'll tell you why. Because sadly, this game is very apparent.
Sadly,
they
this
didn't
game,
put enough
I'm
effort into
suck at
making
it.
the online
I suck at
connection,
it.
hit detection. worthy
Sadly,
of a
I'm
better
trash at
game.
this game.
The game is wonky as shit. Much like I've always complained about Call of Duty in the last, say, 3 to 4 years, the firefights are not even. It seems like one person may be seeing one thing from one end while the other person has...
Oh, no. That's just your fucking problem, bro. Yeah, one person, the other person. No, it's you. You bitch. When you get killed, you bitch. And then on the kill cam, it says something completely different that actually happened. So it doesn't compute with my narcissism. I'm sorry, guys. Somebody does something different. And on the other guy's screen, it also says something different. So in the end, it's the game's fault. It's not anybody else's fault. It's not Phil's fault. It can't be.
Times before the game
yeah, 5-6 times.
At me,
you shoot him in the legs.
Dead. Then when you watch the kill
yeah,
cam,
you're instantly dead because of a headshot.
Shot on you first.
Yeah, on his fucking
this
side.
Happens all the time. Bad hit detection, bad latency and connections. I'm sorry, how can I want to play this game in an extended way when every fucking time I play there's ridiculous bullshit every fucking time? And I just got tired of it. I'm sorry, it seems like they're using the same netcode for like 4 or 5 years straight now. 2 years ago, Call of Duty World War II, I said I really liked the gameplay elements of the game, but the connection was bad, and if the connections were better, the game would have been great. Last year, I played Black Ops 4. And I said, man, I really don't like the gameplay elements of the game, but the online connections are all right, okay? This year, it seems like we're back to the drawing board with the shitty netcode. Good gameplay elements, but netcode that's just trash. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm tired of this with Modern Warfare, with the Call of Duty in general, that every year you get a weird mixed bag. Sometimes
a weird mixed bag.
Sometimes the campaign sucks. Sometimes the multiplayer is all right. Sometimes it's supposed to be like the premier first-person shooter. Right, the one that has an installment every fucking year.
Well, if it has an installment every year, then it's not all that great. Because the premier fucking shooter ages well.
I shoot you 25 times and I get shot once and I die. Fuck that shit. So this game is insanely disappointing for me because I just don't want to play it anymore because sadly the game's network is not good and it's just not entertaining because of that. I'm not going to sit there and suffer through hit someone times, then I watch
we are suffering playing Call of Duty.
Fuck that shit.
Suffering DSP, come on.
Up their franchise
yeah, fuck the developer.
Right,
let's name drop them. They suck.
Top 3 most disappointing games of the year.
Top 3. Let's see, man. Let's see.
The third most disappointing game of the year for me.
This is the top 1 most disappointing video.
What is it?
Come on, Phil. What is this?
What could it be?
The Last of Us. I don't even know.
A better clip,
no,
but I actually couldn't find one. It's actually, which you're about to see in just a moment when they actually show the driver of this car, if they ever show it. Life is Strange 2. About time. So, Life is Strange was a very unique game in that it was one of these games that was heavily narrative, but you had the ability to change the narrative depending on important choices in the game. There were supernatural powers of the main character who you could manipulate to change time, rewind events. You could do risky things in the game and then try to fix them if things go wrong. It was really a unique and interesting plot with kind of a mystery element always going on behind it. And then finally at the end of the game, there was this big supernatural thing that happened and there was a payoff and it was quite interesting, all right? I liked Life is Strange 1, despite the fact that I don't think the writing was perfect. I think it was a very original and unique and fun game. Life is Strange 2 basically tried to say, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to take away all the original fun elements of the game that you like and just make it a really kind of heavy-handed plot line with SJW themes.
Oh, SJW themes, no.
Social justice, okay? Nothing wrong with social justice at all. If you feel that there's a need for social justice.
SJW.
When I'm playing a fucking video game like this, I don't need to have political themes crammed down my fucking throat every possible moment.
Shout out to The Last of Us,
so many times tries to say
I played it, I didn't
fucking
fucking mind anything.
In the United
I don't
States
know.
are so
I think they could have done a lot of things much better than they did, but I don't know.
There's so many ridiculous times when the main characters, just because they're Hispanic, get mistreated by other people. Like, what country do you think we fucking live in where
they get confused by the gardener
like shit
or the gardener
a certain nationality? That's not how the United States of America is, and the game actually does this so heavy-handedly.
How do you know, DSP? You don't go outside. Might have changed drastically. Now the alt-right is on the rise.
Like, I feel shitty about the United States when I play Life is Strange 2, but it's not as bad as they portray it in this fucking game, all right? Now, is there a character who has supernatural powers? Yes. Do you play as that character? No. So if you're not the one with supernatural powers, the
Well,
game's not as
that's
fun.
actually...
It's just common
It's
sense.
not as fun.
The first game you had the powers, you could manipulate the situation.
Well, it depends what you do.
You could see how things change depending on your decision. They
I don't
took that
know,
element
man.
of
It's
fun
weird.
out of
You
the
would think
game,
that
and
the
Life is
40-year-old
Strange
man
2.
would have
I'm sorry
more
to say
wisdom
that made it kinda
and more
suck.
actually
The heavy-handed political
actual
agenda of the
well-informed
writers
and
was
well-reasoned
in every
opinions
episode of all 5 episodes.
for
It
a
was
guy who's
insanely
been doing
badly
this for
written,
so long.
to the point
And
where
he's
I was
just
like, this is so
kind of
ludicrously unrealistic.
very
I'm
limited
so
with the
annoyed at
amount
this.
of
I don't
things
see
that
how I
he
could
talks
take it
about.
seriously. And in fact, I'd say probably around the 3rd to 4th episode, I just stopped taking it seriously and made fun of it. And I had more fun making fun of the game than actually trying to play it seriously. So if anything, what this shows is that a different dev team and a different writing team can completely either make something
What? A different dev team and a writing team.
succeed.
Let's change everybody then. Yeah, if Insomniac was making Life is Strange, that would be great. You could jump around everywhere.
This game's creative development,
Great.
this game's direction went completely off the rails in a stupid ass direction. And if they had just
DSP
kept it
writing
like,
went
oh,
completely
cool,
off the
supernatural
rails at some
powers,
point.
and
When
ties
he
into
moved
a
to Seattle, it
mystery
went
story or
crazy.
whatever, it would have been a great game. But instead, they had to make it ultra political, shove these SJW.
Was it
themes down your
ultra
throat
political, though?
constantly. The game ended up being piss poor. The ending was actually quite pathetic, and I just thought it was probably one of the worst games of the year, especially after playing the original game, which was so good. This game is so bad. It's just a fucking joke and a disappointment. Do not play this. If you played the first game and you're expecting to get more of the same with the sequel and you haven't played this yet, don't play it. It's laughably different, and you just should skip it because you're just going to be wasting your fucking time and feel like you wasted your money. All right.
All right.
So
Now say Death Stranding,
This
and
is it, guys.
then
Now
it's
we're
okay.
really
Then we
down
can
to
talk
the
about it
nitty-gritty.
for 45 minutes.
the top
Hey, I can get
two
the Spider-Verse outfit.
most
This is awesome.
disappointing games of the year for me. All right, the top 2, the 2 biggest disappointments. What's it going to be? Are you ready? In number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Hilarious because everyone in stream chat's trying to guess. Okay. The top 2. Ready? The second most disappointing game of the year. Death Stranding. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Why the clown mode?
You
Why?
guys are gonna flip.
Why?
Some people will flip out and some people won't.
Flip out.
Because this game was
He
a
cares so
very,
much about
very
random people
dividing
saying
game
stuff.
this year. Some people really loved it. Some
So
people
lame.
really hated it. I was kind of middle of the road.
Then why is it
Death
number
Stranding.
2? What?
Okay.
It's a mixed bag, but it's number 2 on your list.
Don't like about Death Stranding.
What the fuck?
I like
What
the
do you
story.
like about it?
I like the
didn't
motion
get the
capture,
story.
the acting, the voice acting, the music, the graphics. I just mentioned a ton of stuff that's really outstanding about Death Stranding, right? But the one thing that I think
The
almost
gameplay is
everyone
just
who's played this
walking
game can agree
around.
on,
It's boring. I can't retain
gameplay's
an
not
audience.
the gameplay of
The
Death
gameplay is
Stranding
good.
is you walking around a
Yes.
giant barren wasteland.
Yes, Phil,
either
that's the
avoiding
point.
bandits trying to steal the shit on your back.
Yes, Phil, that's
or
the
avoiding
point.
invisible enemies that are trying to throw sludge at you and drive you underground. Who knows? Because the plot is so silly and convoluted, it's never really clear until the very end of the game what's going on with these creatures coming after you. But in reality, what you need to ask yourself when you look at a game like Death Stranding, is it fun?
You
And I
don't
can
need to
tell you-
ask yourself that, because fun is the most subjective thing ever. Why can't you realize that, DSP? Fun is actually probably the most subjective thing ever. Because some people think that I'm not gonna get full DSP and just say some people doing something, but people think all kind of things are fun, man. Everything is fun. To me, Death Stranding was a ton of fun. So what does this mean? Fun is the most fucking subjective thing. And he's just saying, well, this game is not fun.
You
Well, no,
wholeheartedly.
you're full of
Every time that
shit.
there was fun dialogue or a cutscene that was elaborating on the mystery of the story. Every once in a
It's
while,
great.
there was a really big boss fight.
Yeah.
Those elements were great, and there was a few times that this epic music would ring out in the middle of a beautiful field that I was crossing, and I'd be like, "Wow, this is really fun and cool." But you have to weigh and balance how much of the game is that, and I'd say maybe
Well-
60% of the game is the story and cutscenes, while 40% of the game is doing exactly what you see here. Either walking on foot with shit on your back or driving around on vehicles going from point A to point B. And sadly, that's just not fun. It's not. It's boring traversal. It's a
But
gameplay element
DSP,
that
that's
Kojima
just...
was trying to relate.
You can just say it's not fun for me, man. Just say it's not fun for me. That's okay. It's perfectly fucking fine.
That have been developed.
Just say it's not fun for me. No, this is not fun. This game is not fun.
That even though I may not have been the best at them or even understood them, they're pretty good. Take a look at Metal Gear Solid's sneaking system and the little nuances of that game engine and how that game engine evolved over the years. And if you really become a master of that, how fun it is, right? The gameplay of Death Stranding is not fun. Even if you master it, you know what you're doing. Well, it is fun. It's still not fun. You're just walking from...
Well, if you've mastered it, then you've probably took some time to play the game, which means you've had fun. What the fuck is this? What is this?
Most of the fucking game.
Yeah, it's just not fun.
What
it's not
was
fun.
trying to do in this gameplay was
please tell me what the guy who made the game was trying to do.
Undertaking this huge expanse by yourself. You were sacrificing so much of yourself to reconnect people who had been disconnected. The feeling of connections, the feeling of the stranding of people together, and how social connections are so important in life, and you need those social connections is an important theme. But
where are your social connections, DSP?
The entirety of the fun factor of your
Where
game
are they?
To relay a single theme. That's literally what Kojima did in Death Stranding.
No.
And it doesn't work. It ends up
being fun is walking. The fun is walking and exploring and connecting and building an infrastructure, not just for yourself, but for everybody else. That's the fun. But DSP doesn't know how you can play with other people in that game and how you can both help each other, and feels like this sense of community and genuine connection that you get with people that you will never see in the game because it's physically impossible. But this fucking asshole is sitting there saying it's not fun. Well, it is fun. Okay, debate me. I'm saying it is fun and you're saying it's not fun. And your arguments are ass. So let's just go on forever.
Very fucking boring. And I've said this multiple times during my playthrough, and I'll say it again. If I had not been live streaming Death Stranding, I would have never finished this game.
Okay.
No way.
Okay. You're just a guy who is
so boring
below
most of the
average in doing what you do, so it doesn't really matter.
You have to literally go in
it's chill.
For about 7 to 8
you cannot even play it at all. But I would much rather advise you to just know what you're getting into before you buy the game. Otherwise, you might think it's something completely different. So yeah.
Doing the same shit over and over, only now there's more enemies and more enemies. It becomes more tedious and more annoying. It's just not fun. And I would have given up and quit and said, I'm going to do something else that I'm having fun with. But because I was live streaming it...
Yeah, you get to feel like a DoorDash driver. Just like the game I'm playing right now is making me feel like I'm really confused.
Able to enjoy the going through it and interacting with you guys during the boring downtime of the traveling and the delivery of stuff. And... on top of all that, the plot was great. So it was kind of like you're suffering through a boring game in order to
get through playing fucking video games.
But I'm sorry,
give me a break,
have to have a game that has all the right gameplay elements, right? This game, the gameplay element of the actual delivery was not fun, and because of that, it's one of the most disappointing games of the year.
Well, it was fun. Let's go on about it forever. I'm saying it was fun. You're saying it wasn't fun. And this is how we're gonna go until the end of time.
Better, and it really is sad that that's the case.
It's really fucking sad. Well,
but now, ladies and gentlemen,
really sad.
The one you've all been waiting for, the ultimate stinker doo-doo of 2019, the game that I really feel was the most disappointing game of the year, based off of not only my own conceptions of the game, but your conceptions of the game, popular conception of what everyone thought and said about the game. The most disappointing game of the year is...
Let's go.
Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh my fucking god.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It was having a lot of salty rants about not getting money during this. It was great.
Hearts 3 had such insane fucking hype around it. People were so hard.
And again, hating a game because it was popular. It was popular. It had hype around it. But then, unfortunately, I hate to say it, and I'm really sorry it was like that, but it was a sack of fucking shit, and the developers and their mothers can go fuck themselves.
hardcore fans
right.
of this franchise. They've been waiting for so long for this to be the penultimate modern game in the Kingdom Hearts franchise.
Oh, he had Death Stranding on the best games of the year? That would be typical DSP. When he had Metal Gear Solid 5 on the most disappointing and on the best games list. And called it a masterpiece. On the most disappointing list, he called it a masterpiece.
That would culminate all the plot lines of 500 side games into one game, modernized graphics, newer things like Frozen combined with older Disney franchises, and just kind of making it the biggest, most ultimately fun Kingdom Hearts experience ever. And that really didn't happen. I'm sorry, it just didn't happen. Kingdom Hearts 3
got
is
debunked.
a game that sadly falls flat on its face for the wrong reasons. Like, if the game's story had been bad,
Is there a right reason to fall flat on your face?
Franchise, and they really milked the franchise so much that sadly the story can't make any sense, right?
Everything is very sad in this
in
video.
reality,
It's a very
the story
sad,
of the game is its strong
sad
point,
state of
'cause it
affairs
actually does do a good
over
job
there at
of
KO
tying up
Gaming
loose ends and
headquarters.
bringing in a million characters
On-demand
from
begging
all the
services.
different Kingdom Hearts franchises to have this big culmination at the end. The graphics are good. Take a look at the graphics. You know,
Hey, the
how the
graphics,
game
big
looked.
ups.
I thought that the world
It was
design
great.
in certain worlds was actually quite
thought it
fun.
looked kinda
But for
silly,
me,
but I
the
didn't play it, so.
ultimate problem with Kingdom Hearts 3 is that it seems to me like they forgot about the one critical gameplay element. The gameplay. The combat. It's terrible. The combat of Kingdom Hearts 3 is super piss fucking easy. It's so easy that I barely ever died. I think I failed twice in the entirety of my fucking playthrough, and I don't play Kingdom Hearts. I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 once ever, and I never played any of the spin-off games, and I'm beating this game without dying? What the fuck is going on?
It's a kid's game, Phil. You're playing it on like easy or something.
Literally.
Just bump up the
Alright,
fucking difficulty.
Just made it very stupidly and sadly a game.
Very stupidly
for
and sadly.
people who were kind of jumping into the franchise for the first time, and maybe they weren't trying to get challenged. They had these big elements that were just crutches, like the Disney vehicles, right? Oh my God, there's a water ride, or there's a fucking carousel.
Or maybe they made it
It's
for
insane
kids,
damage,
dumbass. It has
destroys everything,
fucking
including
Disney
bosses and
characters in it. It
everything.
has
It's
Mickey Mouse in
okay,
it.
Like, that's a cool new element. but
Would
why
they
is
made
the
it
game
for
so
40-year-old
piss
fucking
easy,
beggars on the
right?
internet?
And for
What
me,
are you
like, I'm
talking
going through
about?
this game, and I'm like, okay, so the plot's
Who would they
developing,
make it
bringing the
for?
world
Boomer
down,
Phil?
I mash.
It would put a bunch of
Mash,
Ghostbuster
I
references.
mash. And when you're at like the 8th to 12th to 16th hour of mashing, and you're like, this is literally the whole fucking game. Like, what the hell were they thinking? I'm sorry. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 both had much better gameplay elements than Kingdom Hearts 3. The combat of those games, in my opinion, was actually much better than Kingdom Hearts 3, and it ended up being a ginormous disappointment for me. In addition, I'll say this. Some of the worlds are great, and then some of the worlds are just terrible.
Hey,
Like, the
big
Toy
ups
Story
to
world
Paul
is
J.
really well
Brazel
done.
for the
Then you go to the
$2
Monsters Inc.
super
world,
chat.
it's
Who
like,
says, big
it's
ups,
so
Hootie. You've
boring,
been a
and,
blast
no
in chat
originality
today.
or creativity went into
Big
it
ups
at
to
all. It's just
everybody in chat.
repetitive hallways
And
inside of a
thanks for the
factory.
super
Well,
chat.
the Toy Story was a really cool giant toy store with unique enemies. It's like, it doesn't even seem like the game is balanced well. Almost like the different teams that designed the different levels weren't talking with each other. Wow, the Toy Story.
Do you
team did
talk
something
to anybody,
really neat. We
DSP?
gotta
Do you
turn the top
talk
down by doing
in
something
voice
good with
chats
Monsters
when you
Inc.
play
Now,
cooperative
Monsters Inc. is just
games?
fucking boring, right?
When you play Call of Duty, do you talk in
It's one
chat?
of the better
No.
stages coming up later. And that's it. Remember the Big Hero 6 stage? That's 2 thumbs up. It's a cool open world city. It's got all these fun elements. And then you got the Rapunzel stage. That's kind of meh. You see what I mean? So for me, this game is the most disappointing game of the year. I was expecting probably
Well,
one
fair
of the
enough.
best
That's your
RPGs
game
that
of
I've
the
ever
year.
played in my life. Robust combat with new
Robust
gameplay elements
combat.
that were gonna open it up and become fun and challenging. And
Isn't this what
interesting.
we all want?
And it wasn't that at all. It was literally button mash your way through like.
And
8
Gino sends a
universes to get to
$2
the end and then get a
super
big
chat.
culmination of
Asks
confusing
how
story
close
that
we are to
me,
the tip
as a
skull.
person
We
who's
hit
not a
all of
hardcore
our
fan of Kingdom
tiers
Hearts 3,
of tip skulls
couldn't give
today.
two shits about.
I'm wearing
I was in it
16
for
hats
Disney
right
Worlds,
now.
and I was in it for the combat, and it kind of failed to deliver on good stuff with those, and instead just focused on wrapping up story of like 20 years of games, and ended up not being very good. So the thing is, Kingdom Hearts 3 really is a game that disappoints everyone. If you are not a hardcore fan of the Kingdom Hearts franchise and you play Kingdom Hearts 3, you probably didn't like it that much. If you were a hardcore fan of the Kingdom Hearts franchise, you probably still didn't like it that much because those people had completely different criticisms for the game. This is like the most agreed upon disappointing game of 2019 that no one really liked the end product of what the game became. And that's sad because the game should have been great for the amount of time and effort and anticipation we all had for it. And only now this month, now there's a new DLC. Oh, look, it adds in the Final Fantasy characters that were mysteriously missing from the original game last year. And there's new gameplay elements. And for me, it's kind of like, too little, too late, man. Like, the game came out a year ago. I'm not going to forgive the game a year later because now you're adding a fucking DLC to it. It should have been going to launch. This, by far, the most disappointing game of the year for me. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching my most disappointing games of 2019.
Okay, now let's go to the other video.
Disagree. In fact, people were literally in the stream chat exploding.
Oh, no. I'm going to put the Spider-Man on break for a second.
That's fine. We can all agree to disagree, but at least if you enjoyed this video, I hope that you got something out of it. Maybe this gives you some ideas of games to maybe stay away from that you were thinking.
And now we can watch his previous one.
If anything, just thanks for watching, as usual, and thanks for all of your support.
Or, the 2021. We need to watch this. There is no way we're not seeing this game today.
See you guys later.
This video. Let's see, 2019. Maybe it's gonna pop up. Maybe it's not. Here it is. Hour 23 minutes. Okay, now we're gonna skip through some of the garbage to get through the good stuff. Now, at first you have some old shit. At second, you have some Dark Souls.
There's no excuse that they didn't take the time to improve those. I mean, they literally
is it Demon Souls remake?
Almost everything else. They improved the graphics. They improved the animation.
Let's see what are these whiner complaints about.
Were dramatically improved. Now, one thing that they tried to retain was the original core gameplay concepts because people want to feel like this is a nostalgic game, a trip down memory lane. They're replaying this game from 10
years ago. Hey, big ups for the $5 super chat, Torwadachi. You gotta pay the bills, dude. Well, thanks.
It's laggy as shit. It's completely unfair. It's unbalanced. It's garbage. They absolutely should have fixed it.
If anything, I might get a new game.
That's why this disappointed me. Seriously,
I still don't know what. Waiting for something good.
The perfect remake package. The one thing that I didn't like about it was the fact that the fucking online connectivity was shit. I can't believe they
What do you mean? Wait. This is on the most disappointing, and it's the perfect remake package. Are you full of shit or yes?
Everything else about the game,
I'm very confused.
So,
everything else I liked, but the multiplayer component.
You know, remake, really great game, but definitely one of the most disappointing for me because I really wanted to have fun online connectivity gameplay. It just ain't.
This guy fucking sucks. This is a shit fucking opinion.
I knew that was gonna happen. I knew when I brought that up, people were gonna start freaking out.
Yeah, because it's stupid. That's why. Because when you say something stupid, people shitting on it. What is this? Final Fantasy remake? Pretty cringe. I didn't play it. I mean, not the game is cringe, but that he's having it on the fucking list. And he has Doom Eternal on the most disappointing. Oh my god, this is depression.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen. My number 7 most disappointing game of 2020 is Doom Eternal.
Hey, big up, Sarah. I'm sorry that's happening to you.
People are gonna yell at me. I know it's coming. The shitstorm for this one is coming because so many people love Doom Eternal. I am in the dramatic minority, ladies and gentlemen. I know I am.
Dramatic minority.
I'm in the big minority.
He's in the vocal minority.
This one.
The silent.
But
silent
I
minority?
gotta speak my mind. You know I'm an honest guy, and you know I'm gonna speak my mind. First of all, Doom Eternal is not a bad game. Doom Eternal is not a bad game at all. It's a fun game. If you like that visceral style gameplay of the modern Doom games from the, Doom 2016 and this one is right up your alley. The combat is there, it's on par, it's great. My problem with Doom Eternal is that basically the game took a shift away from an interesting narrative focus that was similar to the plot lines of the previous Doom games, and really 99% of this game is running around and shooting shit. There are a few puzzles.
What?
And some of the puzzles are interesting.
99% of Doom is running around and shooting shit with a large arsenal of guns. What?
Basically kind of takes like a back seat.
Please, you take a back seat. Please take a back seat.
Survival horror plot going on. A sci-fi survival horror plot.
Go back to the gaming.
Piece together the pieces of information of what was happening in that game, and I really liked it. But in this game, it was kind of like it's only really about the combat over and over and over. Shoot. So what is it? Shoot things until this power-up pops out of it. Grab that power-up, then use that to level up an ability, hit the thing, and make the other power-up pop out.
Yeah, well, people like to shoot things in the first one.
The third power-up pops out of it. So
in the remake, 2016.
Armor and ammo, right? And just do it in a constant circle. And that's like 99% of the game.
Okay.
In reality, this game could have no plot and it would be almost identical. Seriously, the plot took such a backseat. And by the way, I didn't like the plot. The plot of this game is that basically the Doom Marine also was some kind of a Marine in an alternate dimension, and he had been doing things. These other alien race had been fighting against.
Nice spoilers,
invading
DSP.
from hell. And it got so convoluted. I didn't like it at all. Like, admittedly.
Yeah, that's like saying the Sekiro game is Sekiro or whatever it is. It's like
for a game that would be
only sword fighting.
Combat,
like, come on, that's kind of what it's about.
What I got is a game that was 98% rock, paper, scissors combat, getting those 3 power-ups in a circle to survive, and every once in a while there's a snippet of story that's kind of not very good. So that's my take, and that's my opinion. You can disagree. Lots of people absolutely loved this game, thought it was better than Doom 2016. By the way, take a look at the graphics. They're gorgeous, man.
Oh, take a look at the graphics.
Absolutely, it looked great on PS4, by the way. That's PS4, not PS5 gameplay, and look how good it looks, right? Pretty fucking good. So
looks amazing.
The game itself holds up as a competitive shooter, but outside of that, man, I don't know. The plot just didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah, Brian, the GTA collection is not great. We saw some about it earlier, some videos, some clips.
Tonight. I don't know, guys.
A lot of stupid trolls. Maybe you have a lot of stupid takes, DSP. Maybe your takes are just bad.
Nope, you're not. You're not taking care of it because I see that they're still in here. Now I'm manually banning them, and it's not good. I know there's some mods in here. If you guys could please take a look and stop this nonsense, I would appreciate it.
Stop this nonsense, mods. Mods.
There's another one. I can't do it. My laptop's too laggy to manually ban these people fast enough. That's why I need your moderators to help me out, all right? Okay. All right. So that's number 7. All right. Jasper is sitting here trying to give me rubs and stuff. His wet kitty knows when I'm trying to do the countdown. All right. Let's continue on. The number 6 most disappointing game of the year for me is... What is it? What game is this? Anyone know? What game is this? Anyone figure it out? Do you know what the game is? He's licking my toes. The name of the game is He's Licking My Toes.
What is this game? Is this Watch Dogs?
Licking My Toes.
Yeah, it's Watch Dogs.
People don't even know what
I didn't like this.
Watch Dogs Legion.
Yeah, I didn't like this at all.
They were like, what is this?
The characters. Oh my god, so bad, so bad.
Looked great.
I couldn't.
And didn't necessarily it wasn't as good of a game.
I finished all the districts, got about like 75% through the story. I just couldn't. There was nothing there for me.
Improvement.
Because towards the end, you get so overwhelmed by enemies, and they all have machine guns and stuff, that the only way that you can actually play the game is by picking the hitman character and just getting all his guns and shooting everybody to death. Plus, this game features an awful lot of combat with drones and against drones, which is something that I hate. I always hate drones in video games. They always take away the stakes and make everything more boring and less interesting. That's why I didn't like the Arkham Knight vehicle combat, because they were all drones and nothing interesting happened. Anyways.
Cast of characters that were diversified, all with their own unique stories. He's licking my toes. Stop licking my toes.
You're licking my toes.
Jasper is sitting down there licking my feet. Buddy, I understand you want attention. Can you stop being so cute and silly? He's tickling my toe. He's doing it again. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to get a toy in here for him or something. Okay. You're a nutcase. Anyway, so Watch Dogs 2 was a dramatic improvement upon the first game.
I'm gonna put a platinum vest on the Spider-Man. That's true. I can find the one where he was wearing a vest.
The gameplay of Watch Dogs 2 dramatically improved upon the gameplay of Watch Dogs 1 by having increase of amount of focus of puzzles.
I have something like a vest, more of a coat.
Tone in Dark Souls.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Watch Dogs 1.
I can put on the hat and the scarf.
2, and had a lot of comedy elements to it and things.
You guys like it?
It's kind of like when you think about it.
What is this? Oh, this New Game Plus.
When you think about it, it's almost kind of like how Saints Row originally started out very serious, and then the series got like very, very hilariously silly later on. Watch Dogs Legion. All right, when it was first announced, the whole premise of the fact that your DedSec agents and hackers are not going to be uniquely written characters, but instead it's just anyone who you can just recruit from the city. I was very skeptical about this. I was very skeptical about how this was going to work. I was like, what if these characters are just recruitable at any time? And by the way, it was said there's permadeath. If these characters die, they're out of the story.
Yeah, permadeath is a thing. It was kind of interesting.
Be archetypes of a character.
Yes.
Right? Will there be an archetype of a character, not an interesting character with a story, but just, oh, this is a type of character that you can recruit. And then if you lose them, you can just go recruit the character back again, a different one. And so really, there's no risk at all in the game. So who cares if you play super risky and you lose that character? You just go get another character that has the same abilities back anyway. And this is what I was guessing might happen. That's exactly what the game was.
Yeah, pretty much.
100%.
It's a Ubisoft game. What do you expect?
That's what the final game was. There was no risk to having anyone do a mission, because if they died or got arrested, you could just immediately recruit another one of the same type.
Yeah, but it
Right,
takes you
that's where
through a
started.
bunch of like mini missions
The
that
story
are
itself
repetitive
was
as
not
hell.
very interesting at all, sadly. The story had a few unique missions. Admittedly, there was one mission that dealt with what if you took a person who was dying or sick and you scanned them into like a virtual reality.
That was a little bit
AI
fun,
system
yeah.
that made their
It
consciousness
was
and
interesting
artificial intelligence,
to figure out what
you know,
happened,
is
and it
that
was presented in a
moral,
pretty
and would they
interesting
consider
way.
to be alive still or not?
But generally,
there was some interesting
I
stuff
wouldn't
in the game.
say it
Don't get me
was
wrong. Some of the plot
great
was
plot
interesting,
point.
but for the most part, the writing was terrible. It was very cliche.
Yeah,
None of the
that's
characters
true.
mattered because they were all disposable.
That is true.
And now, by the way, we should talk a little bit about the gameplay. What you're seeing right now on the screen is pretty much the best way to play the entire game. Use the drones.
Yeah, use the
Fly on
drones.
drone, use
And I
remote
hate the
control
drones, so
drone
it's
to hack
a-
into a building,
it's a paradox.
go through the vents, take people out inside the building, hack all the terminals. The drones are 100% the most effective way. He's being so cute. He's snuggling my foot and licking it.
Oh,
The
that's
drones are
fucking
100%
disgusting. You
the
have
most
gout,
effective way to go
DSP.
about
Get that
playing
cat
this game.
away.
All right, and that's fine if you realize
Come
that's
on,
the
this
whole
is
game.
wrong.
Like, you don't
It's
ever need
illegal.
the other classes. There's a class that's good at fighting. You never need it. There's a class that's good at gunplay.
Yeah, 'cause
You
the
never
fighting
need
is
it.
just, like,
the
spamming.
drones are the best thing in the game, and they're incredibly unbalanced and overpowered. If you just have a team of all drone people, you beat the whole game easily. So there's other ways to play it, but you're actually hindering your own experience by using not using the drones. So the game is piss easy. The game is too long, by the way. The game is incredibly long and drawn out. It's like, I think my playthrough was around 30 hours, if I remember correctly. Maybe even a little bit longer. And it just felt like a lot of the things in the game were just padding, and the plot is not very good.
Pretty
Mostly
much.
because
I
you don't
agree
have
with
any
you.
characters. It's all disposable archetypes at any
The
point.
spy
So
was cool,
characters,
yeah.
why do you-
On
why would
theory,
you
they
care
were
about
cool,
them?
but you
And the answer is,
couldn't
you
really
don't.
apply it in the
So,
game in a
Watch
full
Dogs
way.
Legion, they took 2 steps forward with Watch Dogs 2, and they took like 10 steps back with Watch Dogs Legion, because for some reason they wanted this really weird scenario of everyone's like a recruitable, disposable agent. Now, I have a theory about why I think they did. Jasper, he's biting
Oh, no.
wires. Now I gotta get him out of the
He's
office. I have a theory
Jasper's being
as to
evil.
why they did that, all right? I think the reason
He's being a
that they
detractor.
did this was because Ubisoft was greedy and wanted
Oh,
to sell
greedy, okay.
microtransactions.
Sure.
That's my theory. I have
Always.
No,
I
have
mean,
no factual substantiation.
That's not
for this.
even a fucking theory,
think-
man. That's a fact. Yeah,
Wow. If
obviously.
we make every character disposable, he's doing it again. That's it. If we make every character disposable, right? Then people can buy the characters. And it's not like you're adding a new plot
No,
related
not
character.
really.
It's just a new archetype that you can use with power-ups and stuff and abilities and outfits.
I mean, there's some special characters that are.
what they did.
I never
They did,
thought they were
at launch you could
interesting
spend
enough to play as them,
$15
so.
and buy the high-level spy, you know.
And I never thought they were useful as well. The weird specialist type characters, I never thought they were useful. And look at this guy running out off camera to chase away his cat.
Say goodbye, Jasper Kitty. Say
He's
goodbye.
being an
You're a
asshole.
bad kitty. Say goodbye.
Oh. Talking like this to his cat, like he's talking to his wife.
See you later tonight. Okay. Sorry. He's rolling
I mean,
around on the rug.
his wife, his cat. Intelligence
It's one
levels
thing
are
if he wants to
pretty.
play around and lick my toes. It's another thing if he
pretty
wants
similar.
to bite the wires and he's going to get electrocuted. I can't have him get hurt, so he's got to get out of here for now. Okay. So anyway, yeah, that's what Ubisoft did. They actually nickel and dime the customer. You already paid $60 for this game, and then they're like, oh, you want a high-level spy character? $15. Like, what? They did that. They were selling these characters in packs, and that's what I mean. Like, I really feel like if they had gone the extra mile to maybe improve
sure,
upon Watch Dogs 2 and make
sure.
even more interesting characters and elaborate story, it would have succeeded. Instead, how do we just
Oh, I
really
hated the story in
microtransact
Watch
shit out of
Dogs 2, and
everyone?
literally
Make every
all the
character disposable,
characters.
So it's okay if you buy
I have the hottest take that I think that the first Watch Dogs was the best one. I don't know, it just kind of was cool. And the second one, the world was great, the city was great, but the characters, oh my god, they were all so cliched and terrible. Because I know actual hackers and they act and talk and present themselves nothing like the ones in the movie, in the game. So yeah, doesn't get a glowing review.
them to add them to the
The
game.
story, the villains,
Screwed up.
Just pretty bad.
Yeah, you know, it was really disappointing for me, someone who really liked what they did with Watch Dogs 2 and playing Watch Dogs Legion. I really felt that the game sucked, just being honest. Okay? Alrighty then. Some more shout outs. Nicholas cheered. He says, how's your laptop laggy? I don't have, because I don't have a new laptop. He said, did you get a new one? No, I don't have a new laptop. Sir Spartan King cheered. He said,
yeah, Watch Dogs tries a little bit too hard.
Cyber Shadow was here, did a 400-bit cheer. Cyber Shadow, that was the biggest cheer of the night, and thank you for that. Let me go ahead and update the leaderboard.
Now let's go and see how much left of this there is. Because I'm about to head out soon, so I want to see what else do we have to talk about. Oh, the Avenger game.
Did
he even play that?
But then all the
He played it. He played it. The gameplay was on Scream. I'm literally just being stupid.
For the game may not ever come to fruition. Oh,
yeah, Avengers probably not going to be great.
Actually release something better.
WWE Battlegrounds. It's like whatever. It's
the problem is it
was a thing and it was whatever.
I don't know what else. I mean, I actually have to force
myself. That he forced himself to play. It's a big suffering.
One of the major characters, the beloved.
Okay. This is where we start. This is where the fun begins. Okay.
What they are. However, I'm going to review both of them right now, and I'm not going to tell you the ranking yet. I'm going to reveal the two games.
Wait, what?
Appreciate that. All right.
I like Mr. Robot a lot. I like that the hacking is very authentic, as much as you can be in a movie. It works great.
My top two most disappointing games of the year, most people have already guessed what they are. If you're a frequenter of my content, you probably know what they are. However, I'm going to review both of them right now, and I'm not going to tell you the ranking yet. I'm going to reveal the two games to you in no particular order. And then
it can be what? It can be The Last of Us, and it can be Cyberpunk.
I'm going to tell you my actual most disappointing game of the year. So let's build the suspense up a little bit, all right? Let's start off in chronological order. The game that came out earlier in 2020. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's The Last of Us 2. You knew I was going to put this on my list. You knew it was going to be way up there for various reasons. I don't want to go into insane detail about everything about this game that I didn't like, but in a nutshell, allow me to summarize why I don't like The Last of Us 2. Okay, and by the way, I should make this very clear. I don't detest the game overall. The game does a lot of things great.
Oh, the gunplay. The gunplay.
The graphics were absolutely...
Oh, the fucking graphics. Shut up, DSP. Gunplay, fantastic. Weapon customization is great. Classic. Headshots, great. Sound design, brilliant. The guns felt great. They sounded great. Felt some great weight on them. Physics were fantastic. I wish they used the rope a little bit more. The writing was not great. The characters were 50-50. I don't know. It's a truly mixed bag. And the graphics, okay, let's talk. The graphics are beautiful. It looks great.
Outstanding on PlayStation 4. Best
I like the level design as well. It felt open without being way too confusing to where to go.
Was there now climbing and crawling, but also the ability of the characters to actually simulate real people. They actually had conversations with each other when you were out there doing your sneaking style gameplay. The gunplay I felt was improved as well. Maybe a little bit more realistic than the original game, and some of the upgrades were actually way more important this time around. It just felt like a better next-gen experience. It really did. It felt like a vast improvement in the sneaking gameplay and stealth gameplay and survival gameplay from the first game. I definitely think that it was improved upon, okay? The locations in the game. Some of the places, when they will go through Seattle, they're going through downtown Seattle and down to the waterfront. I was like, it's not exact, but a lot of those things are actually there and close to realistic. There's an actual arcade.
Oh, no shit, DSP.
In the game.
This guy is so
arcade
dumb.
That's rare in the city streets of Seattle near the waterfront. And they actually made it a major location in the game. You know, down at the waterfront, there's an aquarium, a giant wheel, the big wheel. That's all real stuff from Seattle. So they did the research and tried to make
the they did the research.
It's not dead.
Oh, no shit, man. No shit.
Nothing like the real.
They're making a game in Seattle. Of course, they're gonna make it look like Seattle.
To present you a realistic world
super big gaming company
is refined. Also, I have to call this out. The Last of Us 2 is actually the most accessible AAA game ever.
That is true. Maybe Forza is more accessible, but that game just came out.
Industry experts, including my longtime viewer, Super Blind Man, and viewer and supporter Super Blind Man, I should say, and got these people involved in making this game insanely accessible. This game has the most accessibility features I've ever seen in a AAA game. For the colorblind, for the hearing impaired, for the sight impaired, like so many things. This game, if you're blind, has a sonar mode where you can play it and beat it. You can beat a AAA game if you're blind. That's crazy to think that they actually
This
put
is
that
like a
attention to detail
child.
and that amount
This guy is a fucking
of
child.
work into the game.
Wow.
Right? It has to be.
It's almost as if blind people and people with disabilities can have just as happy lives as people without any disabilities. Yes. We've learned how to adapt them as a society. Yeah, some countries better than others, but generally.
Be appraised. It has to be applauded. Look at these
Super
graphics
blind
right now
man.
during this
Big
comment. The
ups.
graphics are outstanding. This game
The graphics
did a
are
lot of
outstanding.
things right. Absolutely,
He's
did a lot of things
so
right.
fucking full
Alright?
of shit in all his
But
takes. They're
there's a major
all genuinely
reason
bad.
why this game is on my most disappointing
His
games
mindset
of the
is
year
completely-
list. All right, and the primary reason is because I did not like the plot of the game. The plot of the game I felt was incredibly poorly written, poorly
That's
paced.
why it's number 2.
It purposely tried to get you with shock value stuff constantly, rather than having
No.
a point. And that stuff,
Shock value? I don't
sadly,
really know.
irked a lot of people.
Wasn't really
If you guys
shocked
don't
a lot.
remember, in early 2020, I want to say it was like April, which is like a month or two before the game was supposed to come out, the entire plot of the game leaked on the internet. Why? Well, there's various different stories. Some people said it was a disgruntled employee who was so upset that the game went in the direction it did that they just leaked the whole fucking thing. Then, of course, Naughty Dog came out and said, no, that's not
Probably
true.
'cause they worked a lot
Someone must have
crunch.
backwards engineered a file key of one of the demos or something like that.
Well, DSP, why are you mocking them? You don't know what happened. You don't know.
Who knows?
Oh, fucking
Okay,
idiot.
what-
Oh, who knows? But I'm gonna mock them to put a false narrative where it doesn't belong.
The truth is.
Thanks,
but
DSP.
The whole plot leaked. And when the plot leaked, the critical plot points leaked. And by the way, I don't think there's a single person who doesn't understand the controversy around this game. One of the major characters, the beloved characters from the original game, dies relatively early into this game. And it's not even a meaningful death. It's a waste. And it's meant to push a plot narrative down your throat, a revenge narrative. We want to get revenge on the people who killed that critical, beloved character from the first game. All right? And I understand that. I get that. It's a plot device. But you have to understand that when the majority of people who played your first game loved a character and wanted to see what was going to happen with that character in the sequel, you're going to piss off a lot of people when you kill that character off right away. In addition, the game was completely misadvertised as supposed to be a game with Joel and Ellie, the two main characters from the first game. But then when one of them dies right away in the sequel, you realize the entire advertisement campaign was a bait and switch. They even had scenes rendered where Joel was in the scene. Okay, he was in the fucking scene, and he wasn't really in that scene in the real game. It was a different character. They did it to trick people into thinking Joel would be a major part of the second game when he really isn't. It was horrendously broken in that regard. Like, you can't do that. You can't try to fool and be dishonest with your customer base. That's
Hey,
messed
big
up.
ups, Tyler.
All right.
What's up?
Now,
How's it
according
going?
to
But yeah, they did. They did
Neil
do that,
Druckmann,
and that's
the head of the
a
studio,
scummy
the head of
move.
the director of this game, he said that it was done on purpose so that people would not be spoiled on the plot. Yet his plot leaked months before the game ever came out. Right? So it's kind of like, I don't know. So here's the thing, all right? That's not my only problem with the game. Even though it is my major problem with the game, there's other problems too. But the problem is that this game pushes a very
Let's go.
stereotypical
Let's go.
revenge narrative down your
Stereotypical.
throat. Now someone who was a very likable character, intelligent character in the first game becomes a complete fucking idiot in the second game. Oh, I retcon everything I know about Ellie from Last of Us 1. Even though she's a beloved character. Again, Last of Us 1, so many people's one of their favorite games of all time. Arguably best game of that console generation for a lot of people. Let's just forget that Ellie is a survivalist and she's smart. And in the first game, she absolutely hated kitty stuff. Like, she was reading a girl's diary and laughing at how a teenage girl could be caring about boys and her looks and things like that, because she realizes this is a survivalist world. I can't believe people used to be this ignorant or basically safe enough to think like this. All right, she's not like that. But then in Last of Us 2, that's exactly what she is. Oh, I'm making out with people. I'm doing unsafe stuff to get my rocks off, basically. Stupid shit. Then all of a sudden,
Well,
you know,
she's a
now I'm
teenager, bro. She
purely
became
focused on
edgy.
revenge. I'm just going to go and kill
What?
everyone left and right. It's just like, It
her father
completely
figure died.
retcons everything that
No,
you know.
now look. I've seen more intelligent people pick apart this. As I mentioned him quite a lot. There's a guy called Noah Caldwell Gervais who makes great video essays on games. He did one for both The Last of Us games. It's in one video. You can go check it out. He's far more intelligent than DSP. And he says similar things, but says it in the way where you can see he actually thought about it and not just read a bunch of tweets. Because DSP has the most normie opinion on this. Like, he has... because Angry Joe said some basically the same things DSP is saying now. But they had a pretty big discussion that was like an hour long with the three of them, and they're not the pinnacle of intelligence, but they had a very reasonable and intelligent discussion about the game. And they said similar stuff to DSP, but in far better ways.
About the character.
Now the game is
in the
paused
first game.
because it needs to load.
Okay? And then it throws away the other beloved character from the first game within the first few hours. The worst part about all this is that there's a new character named Abby. She's the person who kills that beloved character from The Last of Us 1 within the first few hours. And you're forced to play as her, and basically the game tries to make you like her. Even though there's nothing to like about this character. She's a bitch. She freaking kills someone in cold blood because that person killed her dad to protect Ellie in the first game. She literally hunts...
Yeah, but it's not just about that. It's because Joel killed the doctors, therefore making it impossible to try and make a serum that's gonna fix the fucking zombie plague and everything. That's kind of the reason why, because of his selfishness and liking Ellie so much, he went as far to do something that is so unreasonable and so kind of selfish. And it's a theme to be explored. I'm not saying they made a great point or it's the best way to do it, but it's something that you can explore. And I think they tried.
For years, until she can finally kill him, okay? She makes terrible decisions in the course of the game. Oh, well, there's a guy who I used to kind of have a crush on, and now he has a girlfriend who's pregnant, but I'm going to sleep with him anyway during the course of the game. And I don't care. I'm just going to do it, and then we're supposed to all write it off like it's okay. It's acceptable that this guy who has a girlfriend and who she's pregnant, that's fine to just sleep with him anyway and have him cheat on his girlfriend. That's perfectly fine. There's no problem with that. And by the way, you might have noticed during my description of the plot of this game,
that's right. He has these normie opinions because there's nobody else to call him out. And when somebody calls him out, he dismisses them as a troll. Because like I mentioned, Angry Joe had a discussion about it with his two friends, with other Joe and Alex, who are pretty chill guys, and you can have an actual discussion with them. They're cool guys that I would have a beer with or something, and they just talked about it pretty reasonably. And DSP is just straight up, I don't know, talking shit about having any other perspective or anything. It's not a discussion.
In the original Last of Us 2, sex scenes. This game has numerous sex scenes that are completely superfluous to the game. They don't need to be in there.
Close your eyes.
Nothing. They make you cringe and groan that the fact that they're in there.
Okay.
Because
well, they didn't make me
I really
cringe.
feel when Neil Druckmann wrote this game,
I did think it was unnecessary, but
he wants over-the-top gore, so he has a revenge plot.
Well, that's how it is. That's how it is. Because they could afford to have shock horror and actual gore in a game that's about zombies. In The Last of Us, called The Last of Us. Of course, when you kill somebody in a game like this, it needs to be fucking graphic so you can understand, wow, I'm actually killing some of the last people that are left. And I'm just fucking slaughtering them. And to make you at least think about it. And that's kind of all.
Very generalized and cliche.
And I think a lot of the plot of that game is based on the idea of, yeah, Ellie and Joel, they're great, but there's also a lot of other people in the world that need help as well, and they're good people as well, and everybody has their own Joel and Ellie. And that is a theme. Could they have done it better? Absolutely, definitely could have done it better. Without pissing off anybody and still using the same theme and still having the same protagonists and still having the same basic plot points. They could have done it much better.
But over-the-top gore as Ellie cuts through
person after person trying to hunt down Joel's killer, right? With reckless abandon, doesn't care, no consequences or anything like that.
This is the way that,
Then you got
I don't
someone,
know.
oh, this is the killer of Joel, but now you have to figure out that she's actually a good person because she likes dogs and she won't hurt dogs. And it's like, what? Like, what is this stupid plot? In addition to all of that, the plot that just is really bad, the pacing of the game's terrible. All right.
Pacing is not great.
The reason that
That's
Last of Us
true.
1 was so good is because the pacing was amazing.
Pacing was not
You start right in the beginning of the outbreak. You see
Oh,
this
don't
horror story.
don't tell
of
us about
origins
everything, man.
of-
This is how fucking annoying this guy is. You just think he's gonna make a point and just carry on with it. He goes back in time to explain to you the whole pacing of The Last of Us 1.
How it all started.
And now he's gonna explain to you the whole pacing of The Last of Us 2 as well. And yeah, this is the 2020 list.
How people.
And number one's probably gonna be
He gets
Cyberpunk.
wrapped up in this plot, and over the course of the game, you see Joel develop from this.
Yeah, and we're talking
even
about the
though you
first
already
game
got-
again. This man, he can't keep a straight thought.
It's terrible pacing. It's really bad writing.
I
and
skipped
it's
by
just
like a
done
minute
incredibly
and
poorly.
still talking about
I'm
it.
sorry, from a narrative perspective, in my opinion, the plot of The Last of Us 2 is fucking terrible. And that's what kills the game for me.
Sure.
Amazing gameplay elements, amazing accessibility, great world design, great graphics, and the worst fucking story I've seen in a game in like 5 to 10 years. Seriously,
Really?
it's just
The
so
worst story.
over-the-top, cliche, boring, and I hate to say it.
I don't know.
So many people like it. It's because people like simple shit. Oh, give me the.
Oh
revenge
yeah,
plot.
okay, they're
It's
fucking
so
idiots.
bad.
That's
It's
why.
so badly
Oh,
done.
because people
It's-
are
you know what I
fucking
mean? Like,
idiots.
oh, because it's so easy.
Yeah,
to
you're a
understand.
smart
She's
DSP.
killing
That's
us
why
like
you have
Joel's
to
like,
beg
oh,
every day,
big
'cause you're
fucking
an
deal.
intellectual.
Give me something more complex than something
You're
so
a
simple and so
Discord
dumb.
node.
It makes me feel like an idiot playing this fucking game.
Well, you
And
are
then
an
by
idiot.
the end of the game, I hated myself because at the end of the game, there's incredibly gory scenes where the
What?
two girls are going at it, ripping each other apart, blood squirting everywhere. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. When I play a game,
turn off the
reason
fucking
I play a
game.
video game is to
Oh,
have
it's to
fun
chill
enjoy
and have
myself,
fun.
not
You're a fucking 3-year-old.
to torture myself.
This is the fucking mindset of a 3-year-old, and his opinions match his age as well.
And scenes and things that make me
His
more
opinions
stressed out
match
and
his
uncomfortable.
fucking
I
age.
don't want to be more fucking stressed out and uncomfortable. I got enough fucking stress in my life. Maybe the people who made this game live on cloud 9 and they're rolling in money and they live in fucking
Oh
mansions
no,
and shit.
again, jealousy
I don't.
segment.
I just want to play a game where I can sit back and
You don't.
relax
You live
and
in a
not be
fucking
stressed.
gated community, bitch ass. You live in a fucking gated community. In a fucking 2-story condo that costs whatever hundreds and thousands of dollars it costs. Get off your fucking dick.
Out at terrible situations I'm being forced to live in, and that's what the whole fucking game was. Trash, garbage, stressful, gory bullshit.
Stressful,
I hated
gory
the fucking
bullshit.
plot of this game, and it killed it for me. Now,
I don't know
on top
why
of-
you would hate the gore in a zombie game that is supposed to be somewhat labeled as horror. With horror elements, let's say. And oh no, the gore is too much. The killing was too realistic. Wow.
all of that. On top of all of that shit, okay?
What?
The absolute worst
Zero gameplay complaints, by the way. It's just the story and the pacing.
part of this whole situation was the way that Neil Druckmann and the people who worked on the game
Oh no,
did
personal
damage
attacks.
control. All right? Because you can have a situation
Oh,
where
they
some people don't like the
DMCA'd
game,
somebody, I think.
and you can handle it well or you can handle it poorly. This is probably the most poorly I've ever seen something like this handled. So here's what happened. When the plot leaked that a major character that was beloved was going to die early on in the game and that the whole advertisement campaign was bait and switch, a lot of people got very upset. Okay? What did they do? They went out there and they harassed the shit out of the game developers, including Neil Druckmann, the voice acting cast, the game developers, and they sent them death threats and they trolled them on the internet. That is completely and utterly unacceptable.
Yeah, that's fucking
100%
stupid.
Unacceptable. It never should have happened ever.
Death threats are
And
dumb.
I'm embarrassed. As a gamer, I'm embarrassed that people behaved in that way.
As a gamer, I'm
Alright, you don't like the
embarrassed
game, that's
for
fine, you don't like
DSP
it.
to represent
Voice your
gamers
criticism of the
in
game on the
any way.
internet. Explain to people why you don't like it, but don't go and threaten people. Don't fuck with people over it. Okay, that's fucked up. But what ended up happening was Neil Druckmann. He's not a dumb guy. He's not. Actually, I gotta give him a lot of credit. He's a smart cookie. Here's what he did. He said, well, if these people are gonna fuck with me, I'm gonna literally spin this stuff into a way to promote the game. And what he did,
Yeah, he did hate
created
the
a
Kingdom
feel-good
Hearts 3.
campaign behind The Last of Us 2.
about,
he made it seem like The Last of Us
not
2
getting
was a victim.
tips.
Oh my God, people can't handle more butch, strong women in a video game, and that's why they're hating on it.
oh my God, people cannot handle homosexuality or a lesbian relationship in a video game, and that's why they're hating on it.
No, that
Oh
was
my
just the
God,
easiest
they
fucking
can't handle
defense,
this, they can't
man.
handle
That was
that.
the
And by
easiest
doing
shit.
this,
You can
he
just call
basically
people
made it look
racist
like
and win
The
an
Last of Us
argument
2
nowadays.
was
Just call them transphobic, if in
insanely
doubt.
attacked because it had minority representation and because it had themes in it that aren't usually represented in mainstream gaming. Okay? And when he did it, literally he said things during the course of 2020 like, man, we really got to stick it to those haters who sent death threats. Really, let's make this game like a bestseller and let's show them why it's such a good game. During the Game Awards, all right, the end of 2020, in December, there was an open poll for the gamers themselves to vote on Game of the Year. Druckmann actually went out there on social media and said a vote for Last of Us 2 is a vote against the haters who basically sent me death threats this year. So he didn't make The Last of Us 2 about being the better game of 2020. He made it about getting to the internet trolls and haters. And the moment he did that, he completely lost all respect from me and tons of people in the gaming community because he made it not about the quality of his game anymore. He made it...
DSP, you beg for money so you can beat the haters, man. What the fuck is this? You're exactly the same person. You're exactly the same. Exactly. You beg for money so you can get it and the trolls will not win. That's how you do it.
Oh, you have to make this
Lame
game
as fuck.
highly voted and give it 1 million awards because it's a feel-good effort against internet trolls who are bigots, who are prejudiced against things that are representative of minorities and things like that.
What a
and that
fucking
was
joke.
fucked up that he did that because the game itself is actually very good. The game of The Last of Us 2 is actually very, very good. If you ignore some of the plot issues, it's still an enjoyable game. But the fact that he turned his game into some kind of a social darling, oh, you must like The Last of Us 2, and if you don't, you're a bigot. That is the most...
No, just fucking idiots like you understood it like that. Just fucking idiots.
Your game over.
Just
And
idiots.
It worked because the game sold like hotcakes during the course of 2020.
Oh, yeah.
And as of
It
today...
must be because people were scared of being racist. That's why they bought a video game, DSP. That's why they got a video game. So they're afraid to be called
It is
racist.
the most awarded game in history, beating out The Witcher 3 by just a few awards. Now, why do you think people gave it all those awards? Let's be
Because
very
of the
honest.
political agenda.
How many people said, I beat the trolls, I beat the haters?
Yeah, the
instead of,
vest.
oh, I
The
voted
vest is a symbol of sticking it to the haters.
for the best game. And
Sticking
that's
it to the fucking
incredibly
haters.
Unfortunate. And that is why this is one of my most disappointing games of the year. Not only did the game have the most disappointing plot for me in
No,
many,
this
many
is
years,
insane
a game
clown
franchise that I
activity.
thought was
Insane.
the best in-class franchise, a representative of the PS3 era, ended up being the worst example of how
Yeah,
to
if you didn't
ruin
become a member,
something
it
you
basically
don't
means
realize
that
how
you're saying
really
you
got.
don't like his
And you
stuff.
actually drive it into the fucking ground for the sake of I need to take a risk. He said that all the time, Neil Druckmann. I had to take a risk with this game, and I didn't know how it was going to work out. Yeah, you took a risk, all right. You fucked everything up. You literally ruined everything that you built that was good about the first game in order to say you took a risk. And when people criticized you about it, you instead called them all bigots and haters. Even though, let's be honest, there were people out there doing that. They were threatening them and everything, and they shouldn't have done that. That wasn't everyone who criticized the game, but that's not what you would think. You would think that if anyone doesn't like Last of Us 2, they're
Yeah, I know. I know
that's
there was
fucked up,
there
because
was a
that's how they
fair
promoted
share
the
of political leans and angles going in there, and of course the reviewers, which are pretty much overwhelmingly on the liberal side of the spectrum, they all gave it a glowing review because the game is also pretty welcoming to like game journalists and stuff because it looks pretty, it sounds pretty. There's zombies, there's lesbians, so yeah, everybody loves it. You know what I mean? Wait, I clicked something, man.
and that's how this game became so widely accepted as the best game of 2020 and won so many awards. And that's the most underhanded fucking way that you can do it. Do it on your own laurels. Do it on the merits of your game. Don't do it because you said a vote for our game is a vote to stop the trolls. That's fucking bullshit. Okay. So, that's Last of Us 2 in a nutshell. Now, we're not done. Because
Oh,
there's
we're not
another
done.
game
There's the last one.
in
The last one
contention
of us.
for worst game of 2020. Okay? By the way, let's see here. Westside Phil did a bunch of cheers, and I appreciate those cheers. All right. Super Blind Man had cheers.
Okay, let's go to Cyberpunk.
Machina 2 also. most
Massive
overhyped
meandering.
game of probably arguably the last 5 to 10 years.
Pretty
A game
much.
that was the next major IP
Pretty
from
much.
CD Projekt Red, a studio that at one point was seen they could do no wrong, right? After Witcher 3, after how widely positively received Witcher 3 was, you know, everyone thought that CD Projekt Red was going to come out with the next gaming masterpiece. And over
pretty
the
much,
years that this game was in development,
Based on not much. Based on just The Witcher
engine,
3, they thought they could deliver the best game ever.
Realistic open
know
world
what.
ever created.
But
It's going to
in
have
case you
multiple-
don't know, I bought into it. I bought it on PS4. I played about 10 hours, and there were about 2 crashes per hour, so I got my refund. And that's it.
Bust City and the most bust AI. It's
Bust
gonna
City.
Feel like people are real as they walk around the city. They're
Bust
doing their
City.
own lives and things. There's nowhere in the city you won't be able to go. You're going to be overwhelmed with the amount of interactivity and content.
You're gonna overwhelmed with
in
the chill.
Cyberpunk 2077, right? You know, and then the game comes out, and you can't play for 5 minutes until you realize that the whole thing was bullshit. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of bullshit.
Pretty much, it was a pretty big scam.
Years and years about this
Oh my
game.
god, this is
All
such a
fucking
long
lies.
video, man. Come on, I want to end the stream already.
Just from the get-go, the amount of glitches, the graphical
Glitches.
capability is
With 2 DSPs on stream, it's kind of weird.
very poor. A lot of popping, a lot of issues, floating objects, things clipping poorly, things exploding for no reason, things floating around. You know, and this is all versions of the game. It's present. The glitches are present on all versions of the game, but PC apparently.
Yeah, after I got my refund, with that money I bought Assassin's Creed Valhalla and put in like a good 100 hours into it, out of depression.
Semi-playable. I played on.
I had with Cyberpunk about 1 hour of like playing it at 4 in the morning. I was super tired and I had 1 hour of pure gaming amazement. And it blew my mind. It was amazing. It was great. And then it ended, and then it was not good.
PS5.
This video is not good either, so I'm gonna drop a dislike
I would
because
say
that's
it was
how I
about
feel.
50-50. Like, it wasn't terrible bad, but it definitely was bad. It was probably the most glitchy game I've seen in the last 5 years. Crashed constantly.
Very
Over the course of
glitchy.
my playthrough, probably
Very
crashed
glitchy. And the glitches are kind of those ones that make you feel like you're doing something that is not supposed to be done, but you're doing the thing that is supposed to be done, and then just nothing happens. I was chasing a taxi that was self-driving about half an hour, like actually chasing it with my car, until I realized it was just glitched. It wasn't patched yet.
about a dozen times. So many glitches and bugs and issues with this game. But even if you can ignore or forgive all of those bugs and say it's just unfinished, it was rushed, that's management's fault.
This is terrible gameplay.
aspects
Look at
that
this
were
fucking
promised to you
gameplay.
aren't
It's
present in
terrible.
the game. This game is not open world and robust. In the world, almost
Open
everything's closed
world,
off.
it's not
There's a
robust.
ridiculous amount of doors that are closed, and there's
Yeah,
nothing behind them.
yeah, it's a
There's really
scam.
no activities you can do
It's
in the
not
game.
finished.
Like, you think Grand Theft Auto, you can go bowling, you go to a nightclub, you can do this, you can do
Yeah,
that.
you can't do
There's
anything.
really none of that in this game.
Can't
It's
even
really
have a
just
drink in the
doing
bar.
missions, okay? And that's about it. There's really nothing else you can do in the game at all. The world itself is so buggy that it doesn't feel real at all. You got people, oh, look how realistic
the world,
they are. As they walk up the sidewalk, turn around, walk.
Not very immersive, that was my issue with it. I wish it was just smaller in scale. Like those Deus Ex games, they were great. Because it was just like a couple of streets in the town, but they were all intertwined and interconnected, and there was places that you can go to and explore. Just go out of your way to explore and find out some environmental storytelling or something. And there was stuff like this in Cyberpunk. I just wish it was more focused and more downscaled. They didn't have to be this ambitious, even though I appreciate it, but it just didn't really work
walk
out.
back down the sidewalk, turn around, walk back up the sidewalk. That's the AI they put into this
Is
damn
it
game.
bursting
Like,
with
they're, "Oh, that's
flavor? It's
realistic."
not, apparently it's not.
Okay. Cops.
I don't think so either.
Oh, look.
Cops, no, you can't have a car
you commit a
chase.
crime.
You can't. They
turn
spawn
around,
out of your
and there's
ass.
10 cops behind you. What?
What?
Like, Grand Theft Auto
Yeah, it's the
3
future,
did that
bro.
better almost 20 years ago.
Pretty
You
much.
see what I mean? Like, there's so many things in this game that are just...
Pretty much. I agree with you, unfortunately. Yet, let's see, why
It's
is this
great.
video so fucking long?
When you do, you stick it to the haters. That is like the most dishonest shit I've ever seen in gaming. Seriously. I don't know if I'll ever forgive Naughty Dog for the way that they...
Oh, nobody cares if you're gonna forgive him. Okay, you guys, that was the stream. And I'm gonna be gone now, and you guys deserve Liquid Richard. 3 Kings, as always. and let's listen to the song. Thank you everybody for joining me. Thank you for your support. Thanks for becoming members and sending super chats and tips. It was all great and chill fun time. Now I'm gonna press this and I'm gonna go write some timestamps, and then the video is gonna be up for you to watch. And that's it. Chill. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Jordy Jordan. Fat motherfucker himself.
Dark Side Phil here. I'm back.
This is low T.
I can't even fucking do anything! What is this ugly ass nigga doing?
Let it be known, motherfuckers. Everything was right. Everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Everything was right. Everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. My nigga, I never failed the mission. What? I never failed the mission. Phil did it. He masturbated and what? Oh, the camera's out. I need your help and support. Pledge to Patreon, nigga. Pledge to Patreon. Pledge to Patreon, nigga. Pledge to Patreon. 10 years of my hard work trying to raise funds within the next several months to pay my taxes. These fucking trolls financially fuck me over every single fucking year. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
Run that shit back. Pull out your fucking car. Yeah, I'm fucking black. Run that shit back. Grab your balls. Swivel them around. Grab your cock. Swivel them around. You're just walking around with two nuts swinging in a cock. And you don't even realize what you got. Go be a sheriff of a cop. You serve no purpose, nigga.
Wasting time.
Black spook in America.
You feel me?
Obsessing over another man you never met. Black crispy sweat. Beat me in a sex.
Soon as I hop on play, niggas using that medic zone gang. That's not my fault. What's here for my nigga?
Run that shit back.
This dude's on strange.
Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Everything was right, everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.